Hello and welcome to round 3 of the Grand Chess Tour. We are over in Norway right now. We see the players are about to arrive for round 3. What's been a very exciting competition so far. There we have John Ludwig Hammer. We've got some other players arriving early. Who do you think is the guy who arrives the earliest, Alejandro?
Well, it's definitely not Magnus Carlsen, and he paid the price in round 1 for not showing up early when the time control was announced, and, well, he actually forfeited that game on time.
That's right. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. We also have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley and Yasser Seirawan over in Norway. Round 3, it's just going to be another really exciting and important round as we progress in Norway and in the Grand Chess Tour. Let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds. Well, we've got a 5-way tie for first. Who's going to break through? Is it going to be Nakamura, Giri, Topalov, Vachier-Lagrave, or Caruana? Meanwhile, Anand still within striking distance, and we've also got Jan Ludwig Hammer, Aronian, Grichuk. We don't usually see this. Sole last for Magnus Carlsen. Will he recover? Definitely a point of drama for us.
It's going to be difficult. He has a tough pairing every single round. Today he's playing against Anish Giri, who's never an easy opponent. White or black pieces, a player that's very, very well prepared in the openings. Somebody that crossed 2800 live recently. So we're going to have to see how Magnus Carlsen deals with such a strong opponent today after 2 losses.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with the key pairings today.
Well, Jen, the thoroughbreds have definitely shot out the gates. You got 5 players who are happy at this point in the tournament with 1.5 points out of 2. And of course, the shocker, Magnus Carlsen with 0 points. That's not something we expected to see, but expect him to bounce back quite quickly. You know he wants to make sure his fans understand why he is the world champion. Well, let's take a look at the pairings as of today for round 3. We have Vishwanathan Anand, the veteran in the competition, a 5-time champion himself, having drawn 2 games, showing that he is one to reckon with, hard to beat. And he'll be playing against the Russian Alexander Grischuk, who had a very spotty, really tough round 1 loss and drew his game yesterday. He'll see whether or not he can somehow right the ship and get back to even. And in our second matchup, we have Levon Aronian, also got off to a poor start, losing his first round game, drawing yesterday, trying to stabilize things, and now he has a favorable pairing, at least on paper, against Jan Ludwig Hammer, who only drew his game so far, but he's got to be happy given that he's the lowest rated player in the competition and fighting for Norway's flag as well. Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's got to be thrilled. He's got a 1.5 points out of 2. Yesterday he came very close to losing against Hammer, but he managed to come up with a beautiful idea to save himself. He'll be playing against Vasilin Topalov, another player who was close to losing, but managed to have that very fortunate win in round 1 against Carlsen. And he was pressing yesterday against Nakamura, but unable to break through. Both of them at 1.5 points, looking to maintain their leadership status. And the aforementioned Magnus Carlsen, 0 points out of 2. Hard to believe, but you know he will certainly be looking to win today against a player he has not defeated in classical competition, Anish Giri. Giri with a 1.5 points, the youngest player in the competition, starting out wonderfully for him. This should be a fireworks matchup. Expect to really see us focus on these 2 players today. And the final matchup, where we will also all have all eyes on this one, Nakamura against Caruana, the 2 American players, numbers 1 and 2. As Caruana is transferring federation, this will be a rivalry for years to come. So this game will be the start of it. Although they've played before, it's the beginning of the great American rivalry, and certainly they want to show a great start here at the Grand Prix. And Nakamura was interviewed yesterday by our very own Yasser Seirawan, and he had some comments about Magnus Carlsen's poor start.
It's amazing to us to see the world champion 2 games, 2 losses. Just quick thoughts about Magnus's form and Magnus's position in the tournament.
Well, he's clearly human. That's the first thing. I was actually quite curious because he tends to bounce back quite well when he loses games. But of course, losing a game the way he lost yesterday was going to make it difficult. And to make matters worse, he had black. I mean, he didn't have an easy pairing. He had black against Fabiano. So it doesn't surprise me that much. I was really more curious than anything to see if he would somehow prove that he's frankly more mentally strong than anyone else, but turns out that he's just like the rest of us when some kind of real tragedy occurs. So yeah, it's unfortunate for him, but I mean, doesn't really affect me in any way. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully all of my chances when I play him in some round, I don't know, 6th round, 7th round, I don't even know at this point.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
So, of course, Nakamura really can't care that much about Carlsen right now. He's got his own problems. His hands are full with the #2 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana. That should be a great matchup starting in just a few minutes here, Norway Chess 2015. Jen?
Yes, we also have Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan in Norway as round 3 kicks off. What's the atmosphere like over there?
Good morning, St. Louis. The mood here in Stavanger, Norway is one of shock as the world chess champion Magnus Carlsen has lost 2 games. The legend grows as everybody starts to think, can Magnus Carlsen make a comeback? And here in Norway, I can tell you the crowds are in a tizzy over his chances. Big jumble of players at the top. 5-way tie in the lead, and the other key matchup, of course, has got to be between the 2 Americans, Hikaru and Fabi. Both of those players tied for first, but again, everybody wants to know, how is Magnus Carlsen going to do today in a key matchup against Anish Giri? Well, we're looking forward to an exciting round here in Norway, and we'll be with you reporting throughout the day. Have a good show.
Great. So, you know, one of the things about Nakamura's interview that I didn't quite buy, I don't know when I'm playing Carlsen, it didn't have that ring of truth to it.
I think there are certain tournaments that, even though they're elite events, you're playing certain opponents that, okay, you know that they're very strong, they're high 2600s, but you'll deal with them when they come. Whereas in this tournament, I think everybody's so strong, you're only looking one step ahead. You're looking at, who am I playing tomorrow? How am I going to prepare? How am I going to do in that game? And I think that he has a vague idea when he's playing Carlsen, because that's always in the back of his mind.
Because he had such a rotten record against Carlsen.
Exactly. Well,
But he doesn't want
partially.
to, and the reason I say that is just he doesn't want to make it sound like he's obsessed. Because I think that obsession with, you know, his horrible score against Carlsen can actually backfire. So to me, like, when he says, I don't even know when I'm playing this guy, like, there's a lot to unpack there. He is playing him in round 6, by the way.
Yeah, he is playing in round 6, and I believe he's black against Carlsen, which is something that is definitely in the back of his mind. He doesn't maybe know when it is, but he knows he's
black. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
Right.
I feel like he knows a bit more than he lets on in that respect, and that's understandable because he does have to deal with that psychological problem. It can't just be a coincidence.
No, absolutely.
But here against Caruana, on the other hand, he has had some pretty good results. Not at the Singfield Cup, but other than that. So I feel that that pairing is actually exciting for him, especially him getting the white pieces.
Right, when they asked Nakamura about his score with Carlsen, one of his replies is always, well, I have a great score against Caruana. Why is nobody talking about that?
Yeah, I remember that at the Singfield Cup. That's exactly what he said.
So we'll see if he can keep it up. It would be a huge win for Nakamura if he can take down Caruana in this game. He would say, I'm definitely here to challenge Carlsen, to challenge Caruana, to establish myself as the #2, maybe #3 player in the world. And it would give him a lead in this event from a very early on. He would take care of Caruana immediately. So we're going to have to see how this game develops. Caruana is definitely not going to go full out, bloody battle, trying to win. He's going to just try to contain. He's happy with the draw with black. We're going to see how this game goes.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see the opening. What do you predict there?
Well, I mean, if Nakamura decides to start with e4, then I just have no doubt this will go into some kind of Berlin or anti-Berlin position. I can't see Caruana shying away from this kind of endgames. He showed masterfully understanding of this positions, but we're going to see that Nakamura is going to start the game with knight f3, a very flexible move. It's still not clear where he's going to be headed towards, and Caruana, he has very established openings. Unlike most grandmasters, he only likes a certain types of position, and those are Grunfelds against d4, Berlins against e5, and you can see that Caruana actually didn't play his usual stuff. He didn't go for an early d5, which would go into a Grunfeld. He played c5, and already that has Nakamura thinking, what's going on? Why did he not play what he usually always plays, and obviously what I prepared for?
That is kind of interesting, yeah. So Nakamura, Caruana going on waters that we didn't expect.
Right, I don't think I would have ever guessed that Caruana would play a symmetrical English with knight f6. It's not something I've ever seen him do, although I may be mistaken. He almost always tries to go for the anti-Grunfelds with black, so perhaps he was scared of certain variation, or he found another good way towards equality in this kind of positions. We're going to see a 4 knights English, and Nakamura will develop on the king side with g3. And there are several ways of playing this with black, but one of the most common is to simply keep the symmetry and play g6 as well.
So Nakamura, Caruana are the last time they played with these colors in the Sinkfield Cup. Nakamura played a d4, and Caruana actually won that game.
Right, and that game I remember was a very strange opening decision because, as I mentioned, he's so familiar with the Grunfeld and he plays it all the time, and he actually played a Slav in that game, if I remember correctly, which is something that was very uncharacteristic of Caruana. But he surprised Nakamura. Nakamura pushed a little too hard in that game. He should have been content with the slight advantage that he had, that he lost it, maybe tried to draw at some point. He overpressed and Caruana took over the initiative.
But you're saying that in reality, Caruana is usually trying to play pretty solidly with black and is satisfied with a drawish or equal position.
Right, he's not the type of player that will shy away from a drawish endgame with black, say, hey, I was with the black pieces, I'm okay with trading everything off and going for a draw. But
against such an elite player, obviously.
Right, and
not
he
against anyone.
He doesn't have the opportunity of playing players below 2,700 that often. I mean, maybe Hammer this tournament, maybe a couple in Vaikanze, but usually he's playing against the top dogs, and he's not afraid of having an opening preparation that leads him straight into a draw. However, it's up to White to avoid this preparation and see how he can add certain amount of interest into the game.
Oh, yes. That's important. And, you know, it's funny that yesterday you were saying that Fabiano and his coach have an uncanny ability to predict the openings, because it does seem that though Fabiano couldn't have necessarily thought that Nakamura would play this, he could have played d4, he could have played e4, that he's totally comfortable, almost like this was his top pick.
Right, and I wonder if this was more of a general preparation towards the tournament to bring something new into the table. And he's playing these positions which are not as deeply analyzed as some of the other symmetrical English or the Grunfeld variations that he prefers. So I like that it's refreshing for his repertoire. He did play this once against Topalov in last year's Sinkfield Cup. If I remember correctly, he played the move knight c7, and that was his first win of the tournament, trying to set up a Marokzi bind with the e5 move following up. So the fact that he played g6 means he's also switching that up, and we'll see how he continues in this opening. Nakamura has a couple of choices of how to play this. Castles is still the most popular move, and early d4 leads to different kinds of positions, more along the paths of a Grunfeld. So we're going to have to see exactly what happens.
Let's also take a look at another key game today between Carlsen and Giri, because that's going to be really important to us, figure out if Carlsen can dig himself out of this hole. Now, it started out actually as a Sicilian.
Yes, this is a Sicilian with bishop b5 check. It's a way of avoiding the main lines. You don't have to play d4 and get yourself into a dragon or a Najdorf or a Scheveningen or whatever it is that black wants to play. Instead, he plays bishop b5 check, and black has 3 decent choices against this, all of the moves that cover check.
3, really? So wait, what?
Knight c6?
Knight c6? No, there's only 4 legal moves.
That's 4 legal moves, 3 decent choices.
Which one's not good?
Well, I don't think anybody will interpose the queen. But bishop d7 is the safer route.
Right. It can be a bit dull.
It can be quite dull, actually. But knight d7 was chosen, which is supposed to give black a little bit more chances of activity.
And more exciting for white, too.
A little bit more exciting for white. It surprisingly, despite starting as a Sicilian, in many games goes towards Spanish type of pawn structures. And we're going to see something that might happen in this game. It's not necessarily going to, but it just might show up over the board. The idea is that white, after c3 and d4, wants to establish a strong pawn center, a very common motif in the opening. After knight f6, the pawn on e4 is under attack. It has to be defended by the queen, and a6 is played. Now here, white doesn't really want to take the knight, as it gives away the pair of bishop advantage. It's not something that's very commonly done. Instead, they retreat to either a4, sometimes they retreat to d3. Either way, the bishop goes back to c2. And after e6, Black also had the opportunity of playing e5. And we see this pawn structure very common in the Spanish, very precisely in the Chigorin Spanish, that has been played for, well, since chess started. However, e6 retains a little bit of flexibility for both players. I expect that Carlsen will play a very quick d4 at some point to establish dominance in the center with the pawns, and that Giri is going to be attacking it from the sides with the bishop on b7, or by breaking quickly with d5 after d4 is shown on the board.
So a very rich position in uncharted territories.
Relatively uncharted, yeah.
Compared to like the Ruy Lopez, which you mentioned, it resembles.
Right. It resembles a Ruy Lopez, but it isn't exactly that. It has certain aspects from it in terms of pawn structure, in terms of plans.
Well, of course, there's no pawn on e5, so that changes things.
Exactly. The fact that the pawn is on e6 instead of e5 changes a few things, and let me explain. First, if the pawn is on e5, it's a little more vulnerable. In essence, it ties down some of Black's pieces into the defense because you don't want to clarify the tension in the center by ever taking on d4. Also, the square f5 is weak, and we see how this knight, usually in the Ruy Lopez, maneuvers all the way to g3 or e3 to target this square on f5. However, because the pawn is on e6, this plan is probably not nearly as strong.
Well, instead, we want to try to find an opportune moment to play e5 ourselves.
Exactly. So now we go to what are the drawbacks for Black in this position. And some of the drawbacks include the fact that e5 is possible for White, kicking out the knight from f6, as well as the fact that, well, Black just doesn't have as much space. He doesn't have as much control over the center. So we're going to have to see how Giri deals with this lack of space in this position. He decided to play bishop b7, which is of course a very natural developing move, increasing the pressure on e4. And I expect Magnus will either castle or play knight bd2. There's an off chance he'll play a very quick a4 to weaken the queenside position, but I don't see that happening so fast. And indeed, he did castle. So castle was replied with bishop e7 almost instantly. Feels like Giri is familiar with the position.
Another kind of difference is that in the Ruy Lopez, you almost always retreat your bishop to b3 because you have that long diagonal, whereas here, of course, we see it retreat to c2. So...
Well, partially the reason that the bishop retreats to b3 in the Ruy Lopez is that you're not giving a choice, because the pawn didn't move to c3 quick enough before the bishop was kicked out. So,
true, but even if you did have the choice, usually you try to keep it on b3 as long as possible.
Actually, not in some lines where you are allowed to play c3 early. You do retreat it to c2 almost immediately. I can think of the variations with the quick knight ge7, where White does play a quick c3 as well. And after a6, bishop a4, b5, the bishop does retreat all the way back to c2. Known as the Spanish bishop, it has incredible potential on this diagonal.
And we've got some thoughts from Maurice on another game, the key battle between the two Americans.
Well, actually, Jen, I've been just scoping all the games, and unlike yesterday, today we see a lot of theoretical battles. You guys showed that one game with Carlsen and Giri that started off in a Sicilian, could have gone main line, but as we know that Carlsen doesn't really like to go main line too much. But aside from that game, every other game seems to be in theoretical waters. If you take a look at this one, Caruana against Nakamura, this might be the least theoretical of all of them. Still, we are in a main line, or at least a standard position with the c4, c5 symmetrical English. That's one game that's of interest. Also, another English that's pretty standard position as well is this game between Aronian and Hammer. They're just getting out. Remember yesterday how after 10 moves, there was maybe an hour used in some cases, or in total time, aggregate time. In this case, players are just blitzing to get to positions, and this one starting off quite solidly as well. Another theoretical position, this one between Grishchuk and Anna. We know Grishchuk is a time pressure hog, but check this out. 15 moves in a Sveshnikov, pretty mainline Sveshnikov, as a matter of fact, with exchange on bishop f6. And they've played 15 moves already and only a few minutes used for both sides. And another one starting to look like a barn burner in the Moran. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Veselin Topolov, 12 quick moves played. Already we see a funky pawn structure, a trade here on e6. We expect to see the trade back. But the players, yesterday they eschewed the idea of the main lines, but today it's fighting chess, and they're looking to keep it exciting here in round 2 of Norway Chess 2015. Guys?
Yeah, it's interesting that we have such theoretical battles and in such different scenarios. Two English that resemble reverse Sicilians, a Sicilian with bishop b5, a Meran, which is such a dangerous opening for both sides, and especially this Grishchuk game that is already so theoretically advanced in the mainline Sveshnikov position. I'm actually a little surprised that Anand is thinking, I haven't seen this in a long time. This kind of brings back childhood memories for me from when I used to play the Sveshnikov, and I abandoned it after some time since I just couldn't keep up with all the growing theory. Maybe a little bit of laziness on my part. But after d6, bishop g5, a6, knight a3, b5 was played, and this scenarios have become very, very common, but the move here that's theoretically most important is c4. That overtook c3 about a decade ago as the most popular response for white, trying to close down the situation on the queen side after b4, knight c2, and trying to use the fact that the position is close to improve his pieces, try to trade this bishop for this bishop in order to establish this knight on d5 forever. However, the move c3 is considered to be a little bit sharper. It goes towards some positions that open up very quickly, and I think it suits Anand's style just a little bit more. Bishop g5 is one of the more common ideas in order for this bishop to have control over this diagonal.
Which also guards the e3 square, which becomes very relevant.
In later stages, right, when the knight comes to c2, maybe the knight comes to e3, it can be taken off the board. Also, the bishop's not in danger of being taken, which frees up the queen. Just in general, the bishop is much better placed on g5. Knight c2 was played, and now there's two major choices. You can either castle, which was the old main line, but that had some problems with white going crazy on the king side with very quick h4 ideas that were quite dangerous for a while. And I think that Grishchuk played rook b8, which is considered to be a little safer. And after a4, pawn takes a4, rook takes a4 is not played immediately because this pawn is hanging on b2. So first, knight cb4 is played, knight takes b4, and instead of taking with the knight, which seems a little bit more natural, players have been taking with the pawn on b4.
Just maintaining that knight on d5.
Just maintaining the knight on d5, maintaining the tension, keeping the b file closed. We know that we're going to regain this pawn on a4 very quickly, as the only natural way of defending it would be bishop d7.
Leaving a6 for grabs.
Exactly. The a6 pawn, well, that's not a very good diagonal, but but yeah, the bishop would come to a6 and capture the pawn, and white regains his material parity, but probably with a slightly superior position. Even though black has the pair of bishops, sometimes you're left wondering what exactly is the role of the bishop on g5 in the game if it cannot trade itself for any piece.
So a really rich opening in store here.
Right, I assume that Grishchuk has a lot of ideas in this position. He's one of the few players that still plays the Sveshnikov once in a while. Gelfand, of course, plays the Sveshnikov quite regularly. Rajabov was one of the great experts of the Sveshnikov back in the day. Although I don't think that I've seen him play it as often recently. I think he's been favoring double king pawn openings.
So tell us more about why you quit your beloved Sveshnikov. It was the theory, or were there like a particular unpleasant position?
Well, I always thought that it was very theoretical, and although that style worked for some time, when I came to the US and I started going to college, and well, I couldn't really keep up with all the theory that was establishing itself every single day, basically, in the top tournaments. I decided that, okay, this is too sharp for me. I need something a little bit safer that I can play in open tournaments without having a, well, young, talented kid between the ages of 12 and 15 that has studied all of the new games and just crushes me out of the opening. I decided to go for something safer, but on the other hand, I always thought that the Sveshnikov was very rich. And I do enjoy watching Sveshnikov games, even though perhaps I cannot play it myself anymore.
Yeah, the imbalances. I think that's a good point. Actually, speaking of Rajabov, he just asked, who are you?
Not so sure how to take that, I guess. Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, nice to meet you all.
It's great that he's watching, right?
It's good, actually. I mean, everybody's eyes is on this tournament, on the Grand Chess Tour. And it's clear that even though Rajabov could be playing this tournament if it was held in another year, he was easily top 10 for a long time. Well, right now he has to watch from the sidelines.
Wow. Hello to you. And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts as well.
Well, you guys are talking about rich games. You got to take a look at this one between these two players. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Veselin Topalov started out a Moran, and already you see this expansion of black on this side. White castle, black's king still stuck in the middle of the board for the moment. D takes e6, F takes e6, and now bishop dropping back to c2. The move bishop d6 developing, and now immediately knight g5, hanging this pawn on h2 and going after this e6 pawn. There's some tactics there, but avoiding anything, not capturing here because the bishop might get trapped. Knight f8, guarding the pawn, and now the move f4, threatening a fork on e5. Let me ignore you. Now, of course, the rook is lined up with his queen, so the queen would be exposed if the e5 move happened. So queen to e1 was played instead of queen e2, which looks a little bit more natural. Queen e1, the fork is back again with e5. We have an extremely sharp position that has broken out already after only 16 moves, and they have actually blitzed to this point, but white has made this move queen e1 and black is slowing down. This is certainly a game we're going to have to keep our eye on because it is so rich, so exciting, and Topalov there deep in thought trying to figure out this wrinkle with queen e1. Crazy game has broken out, and crazy theory, it seems, have broken out on a lot of the boards. Guys?
Oh, just looking at that game, it makes my head spin. There's so many tactics and so many weird things going on. Both sides' kings already exposed, such a sharp position. It seems like both players' development, even though they have some good pieces, for example, Topalov's knight on g5 is, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's knight on g5 is very active, it's very annoying, it's already pressuring a weak pawn, and his pawns in the center are already creating a lot of threats. Man, you gotta look at Topalov's bishops already pointing towards the king side. Makes me a little bit worried if I was white, but it seems like, well, the Frenchman must have some idea, some very concrete opening preparation here, because he's playing very, very quickly. This is not a position where a top grandmaster would only use 5 minutes to get to if he wasn't absolutely sure of what he's doing.
Right, so this last move, queen e1, just getting out of the way of the discovery.
It does make
But why
sense.
e1?
Well, that's a good question. You would think first that putting it maybe on e2 might make a little bit more sense in order to maybe pressure this structure later with a4. So let's look at the advantages of playing the queen to e1. Let's see. First of all, I could go to the king side, which looks a little illogical to me as I don't have that many
Well, at
threats.
least the e2 square open for the knight on c3.
You're saying that perhaps he was worried after playing the move queen e2 that if I spook this knight with maybe b4, it wouldn't have a logical place to go to?
Well, but I don't even know if e2 is that logical. I mean, I think in a way, we prefer to go to d1 to e3.
d1,
c4.
I love this maneuver, d1, e3, and maybe later to c4, or even the other way around,
Yeah,
go
just
knight
immediately.
a4.
So, I mean, b4 doesn't look like a very attractive move, honestly.
It doesn't. It seems like it kicks out the knight, but if he moves it pretty much anywhere, then this wouldn't be an issue. It just seems very weakening. So the question becomes, what is the advantage of putting the queen on e1? There must be some deep idea behind this that eludes me at the moment.
Yeah, maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe there are some variations later down the line where the queen on c7 gets deflected and we can play for b4, or our queen gets to a5. I think it's just going to be something very deep, though.
One of the
We're not going to be
difficult
able to see it
things.
too quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to your point, the Meran is a difficult opening to explain. And the reason is that there are so many concrete factors and so many concrete ideas so early in the position that sometimes general rules just go out the window. Like, for example, why is this castle queenside when you already threw all your pawns forward. It seems completely illogical, but there are very concrete reasons that this just had to happen. It's a very sharp position, and the better prepared player will definitely have the edge.
Well, Rajabov has joined the conversation again, and he says, of course he knows who you are, Ramirez. It's just that he usually doesn't see you wearing such a nice suit.
I try. I have to keep up.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some more thoughts on this beginning round where we have thrilling openings.
We do have thrilling openings, but I hate to throw cold water on anyone's excitement because there seems to be one game where peace has broken out pretty rapidly, and it is the game between the two Americans. Well, Fabiano, soon to be officially American once again, playing against Hikaru Nakamura, and this position they have here maybe described mildly as a snooze fest because the knights have been traded off, a pair of bishops have been traded off. Just to show you how it happened here, it happened kind of in a funky way after the move bishop to d7. There was lots of stuff on the board, and then suddenly the move knight to d4. Well, of course, there's a discovery of the bishop on the queen, so the queen had to move, queen d6, and now this trade, knight c6, bishop c6, queen c6, and now rook to c1, and he could have taken on b2 right away, but he decided to play the move queen a6, and now threatening the A pawn, threatening the B pawn. It doesn't look as though there's many tactics here, and black structure is as solid as a rock of Gibraltar. No way it seems that he should lose this game, and if he gets to play the move B6, for example, if there's any defense on this side, I don't see white playing for a win at all. These players may have to play a lot of moves. I don't know what rules are in effect here. If there's a 40-move rule, 30-move rule, I don't know what it might be, but I don't care how many moves you play here. With these two world-class players, I can't imagine any other result than a draw.
Well, honestly, that's a boon for Fabiano Caruana if that ends up materializing.
I think that he's going to be very happy with the result. Good opening preparation again. He probably caught Nakamura in something that he was not so familiar with, and this massive piece trade everywhere just lends itself to a draw. And we were talking so much yesterday about tension, correct? About how we wanted to keep the tension.
Keeping the tension, yeah, that was the theme of the round.
But I think that Nakamura just didn't find a good way of doing so. He decided that he was in danger probably of being worse if he allowed black to establish b6 and really take that little space advantage that black has right now and consolidate it. Maybe even worried about a future queen h5. And, well, he decided, let's trade off some pieces, let's relieve the pressure, and unless he gains something immediately from playing rook c1, it doesn't seem like he has any hopes for an advantage. The very clever move queen a6 puts the queen out of harm's way, since the rook will no longer be targeting it through an x-ray, and allows the move b6 on the next turn to defend the pawn on c5, and it attacks a2 while keeping the tension with bishop takes b2. Which means that white has to somehow either defend both of his pawns, which he can do with, for example, queen b3, or let one go, which just establishes further simplifications, and more the game does seem to be taking a drawish turn.
Well, again, great preparation by Fabiano Caruana, who I don't think of him as soon to be American. He's an American citizen. He's always been us.
Yes, I suppose so. He's, of
I mean,
course,
play for Italy, but
he did play for
he's
Italy.
an American citizen, so I think in some sense it feels inevitable.
I think a lot of
That he
players
would
thought
return.
that as soon as talks or rumors started that he was being sought after by the U.S. Federation, and well,
Well, it
he
makes
is
sense
citizen.
in a way because it's like when he was reaching that super grandmaster level, he had to play more. But now that you're elite, you don't really. He doesn't play as many tournaments, so it's not as crucial for him to live in Europe.
Right, but I think he's still gonna be living in Europe, right? Or is he moving back to?
I'm sure he'll have a place here. I mean, I don't know all the logistical details, but I'm just saying that like becoming number 2 in the world, it makes a lot of sense for him to live in the United States again because I think that's where he feels at home.
Right, we'll see. Actually, chess has expanded greatly, and I remember a time, it was not that long ago, where if you were a top elite player, you basically moved to Europe. There were all the top tournaments were there, all the great Linares was there, Vacanzea was there. Anything that was a great tournament was held in Europe, and suddenly we've seen actually some of the top players move out of Europe because it's a global game anyways. There's tournaments all around the world. Why do I have to focus on just Europe? Let me go back to my home country and establish a more comfortable life. Vishy Anand used to live in Europe, and he moved back
Spain,
to India.
right?
In Spain, that's correct. And he moved back to India. Actually, the first time I had the pleasure of meeting Anand, I was very surprised. He had a very thick Spanish accent, and I was like a little taken aback.
Oh, his Spanish is very, very good, though.
It's very, very good, but you can instantly tell which region he's from, and that was what was surprising for me.
And we got Maurice with some thoughts on the Grishik game.
So speaking of Anand, they are playing this game, a theoretical battle, and in this position, Grishuk played the move A5. He played A6 to A5, seemingly sacrificing a pawn, but not quite. The point being that, of course, if you take with a pawn, the rook is already trained down this line, and if the rook were to take here, then instantly a tactic would come back. Rook takes b4, knocking the legs from under this rook. If you capture here, queen takes, and suddenly black is in the driver's seat, winning the game. Big advantage. It's almost impossible to defend that knight. So after the move A5, a little bit funky, Anand replied instantly with the move H4. Now remember, we talked about the fact that Grishuk is a time pressure hog. In his first game he played against Giri, it was completely ridiculous, that position he got himself in. He had just a few moves, and he had just a few minutes to play a lot of moves, and he was not able to hold the balance and went down in flames. Yesterday he also got into heavy time pressure against Aronian and managed to get out of that one as well. Well, now he's facing another player who's quite a serious player, and he took quite a while after that last move by Anand H4 to play a move which looks to my eyes as completely natural. You could have played in 5 seconds. H4 attacking your bishop, and he just dropped the bishop back. I don't get it. How do you explain this, Alejandro? H4, your bishop's under attack. Where else are you going to put it than on this square? Anyway, he took quite a bit of time. It seemed around 10, 12 minutes, I think, maybe even a little bit longer than that, to make this move, bishop to H6, which just seemed entirely natural. We'll see how he manages his time as the game proceeds. Guys?
Time pressure hog, where did this expression come from?
I actually have no idea. I've been hearing it since I moved to America, but I don't know exactly where it comes from.
Time pressure hog, it sounds, I always heard time pressure addict or things like that, but time pressure hog, well, certainly don't call any female chess players time pressure hogs.
I'll make sure not to do that in commentary. However, I think Grishuk basically is about as much of a let's go with time trouble addict as it gets. He always manages to get into time trouble, and I don't know how, even in the most theoretical of openings. Here
It's
he's
very
already
rare
played.
at the elite level.
It's very rare
just
for the
him.
elite level. It's just basically him that you're like, this guy has time trouble. Just don't worry about the first 3 hours. He's not going to make a move. Then he'll be in time trouble. He has to make 40 moves.
Well, the addiction for many people rises from the rush that you get, because you're like this out-of-body experience when you're in a chess position, it's intense, and you have very little time left. It really just it's like a drug.
That's true.
You lose your sense of time, and obviously, and time seems like it stretches out basically.
I think that Grishuk has perfected playing under time trouble, but that doesn't excuse him for getting into it. It's not that he doesn't lose games because of time trouble, because he does. And the problem is that sometimes he just double, triple, quadruple checks things a little too much. And as Maurice pointed out in this particular position, even though he might be worried that Anand has some kind of preparation, even though it's clear that the Indian player has some ideas in this situation, I mean, your bishop's under attack. You can't really realistically move it back to f6 or e7 as it's A, not doing anything, B, it was already there, C, it's under attack by the knight in certain variations. So that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to put it on f4 because I kick it out with g3 and I gain a free tempo. There's no reason why it doesn't want to play g3. So that only leaves bishop h6 and bishop h4. And since bishop h4 blunders a piece to the very cute idea queen h5, where the rook and the queen suddenly become a mating idea, that basically tells us, well, bishop h6 is absolutely forced. Just go ahead and play it and let Anand show his cards. Which we do have a new move in this position. Maurice, can you update us?
Well, we know the force of having great preparation, and we see the players when they blitz moves. We saw Fabiano do it. When he's got you in his sights, in some position he prepared, he doesn't sit there and monkey around. He just goes wham, wham, wham. Look at this. I am well prepared. You better watch out because you might fall for a trap. Well, here in this position, we saw the move H4. Grishuk gave pause. He thought for about 12 minutes or so on this move and finally played Bishop H6. And Anand said, bam, and put B5 down instantly. And then Grishuk, more or less, thought for a second and played the move Bishop to D7. And Anand said, bam, immediately, again, Knight C3. He's letting Grishuk know quite clearly, I know this position. It's been on my kitchen table. I worked with it with my seconds. And you better watch out because I have a deeply laid plan waiting for you, and I'm going to make sure you feel the pressure on every single move. Don't mess around. Don't mess up. Don't play a small mistake because I got you in my sights. And that's what's happening on this board. Another board, the same thing seems to be happening, is this one between Vachier-Lagrave and Topalov. After this move, Queen E1, Topalov went into a think. He started looking at it, decided, you know what, I'm going to play the move E5. I know you got to think about taking on E5, maybe Queen F2. What are you going to do here? Vachier-Lagrave came back to the table and bam, played F5 immediately. And after H6, dropped the knight back instantly as well. So two players on two boards are definitely feeling the pressure as black, as the players with white are showing very clearly, I'm well prepared, I'm relaxed. Look at Vachier-Lagrave. He looks like he's sipping tea in a cafe in Paris somewhere, so relaxed right now. And certainly Topalov wants to make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes and fall for any tricks as this game proceeds. Guys?
Actually, I want to take a quick look at the Anand Grishuk game because we have a new move. And it's a move that I thought of instantly, even though it doesn't make sense.
Whoa, what's this? D5.
It's something that comes back from my natural Sveshnikov childhood instincts, is to play this kind of breaks.
Well, any Sicilian, if you could get D5 in, it's
Right.
a party.
And D5 is probably the hardest move you would think to get into in the Sveshnikov. I mean, imagine just in this position, I tell you, yeah, next move it's going to be a D5 break by black. Well, you probably think I'm crazy.
Well, the crux of the Sveshnikov for white is getting that stronghold on D5 at the
Exactly.
expense of two bishops.
So now after knight c3, d5 was played, a very strong move that sacrifices a pawn, but it's saying, hey, I'm getting rid of my weakness on d6. So this pawn on d6 is no longer weak. If you take with the queen, I'm able to exploit this position of the queen in several variations. I can even try to trade off the queens in order to bring my rook into the fray. Notice how this bishop suddenly comes alive, and this bishop d2 check is very real threat, as well as
with
because
bishop b3, bishop d2 check, and
yeah, this is very ugly.
And then if king e2, we have bishop b3.
And another possibility,
Yeah.
which looks even stranger, is that sometimes, especially after I trade the queens, this bishop can actually jump to c1, a square that's not usually undefended in white's camp. But hey, it's bothering that pawn on b2, and defending it is not exactly trivial.
Fascinating battle. So, if you had to describe the Sveshnikov in one word, how would you describe it?
For the brave, definitely.
That's not one word.
Well,
Brave.
Brave. Yeah, it's a brave defense, and going into it also requires a certain amount of bravery. You have to be careful. So many moves where just one little strategical blunder, which looks like a natural move, will just cost you the game. So I always loved the complexity of this Sveshnikov, but I always thought you had to be very brave for certain of the variations in which especially white's or black's king comes under attack. And another point of this d5 move is actually to create an attack on the white king as soon as possible. I'm not going to be surprised that if Anand does take on d5 with the pawn, and he did, that black's going to try to get rid of this pawn on e5 by all means necessary.
Just wipe it off the board.
Wipe it off the board.
You're not allowed to do that.
You're not, but he's going to try in order to establish some kind of threats on the uncastled king that's even more difficult to castle because you played that intermediate move h4.
That's right.
That changed the
That
character
can-
of the position.
That can backfire. So, one word description of the Sveshnikov, you picked brave. Let's see a video where the players in Norway chess give a one-word description of their opponents.
One word. This is hard, actually. One word for him.
Strong, brilliant,
Consistency.
Consistency.
Psychological.
Cocky.
Unorthodox.
Eccentric.
Craftiness.
Perfectionist.
Fast.
Slow.
Talented.
Legend. Solid. World champion.
That's a tough one.
Young. Young. Cheeky guy.
Bold.
Bravery.
Creative. Creative.
Tricky.
A good guy.
That was amazing. That was great. I think Yuri wins that.
I think Hammer and I have the same definition of one word.
Yeah, Hammer. It's a tie between Hammer and Yuri.
That was really fun.
Yeah. Some of Yuri's responses were pretty funny.
It's funny how players perceive each other in different ways. Didn't Caruana say fast for Grischuk? And it's like, really? Really? This guy? The one that's always in time pressure?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah, but a great little piece. Maurice?
Yes, that was indeed humorous. And it's funny, one says creative and the other says clever. So which one, I guess, is how you look at the players. But taking a look at this game with Grischuk and Anand, this game, again, that theory, you saw the move D5. It was a bold move, absolutely. And Anand instantly responded with E takes D5 and walked away from the board. You know, you play a move like D5, inside you're thinking, yeah, look, you know, you think you've prepared so well. I'm going to play this great move, strong move, sacrificial move, variations to calculate. And Anand goes, come on, please. I was ready with that for that one too. And he just took right away on D5 and walked away. So that means Grischuk really understands quite well that Anand has the next 10 moves mapped out, that he knows exactly this position, that he's seen it before, and he is ready for any counterplay that Black has. So Grischuk is definitely up against the wall right now in that game. We go back to that other theoretical battle. After knight f3 played instantly, there were different moves to play. First moves on the computer's mind, king b8 or c4. But the third move, knight 8 d7, played immediately also by Topalov, forcing his opponent to think for the very first time in the game. So he might have finally gotten a chance to get his right foot in the opening battle there. A game we have ignored, we should get back to, guys, is this game with Geary and Carlsen. Carlsen has this impressive setup with the pawns in the middle of the board. He was able to maneuver, get his pieces on the squares, and now bishop e3. The key point here is that the move e5 is not playable for very obvious reasons. The main reason just being this capture on f3. And now this pawn is hanging. Also, the rook is eyeballing the bishop on c2, so you can't leave with the queen. So that means you have to take an ugly style with the pawn. And then even after that, the guy can sacrifice this knight. I say sacrifice, is a temporary one, because after queen takes, the bishop is hanging. So if you want to regain material, you have to go for this line and now take. But this is ugly. Look at this pawn structure. Black is going to be solid, bringing the king back into the game, and moves like bishop to b4, for example, immediately tickle white. And so Black is absolutely fine in this line. So Carlsen played much more solidly with the move bishop to e3. And the question is, even though these two pawns look great, can they get anywhere? Can they ever push? Simple moves like knight to b6, just ignoring the structure and looking at knight to c4 are possible. This shows that Black has a decent position. The engines are saying Black is completely fine here. But again, he's playing against Magnus Carlsen, so he has to be careful. So we'll see how this game proceeds as these two young players, Carlsen looking to get a win. He needs a win if he's going to get back in this tournament, but Geary looking quite confident. Guys?
Hey, but Geary was the one who called Magnus cocky.
Well, that's true.
But those two are friends, I think.
I think there's a kind of a friendly rivalry situation between all the top players at some point. Yeah, I would believe that.
But true friends, you think not too many, but probably a few.
It's hard to become true friends when, you know, a true friend knows so much about you, and that could be used against you over the board, some kind of psychological problem, some kind of situation in your life. I don't know if they want to reveal that much to players that you're going to be seeing in so many different countries and in so many different scenarios.
So we do have some tweets coming in, the hashtag Norway chess. One that really amused me is apparently Kramnik is in Norway, or maybe he did a Skype interview, but he told Dirk Jan from Doing Chess that Magnus shouldn't play the Berlin because he doesn't understand it.
Well, that's
Easy to say after yesterday, right?
well, we had talked about the fact that at least from what I've seen, Caruana is a much better Berlin player than Carlsen, and we had said that on the broadcast. So I'm not surprised that the one person that is responsible for everybody playing the Berlin comes in and says exactly what he thinks about Carlsen's proficiency.
You make him sound like such a villain.
Well,
The one guy
he was the
who
one
did it
guy.
all.
Well, if it wasn't for Kramnik, I don't think the Berlin would have skyrocketed in popularity the way that it did.
Well, Kramnik beating Gary Kasparov. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back to more for round 3 of the Grand Chess Tour.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreStLouis.com.
Norway Chess 2015, the first event of the Grand Chess Tour. We just saw a commercial for the beauty of St. Louis, how great of a city this is. Definitely take that to heart, you guys, and consider coming out for the Sinkfield Cup, which is the second event of the Grand Chess Tour. And that's going to be in late August.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic event. It's going to be probably only slightly stronger than Norway, as I believe the wild card from the U.S. is probably going to be slightly higher rated than Hammer, but it's going to be with the same 9 strong players that are participating in the entire Grand Chess Tour.
And it's a sizzling atmosphere here in the Central West End when you have the Sinkfield Cup.
Oh, absolutely.
Side
the entire
events.
street is filled with chess, basically.
Yeah, it's a real fun time. So, what game strikes you in this round as being the most rich? I mean, note that we've got all the top scorers playing each other, right? So Nakamura and Caruana, that doesn't seem yet so juicy, right? But we've also
unfortunately,
got...
no. It does seem like this game is headed towards a very dull position. We're not going to say that this is immediately a draw, but it's dull and it's solid and there's not much going on.
And these guys don't make a lot of mistakes.
They don't make a lot of mistakes, especially in positions where not that much is happening. It's not a position where a lot of pressure is being put on or there's a lot of complicated tactics, strategical imbalances, nothing like that. The worst thing that's happening in this position is this queen on a6 is slightly off place. And once that's fixed, I don't even know if Caruana has any problems at all.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. You know, I mentioned that Gary and Carlsen were kind of friendly. Nakamura, on the other hand, doesn't seem to mince words when he talks about some of his rivals.
He definitely says what he thinks, which is not necessarily a bad thing. And, well, he's shown over the years that he can play with any of the top players except, of course, for his negative record against Carlsen. And he shows it over the board over and over again, despite the fact that I've seen him grow as a chess player in many different directions. He goes from this very aggressive, I must win every game type of situations to, well, as long as I don't lose, I'm okay.
That's right. So Nakamura with lots of different gears and certainly a potential contender for the World Championship. He's been showing that he can take a spot in the top 5 for a really long time. He's been lingering there for years now, right?
That's correct. He's definitely been at least in the top 10 for the last 5 years or so. And
top 5 more for the last couple of years. I think he dipped once or twice, but usually he's in the top 5.
He's very close, if not in there, absolutely. And, well, even though that game between Nakamura and Caruana is probably not going to be as interesting as we had hoped, we do have a couple of battles that are going to be, in my opinion, great. I think this Anand game against Grischuk is shaping up to be very interesting. Grischuk played the move King H8 after a somewhat long think, and he didn't play what to me is the obvious move. And the obvious move here was to continue the plan that I was telling you earlier, to just make this E-pawn disappear and just move it forward. Say, hey, please take me. It's a cheeky move in a way. The knight cannot really take the pawn because it leaves the defense over b5, so you have to take with the rook. The problem is that after you take with the rook and I attack this rook, I'm not entirely sure if I should do it with the pawn or perhaps with the bishop onto f5. This rook's actually feeling very uncomfortable, but if it leaves the e-file and goes back to its spot, then after I play rook e8 check, I have some pressure on the e-file that's quite annoying. Suddenly the bishops are very active, and black gets a huge amount of initiative. On the other hand, it is 2 pawns that you're sacrificing, and from a psychological point of view, it's very clear that Anand would have prepared that. I have no doubt in my mind that Anand would have at least looked at the move e4 if he took on d5 so quickly. Instead of that, Grischuk decided to play a quieter move, King h8, which has a couple of ideas. First, the move f5 becomes a little bit more tempting to play since it doesn't open the diagonal towards the king. And it's also, in a way, a slightly waiting move, trying to figure out where white is going to develop this bishop on f1 and perhaps adjust the plans accordingly.
So we've got a really rich game for us in store in this one. And another one,
I think that's going to be fantastic. It's going to be difficult for both sides to play. It's very sharp already. White's up a pawn, but he has to deal with a lot of weaknesses.
another rich game which involves 2 of our tournament leaders, Vasya Lagrave and Veselin Topalov. Now, if Nakamura and Caruana don't create a decisive result, this is where our potential is to have a clear leader in the event.
You're not giving any hope of Giri beating Carlsen?
No, I mean, that's possible.
Carlsen going 0-3 at the start of the tournament?
That would be too tragic for so many Norwegian fans. I don't know if they could handle it.
I don't think they could handle it either, but we're going to have to see how these couple of games go. But absolutely, I think that the MVL game against Topalov is shaping up.
We're likely to see a clear leader emerge.
I think so, just because the position is so rich and so sharp that it's difficult to get into one of these drawish positions. I mean, if this is a draw, it's going to be a fighting draw. It's going to be some kind of perpetual check or everything's hanging and massive exchanges happened. But I don't see that in any way, shape, or form happening in the near future. Both kings are on opposite flanks, and that always indicates a very sharp struggle where material balance is less important than king safety, and we're going to have to see how the advanced position of the pawns for both sides in front of their kings will be punished by their opponent. Currently, black's focusing on targeting this weak e4 pawn, so I would not be surprised if Topalov chooses to move c4 in order to bring this knight from d7 to c5, attack e4, and maybe even establish a passed pawn by forcing white to trade into the knight that would eventually land on d3. Meanwhile, MVL, he needs to figure out how to develop his pieces. He has a couple of issues. He would like to play the bishop to e3 in many lines, but he has to be careful that this pawn on e4 isn't hanging, especially after I bring my knight into c5. However, he does also want to open up the c-file, and the problem with playing b3 is that it makes it so much easier for the Frenchman to go b3 at a certain point and say, hey, I'm opening up your king even further. Are you sure you want to do this?
So yeah, that game looks like it is going to be a party indeed.
It's definitely going to be interesting. MVL just played the move King H1, just a little bit quieter. It's, again, saying to black, show me what your cards are. I want to see exactly how you're going to proceed before I commit myself.
Yeah, so we're going to have to keep a close eye and see how Topalov decides to proceed here.
Right. I don't expect too many moves to be played quickly, simply because it's such a sharp and difficult position
And
for
they've
both
already
sides.
made 19 moves. So
They made 19 moves,
that-
but about 17 of them were theory, right? So I expect them
True.
to slow down a little bit, take a breather, see what's going on in the position, and make sure that all of the next moves are precise. As we mentioned, any imprecision here might cost dearly.
But that's what happens when you play so much theory. It gives you the luxury of having more time for the rest of your moves.
Absolutely, something that Chris Shook desires in every single game, and luckily for him, he played about, 17, 18 moves of theory, and he'll have plenty of time to think for his following 22 moves.
Yeah, it's just a way of making the first time control shorter, if you will. I mean, longer.
Yes, absolutely.
Because instead of having 2 hours for 40 moves, or in certain openings, maybe 35, 36, you now got
Well, there's no time control. There's like, yeah, come in, bring me my second time control right off the bat. That happens very rarely, but it does happen once in a while. And we're going to see Carlsen against Giri in this position. If you told
now
me...
it's really looking like a Roy Lopez.
Right, if you told me that this was a Ruy Lopez, I would be like, sure.
Well, except that the E5 thing is green.
The E5 thing is green. Well, let's update the game. The D5 move was
Now.
played. Now it does look like a Ruy Lopez.
Exactly.
And this happens often, and this is something that I always tell a lot of my students. Stop memorizing your openings. Try to start understanding positions, because you never know when something weird's going to happen and you just transpose into a known structure. In this case, it's not so important to know exactly what the next move is. Nobody really cares. What's important here is understanding what the pawn structures are about, where your pieces belong, what your plans are, why you chose this specific position over another type of Ruy Lopez structure. And all these ideas are much more important than saying the computer thinks G6 is 0.0001 better than, I don't know, knight G4.
Let's remind viewers about the tournament structure here for the Grand Chess Tour, for those of you who
Absolutely.
are just tuning in. So this tournament format, it's 3 tournaments. Norway is the kickoff, then we've got the Sinquefield Cup, then London Chess Classic. 9 players have agreed to participate in all 3 of the Grand Chess Tour events, and we've got a 10th player as a wild card for each one. Drawing of the lots for Norway chess were determined by a blitz tournament, with which Maxime Bachir-Legrave won. And you'll obviously see that he chose 5 whites here in Norway chess. But the pairings will be reversed at the Sinquefield Cup. Now let's take a look at the prize fund. $75,000 for first in each Grand Chess Tour event, but there's also bonus prizes for coming out on top in the Grand Chess Tour rankings. So another $75,000 up for grabs for the top point scorer of the Grand Chess Tour combined. But how are those points calculated? Well, you get 13 points for coming clear first, all the way down for 1 point for getting 10. So what's interesting, it's not just about adding up your score for each tournament. Instead, it's about adding up the points based on your placement.
Right.
And that
exactly.
that's an important distinction, because if you have somebody like Fabiano Caruana, who just steamrolled the Sinquefield Cup, he would still only get 13 points.
Right, it's a little bit of a different system, but I think it makes a little bit more sense when you're on a chess tour, and maybe just the ambiance is different. It wasn't leaning towards one player just steamrolling everybody and taking the tour without a lot of fight. I like the system much better than scoring just based on the points.
I agree, because it adds that other element to it.
Absolutely. And, well, speaking of people that need their Grand Tour points, there's a lot of catching up to do for certain players, and we're going to have to look at Levon Aronian, who he wants to be up there. He wants to prove, again, he's in the top of the chess world, but his results have been a little lackluster in the entire recent year, I would say. We have him being white against...
I love John Ludwig's one-word description of Aronian. A good guy.
1, 2, 3. What's the difference? He is a really good guy, though. You can't blame him for choosing this phrase, at least. Aronian favors a lot of the times to open with English-style setups, which is exactly what he did in this case. And we're going to have a position that's known as a reverse Sicilian. More normally, we see this position with opposite colors and the bishop not on g2. But because of the extra tempo, Black doesn't have the choice of going for a very quick Yugoslav attack or something very sharp. Instead, they retreat the knight to b6, and they play it a little bit safer. This position has been seen quite a few times. The move knight d5 is interesting. Notice how this knight has actually moved 4 times. Knight f6. Sorry about that. Knight jumps to f6, to b6, and then it ends up establishing itself on d5 anyway. So after bishop d2, f6 was placed, simply solidifying the pawn on e5. Queen c2, knight b6, again removing the knight from d5, saying to Aronian, just, well, prove to me what you're going to do against my slight space advantage granted by the pawn on e5. Aronian's like, all right, I'll develop my initiative on the queen side. B4, knight d4 was played, one of the softer spots in this structure for white. Absolutely have to take this knight. And after pawn takes d4, Aronian played the move knight a4 with actually some threats. He's threatening to take b7 immediately with the bishop, and he's also threatening to establish his knight on c5 in certain occasions. John Ludwig Hammer decided, hey, let's trade some pieces, let's relieve the pressure over this diagonal, play bishop d5.
And trying to remove that very strong bishop on g2.
Yes, that seems to make quite a bit of sense. My question right now would be, what happens if I play the move knight takes b6 is what I'm looking at right now. There is the problem that if I capture on g2 and I capture on a8, you probably do have to take my rook. I take your bishop, and then surprisingly, there is nobody to take the knight on a8, because if I take it with the queen, I play queen takes c7, which looks devastating. And if you try to be a little more patient by first playing c6 in order to say that this knight is trapped on a8, I'm worried that something along the lines of queen a4 check will be a problem, hitting the pawn on d4, and black's going to be ending up a pawn down anyway. So after knight takes b6, it doesn't seem like bishop takes g2 is a very wise idea. That leaves me with capturing the knight immediately. However, if I take with the a pawn, which is the more natural recapture, after bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, I have the move queen takes c7, again just basically winning a pawn. That would leave you only with the relatively ugly move pawn takes b6. And well, this pawn structure here is already a little bit of a concession. It does allow black to establish some kind of rook on c8 and maybe fight for the file, but I'm not exactly thrilled about having this pawn structure be so weakened on the queen side. John Ludwig Hammer is going to have to rely on some of his piece activity to keep white away from a strong advantage. I would rather be white in this position for sure. And Aronian, he did take on b6, asking the question precisely, how exactly are you going to capture my pieces now?
And Maurice, your thoughts on the openings as they shape up in round 3?
Well, one game that has me totally transfixed, I have to admit. I've been analyzing this position for quite some time. I can't understand it. I just don't know what's going on at all. And I know the players are going to be challenged to figure it out themselves. The problem here is that black is looking for counterplay in the middle of the board. That is Topalov. But Vasiliev has to figure out how exactly, since we're opposite side castles, how exactly does he deal with these pawns on this side? It's hard to figure out which pushes to make. For one thing, your knight has to get some security because it's the one helping to guard this pawn, and black could come after it very quickly. It's also not so easy to bring this bishop into the game because if you go to e3, you self-block this pawn right here, the queen's defense, so b4 will be a problem knocking the legs out from under the pawn by chasing the knight. So what move to make here for white? I don't really know exactly how to proceed. So the question then is, let's say black makes a waiting move, an improving move like king to b8. He could play another key move, rook he8 as well, which is what he played in the game. But let's say he just waits around, keeps his position solid. What should white do? So I've been trying to figure out myself. I asked the engine. The engine comes up with different kind of ideas. One key move being the move b3. Now this, of course, stops c4, makes it less obvious to play this move. But let's keep playing another waiting move in this position, like knight to b6. It's not quite a waiting move. It actually has a critical point, this move. But again, how does white proceed exactly? Remember, b4 is always on tap if you're not careful for this pawn. So we play the move a3, making sure b4 you can deter it for the long term if it ever gets on the board. And now the strange move, knight to c8. You might wonder what the purpose of this move is. Well, the point is, if bishop e3 now a natural move, the move knight to a7, and suddenly there was this You thought you were just playing king b8 as a waiting move. The knight is now maneuvering itself to the d4 square. White will have to respect this idea. Any simple move like rook c1, knight c6 lands on the board. Black has repositioned this knight to a great square. Now it's headed for d4, and white hasn't said much in this position. So this one is a rich alternative. Going back again after king to h8, the move rook h e8 was actually played in the game. This is another situation. It's still the same thing. What do you plan to do from this position? Sorry, it's here that he played rook h8. What do you plan to do in this position as white? It's just not so obvious. I mentioned again, if bishop to e3, the move b4 really questions you and asks you what you're going to do about this pawn. Clearly weakening the king somewhat. The rook might come over or a3 might happen, but it's a really rich, uncertain position with this weird pawn structure for both sides. This pawn on f5 stopping the pawn storm on this side, but with the pawns already down, black has to be very careful. If black's counterplay is on this side, but he's advancing pawns on that side in order to get the central break, the central pressure, he's going to weaken himself in order to get something. So maybe white can wait. Very difficult to understand, guys. Exploring and exploring, we know the players are going to spend a lot of time, despite having moved so quickly early in the game, they're going to spend a lot of time trying to work out the nuances in this very rich, complex position.
Thank you. And yes, we do have a couple of very exciting games in store today for round 3. And that's all you really need, right? It's okay if like one game's a little drier.
No, I agree. And I think the excitement that's going to be brought by the games that are actually interesting will more than make up for it.
That's right. And we are going to, I think, see a clear leader after this round. That's my prediction.
It's a good prediction. I can believe it. It does seem like it's going to go towards a decisive game in this MVL Topalov game.
Now we have some exciting news. We've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, who is going to be interviewing Silvio Danailov, Topalov's manager, as we go on a break. So enjoy that, you guys. And hello to Yasser and Silvia.
Hello, St. Louis, and welcome back to Norway. Once again, I'm here with Silvio Danailov, and I want to pick Silvio's mind for a completely different reason than what's happening on the chessboard. Rather, Silvio was the architect of the Grand Slam Chess Tour. Silvio, tell us a little bit about the Grand Slam Chess Tour, how it came into your mind, and what happened.
Well, if you remember, we started our super tournament in Sofia.
A great tournament.
You were there, invited many years, I think, in a row. And in 2006, in the second year, it came to my mind what we should do for the professional chess. Because, let's face it, FIDE, everybody's complaining, blah, 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 whatever you want. But FIDE is a non-profit organization. FIDE is not responsible for professional chess. In a way, yes, but in general, they're responsible for all kind of chess. So we
scholastics, veteran, prison chess, everything.
Yes, and this is a lot. This is a lot. So we cannot blame them that professional chess is not doing well. So if we want to do something about it, is to create professional tour, professional organization, like tennis, like golf, because everybody, no, few people know that the first Wimbledon, there was 50 viewers in live. 50, no more. And now, what is Wimbledon? And okay, I organized a meeting in Sofia with the biggest tournaments. And I tell them, okay, let's do it like professionals. Let's unite our efforts and organize it Grand Slam.
So you had a Grand Slam of chess. You brought together the top tournaments in the world, including your own MTEL, which had the Sofia rules as well.
Yes, it was MTEL, Linares, Vacancy in that time, and we are looking for, in the beginning was 3 of us, and then we are looking for big final.
Right. Which ended up being Bilbao.
Yeah, which ended up being Bilbao. They were very interested, and they organized a great final with the winners of all the other tournaments, and the prize fund was amazing for that time. Was 400,000 euro for 6 players,
which would maybe even still be the record today in terms of the biggest prize fund for a single tournament competition, not world championship matches. Sorry.
Yes, probably. Yes, I don't know the figures exactly, but I guess
definitely competitive.
Yes. Then Nanjing
a tournament from China joined the Grand Slam.
Joined the Grand Slam, which is also a great tournament, and really, really big, with a very big prize fund also. And then Mexico was very interested to enter. So we need to pick up all the continents, if it's possible, and to make big Grand Slam. The idea was 6 tournaments, and the winners are playing final. So we are doing really well until one moment.
So you're fantastically in this moment, and you ran 4 cycles, yes? 2006,
2006, 2006, 2007, 8, and I think 9 was the last one.
Okay. So everything's going perfectly. You're growing. You've got tournaments around the world, from China, Mexico's coming, Europe. Everybody's happy. Something went wrong. What happened?
No, I can tell you more. I even went to Seattle.
My hometown.
Your hometown, to meet with Eric Anderson, which the guy was very interested, and he told me, look, we are definitely interested, we want to enter in the Grand Slam, and will be tournament in Seattle every year with huge prize fund, so it was, you know.
Fantastic.
So you have Europe, the best tournaments in Europe, and you have China, you have
America, Seattle,
and Mexico. So
wow.
This was, you know, in Latin America. So it is, and the final with big prize fund in Bilbao. This was the idea. So what went wrong? Many things happened. First, the crisis hit us.
The financial crisis.
2008. Yeah, 2008. We all remember that this crisis started and hit us very. Many of the tournaments they had big problems, financial problems, but not only this one. Not only this one. We couldn't reach agreement between ourselves. We are too green, let's say, and everybody was thinking that his tournament is the best.
Okay.
Let's say Vacans they were claiming we have the tradition, 70 years old, we are very special. Linares, they were claiming, oh, we are Linares, Wimbledon of chess, Kasparov is here all the time, you know, and this kind of stuff, and which was make very difficult to reach certain agreement between the parties. You know, it's easy things like dress code, easy things to put.
What's the problem with the dress code?
Some of the tournaments was against.
Seriously?
Yes, let's say Linares was against to put unification dress code for everybody, you know, and Sofia rules also. And Sofia rules are brilliant, you know.
Play to the finish. What's the problem?
Here,
yeah,
you see the games every day is really exciting.
Great battles, and the players are forced to play to the finish. It's wonderful.
Yeah. If you have this limit of 30 or 40 moves, it will be different. You understand what I mean?
Exactly.
Or if you don't have Sofia rules, it will be disaster.
Again, agreed, yeah.
You have draws on 20 moves or 25 moves. It's an unclear position. You understand?
Right.
You're a professional. And I think we couldn't reach agreements on many things, which was because we were...
Everybody had their own self-interest or something like this, yeah?
First of all, this, and that's, nobody was seeing the big picture. Everybody was seeing the small picture. His tournaments, his interest, you know, his trademark. You understand? But nobody was thinking about developing, about growing, you know. And of course, I think one of the biggest mistake was not to fight for the general sponsor, to sell this package, to sell this Grand Slam package to some big company. To have
a title sponsor, yeah?
Title sponsors, big one. And this was, we failed because nobody was working on that. Because we were fighting between each other for small things. Because everybody was thinking that he's the best, and he's the most important.
If I was going to ask you a key question, you're seeing now the Grand Chess Tour. It's the first year. They have 3 tournaments. They already announced Jakarta. Quick question, what would be your advice to the organizers of this Grand Chess Tour?
Be united. Don't fight for small things. Fight. Take a look for the big picture, not in the small picture. Don't be ego involved. Don't be selfish. Don't think about your tournament. You're the best. Just think about growing, including new tournaments, and finding very important big sponsor, big company, serious company, who hold all the package and grow. And don't fight for small things. Don't discuss small things. Just be clever.
Thank you, Silvio. Thank you very, very much. Back to you in St. Louis.
and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. We are at Norway Chess 2015. Great to hear from Yasser and Silvio. And now back to the games. We've got a couple of really interesting battles today, including Anand's game against Grishuk. But what about Carlsen Giri?
Well, this game has just baffled me. I do not understand the last few moves from Giri. He decided that after the closing of the position, he would establish a strong knight on c5. All right, so far so good. Magnus retreated his bishop to c2, basically because he wanted to preserve the pair of bishops. However, after the move b4, which is a very nice move with the idea of not allowing this knight to get kicked out of c5, Carlsen decided, I'm going to do it anyway, a3.
All very logical.
All very logical with the idea that if you take, I'm going to go b4 and then take on a3 later. And Giri played the move b3. And this is a little confusing to me because here Carlsen said, well, thank you for the pawn. Bishop takes c5. And that was the defender of the b3 pawn. If you take on c2, which Giri did not do,
Bishop b6, yeah.
this pin on the diagonal is absolutely lethal. That's just an extra exchange. And I will be able to capture your passed but weak pawn on c2 pretty much next move. So the question becomes, what kind of compensation does Giri think he have in this position after queen b6, bishop c4, rook e c8, bishop d3 was played, safeguarding the bishop. And I can see that Giri actually has plenty of positional compensation in certain ways. For example, his pieces, his major pieces, are very active on the queen side, controlling the important squares and controlling the file, which is going to be even more reinforced when I put my bishop on h6, making sure that there's never going to be a rook coming into c1. And even though he does also have the pair of bishops, the position's a little bit too close for that to matter. So, I don't know, he does have some compensation, but is it enough for a pawn? My instincts say not quite enough for a pawn. Maybe close, but not quite there.
Yeah, so why go for this then? And didn't Black have other acceptable options?
Absolutely, he had plenty of acceptable options. Listing them would take us a long time, seriously. There was just a lot of good moves that he could have played instead of establishing the knight on c5 and going b4. He could have played, not play b4 in this position. He could have played after b4, a3, just take on a3 and retreat the knight on the next move. He had a lot of things to do. It's not like he was forced into this. He just did this voluntarily.
Perhaps he liked the nature of the positions here, where he has a little bit more initiative rather than getting pushed back, but still an odd choice by Anish Giri, and we'll stay tuned to see if Magnus gets his first score of the tournament.
Well,
he's
up a pawn. I mean, if he's not going to do it now, when is he going to do it? He needs to make sure that this positions where he's slightly better, he needs to defend him comfortably, but eventually this pawn is going to matter, are the types of positions he actually converts. It's going to be difficult for me to believe that Magnus Carlsen will recover in this tournament if he doesn't win this game.
And Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, if Magnus Carlsen is up a pawn, he has no weaknesses in his position, and he has no time pressure issues, and he doesn't win, well, then something's rotten in the state of Norway, at least. That would just be crazy if that happened in this game. I predict a win for Magnus. I would be stunned if he didn't win that game. But these games, I'm still looking at a couple of other games that are so rich. Remember, we saw these moves get blitzed out, the one between Vasily Agrov and Topalov, and now hankering down is Vasily Agrov. The move f5 was played earlier, rook e8 now on the board, and his preparation is out the window. He's in new territory now. And remember, I was saying how I was analyzing, trying to figure out what to do next with white, and I was analyzing with a computer as well, just suggesting ideas. There's nothing concrete here that the engines come up with. There's nothing I could fashion for white. These pawns don't seem proper to advance at any easy stage anyway for a while. How do you develop the queen side properly? Where do these pieces go? Alejandro, you pointed out this interesting maneuver, knight b8 to c6 to d4 could happen in the position as well. So white is certainly unclear about what to do next. This is a totally crazy position. Now, another position that's wild is this one, the one with Anand and Grishuk. the move f5 did get played and g3 followed up. Black can play some interesting ideas here. The move f4 is certainly a move to consider. The idea of trading on g3, opening the file, getting the bishop into the e3 square, very dynamic idea. And if you try to shut it down with g4, well, guess what could land? The move f3 could land on the board quite easily, deflecting this bishop from the defense of this pawn, establishing a pawn in a position, and looking to bring your bishop into a good square. If you take here, by the way, there's some crazy moves, like the move bishop to c1 the Indians come up with, bishop c1, like out of nowhere. The point being that queen c1 is met by rook takes f3, and black feels very comfortable here. White's pawns are all over the place, and black is looking to bring pressure along this line. The b5 pawn is hanging. Black has a lot of activities, not easy to castle. The king is not safe. Wild, chaotic play could break out on that board. So two boards, really super interesting structures at work. In the meantime, calmer waters can be seen here in the game with Ravan Aronian and John Ludwig Hammer. Aronian looks like he's definitely got a little bit of an edge with this pawn structure being fractured as well. So some sharp games. If you add the Magnus game in it, only the game between the two Americans seems like it's going to certainly peter out into a draw. But these other games look crazy, look like a lot of fun. We'll be following them quite closely here in this round. Guys?
It's funny that even though Magnus Carlsen is up a pawn, actually my favorite position out of any in the games today is probably a tie between Aronian's very solid slight advantage that he has against Hammer, that he loves playing, he loves nurturing this kind of positions and winning in very technical style. And in the game, MVL against Topalov, I really, really like Black's chances. It's not necessarily true that Black's better, but to me, it's more natural to come up with nice maneuver and interesting ideas for Black than it is to establish White's position in any way, shape, or form.
Well, we did find some insight into why Queen E1 might have been played with White's last move, 20 bishop d2.
I guess there might be some cheapos along this diagonal where a skewer might happen against the rook, but man, that's a little far-fetched at the moment. I don't know why the bishop's on d2. Let's remember that this knight that's currently on c3 doesn't have that many good squares to go to. It doesn't want to retreat to d1 or e2. I don't see how it improves itself. It would like to go to a4, but for now there's a pawn on the way. And knight d5 is always going to be impossible as black has more than enough control.
Right, and note that this bishop a5 cheapo, as you call it, wouldn't even work in that variation because the knight can simply interpose in b6.
Right. I mean, if white does establish the bishop on a5, even if you do play knight b6, it seems like it's a little victory for the Frenchman.
Right, but not if we have to lose a pawn along the way by playing knight d5.
That's true. That's a good point. The knight d5 wouldn't be sufficient compensation just to establish a bishop on a5. So we're going to have to see how MVL really tries to treat this position. The bishop on d2 to me seems a little awkward, and I'm liking black's chances in this game.
Yeah, the knight on c3 is awkward. That's a problem. We really need, we want to kind of play b4 or bishop a5 or a4, and a lot of our plans are disrupted by this knight on c3.
Right, it doesn't seem as harmonious as I would like it. It's an important bastion of white's position because it establishes defense over the e4 pawn. But it itself is kind of on the way. The bishop on d2 wants to go to a5. The rook wants to come to c1 and attack on the c file. And it just seems like the knight, well, thank you for your service, but come on, move to g3 or somewhere where you're doing the same thing, but you're not in the way of the pieces.
Maybe he's thinking about sacrificing it at some point trying to play the move b4 with the idea of knight d5.
I think at some point MVL is going to have to sacrifice something. So your idea of b4 is definitely something that will enter his mind. The problem is how to do it in a way that he gets compensation. I don't see any logical follow-up for white that doesn't involve a sacrifice of something.
That's right. So something with b4, knight d5, opening up the files on, the bishop on c2 will be taboo for the moment because of rook c1. That kind of thing. But because of that, Topalov might choose to make a typical move that you would make when you queenside castle, which is to play king b8, just to get his king off of the line of fire.
We had seen this idea of king b8 as Maurice was mentioning. Of course, king b8 doesn't allow me to establish this knight as quickly as I wanted on d4. which is one of the ideas I thought was very logical in the position,
Right.
even though the computer doesn't come up with it. Then maybe the idea of playing knight d5 is more feasible, but even
Because
here...
you can't block on b6 anymore.
Right, but even here this looks a little dubious. Taking on d5, taking on d5, and ideas of e4 really make me worried for White's position. I think that this initiative that I gained with the bishops on the king side might be a little bit too much. I don't think the tactics work out for you if you play bishop a5.
No. it
Not
doesn't
even
seem that way.
close. So this looks bad. If this doesn't work, I like that move knight b6. Knight b8, gunning for knight c6. Also taking control over the a5 square temporarily and trying to establish the knight on a superb square on d4. In the Geary game between Carlsen and Geary, we do have a couple of more moves. As I think I mentioned a little while ago, Geary did play the move g6 with the idea of establishing a bishop on h6, just securing the fact that he has control over the file. And it's going to be annoying for Carlsen to find moves, but if somebody can come up with ideas in a position that looks absolutely dry, that will be Carlsen. And if you give him an extra pawn to do so, I think he's going to at least try to pressure Geary somehow. He's going to first remove Black's pieces from the queen side that are so threatening. How he does that exactly, well, we're going to have to see his technique for it.
And Maurice.
Yeah, I've been looking at that game as well, Alejandro, and I'm looking at the c4 square. It looks like this maneuver, of course, knight f1 is perfect. Forget about this side of the board. The knight had nothing to do over there. But it looks like a transit point to the c4 square. And that seems like it's not so hard to accomplish. I mean, if you just put the knight on d2, this pawn cannot be captured because obviously rook a b1 picks off this bishop. That's a done deal. But what can Black do to stop an idea of a knight landing on this square? Now, my thought was Benko-style compensation. Bishop usually has this great diagonal for the Benko. This bishop here trading itself for a knight doesn't seem that impressive. But the engine say against a5, trying to hold White down, White can still play this move b4 because, again, this trade doesn't work because of the bishop hanging on b7. So that tactical moment is a problem. So that means after you take on b4, the rook can go somewhere. It could maybe c3. Let's not be too aggressive and drop it back. And now the knight goes to c4. This position, I'm not sure about because now the bishop is guarding this. The rook is guarding this bishop. So maybe not as strong a position. But when you look, suddenly this move and the queen is starting to look a little funky. Or maybe another move here after queen takes b4. Maybe the other rook. I'm not sure. I'm looking at variations, and it's uncertain. Maybe he could have just held the pawn instead. But the point is that right here, the fact that this knight can get to c4, guarding the pawn at least, maybe advancing. Maybe now you see where Black is thinking of his compensation, that this pawn on a5 could restrain White somehow. But you feel like he's just a step away from just being down a clean pawn. That this file won't matter so much, especially if this becomes the dominant factor. And if a knight lands on c4, for sure the file means nothing at all. And I feel like White will just take maybe 4 or 5 moves by Magnus Carlsen to prove that he's just up a pawn and that he's going to win his first game. Guys?
Well, a bold prediction, definitely, but a pawn is a pawn. Magnus went away a different approach to getting the knight on to c4. He went through e3 instead. Geary didn't bother on taking the knight, which he could have on e3. He decided he wanted to keep his bishop there, so he didn't swap the bishop for the knight. And instead, he played a very quick a5. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that he has a good idea prepared against the move knight c4. But that looks pretty logical to me. You put the knight on c4. If I play the move queen b3, I'm slightly worried again about the ideas of bringing this knight from f3 to d2. This queen, well, it's not very comfortable. It probably has to, Black probably has to trade on d2. I take with the knight. And again, these ideas of queen takes b2 are still no longer possible because, as Maurice has shown us over and over, this rook can come to b1, skewer the queen to the bishop, and that seems lethal. Therefore, the queen should retreat.
But as if the bishop wasn't a problem enough. being hemmed in and not being able to move effectively.
Right, it's not sufficient that it's a bad bishop. It's also on the way of me actually doing something because I have to protect it. You're right. This bishop is a liability.
Well, and that's why a lot of the times in the Roy Lopez, although I know this wasn't a Roy Lopez, it looks like one, but when white does play d5, a lot of times it's in variations with the bishop on b7 because the bishop really would prefer to be on c8 in these lines, or d7.
Just anywhere where it's at least not being targeted by your opponent, absolutely. I think that in this kind of positions, the bishop on b7 is black's worst piece, and it's going to show because it gives Magnus just about enough time to try to get a knight to c4, and if he manages to establish this knight on c4, it's going to be very difficult for Giri to prove that he actually has some compensation. Even in certain scenarios where the queen side is simply liquidated and Giri manages to recover a pawn, suddenly a knight on c4 is a very strong piece. It attacks the pawn on d6, allows the rooks to come in. I think that Carlsen might find a way to solidify his position and establish a pawn majority on the queen side. That should be enough.
And we've got Maurice with some thoughts on another game.
No, actually, I want to stick with this game. This is pretty critical because the moment is now for Magnus to be able to play this move c4. So if we back up to this moment, here, the move a5, b4 is definitely on tap. I mean, again, we see that the trade, he cannot play queen takes because of rook to b1. So what else can he do? If he drops his rook back, then suddenly a move like b5 is in effect. And the pawn is now on b5. It's not back at b2 sweating. It's sitting on b5, and there are no easy tactics for black to prove anything at all. It's just a defended pawn. This bishop looks completely ridiculous. What is black going to do? So after this move, knight e3, a5, b4, takes, he could also try the move rook to c3 in this position, and now he could consider b5 again, but I think b5 is probably a problem after bishop takes on e3, and now we see some tactics starting to emerge on this line. Might be a little scary for white, having to take with the queen or take with the pawn. You see the pin is starting to be a real issue here. So instead of that, after rook to c3, the move knight to c4 is again playable, testing black. Will he take the pawn? Well, he could think about taking the pawn, and I'll take a look at this line. Rook a b1, I'd like to win a piece. Bam, suddenly a queen sacrifice, like out of nowhere. If you take here, rook takes, now rook takes b4, and when you look at this position, it looks quite odd, the imbalance. You've got a rook and bishop for queen here with the structure all on one side. Is this better for white, significantly better for white? Is the queen enough to win the game? This would be a really interesting position for Giri to play and say to Magnus, I don't think you can win this position, although this weak pawn on d6 does give you pause. I mean, maybe this bishop can guard it and make it very difficult for the queen to show the weakness. We know that when you have a queen against a rook and bishop, it's extremely important that the queen finds weaknesses. And here, it's not that obvious. So this is a critical position for Magnus to analyze. If he looks at the move b4 right now, maybe he'll just decide to be a bit more patient. But no question, he's studying this move as it is definitely on tap in the position. Guys?
That's a fascinating line, Maurice. Thank you. And yeah, in addition to needing weaknesses when you have the queen, you also really need an unsafe king to kind of work away at.
You at least need something to target. The problem is that the queen doesn't create much by itself. It needs to be already attacking something that was weakened by other pieces. In this case, in that variation that Maurice was showing us, I just think black's too solid. With only one weakness on d6, and even the capacity in certain variations of bringing this bishop around.
But he has made a move, and it looks
c5.
like it was towards the queen side. Did he play b4?
He did play b4. All right, so we might see a queen sacrifice in this position. If, for example, after pawn takes b4, the variation we're looking at here is rook c3, correct? Knight, which looks like the most logical move to me if I cannot take on b4. Knight c4, and then, well, it seems like my arm spin twist. I have to play this. I just have to play queen takes b4. I cannot imagine that I can retreat and claim any real compensation if the knight goes to a5.
That's right, and now we get this forcing line where
you have this forcing line
rather than giving up the bishop on b7,
and then you
take on c4.
And now let's analyze a little bit because I'm not forced to take this queen, right? I'm assuming there's something wrong with taking my rook. in this position. I would play queen takes c4, I think is forced.
Yeah, queen takes e4, and then after...
Takes c4, rook takes c4, rook
No,
takes
the problem
b7.
is e4 hangs in the end of this variation.
And I guess in this position, black should have enough resources to somehow hold the draw. There's a problem with the d5 pawn being too weak.
Again, we're very solid, and we've picked up a pawn.
Right, this doesn't seem like it's something Giri should be too worried about. So perhaps it is better to take the queen, even though I still think that in this position, black should be okay. I mean, I don't think that white has the pieces he would want to have. The bishop on d3 is not a very good piece. It's already hemmed in by his own pawns. There's no dark square control from white, which is a big problem.
Especially if we're trying to target d6.
Right, and this bishop, I mean, worst case scenario, it goes back to f8 and it defends d6 for the rest of its life. Best case scenario, it finds a way to maneuver into c5 where it defends the pawn on d6 and attacks a very weakened f2. So, I mean, don't count out black's activity, whereas white's plans, I mean, they don't come to me as naturally.
I can't even think of a plan for white, exactly. I mean, maybe we'll throw in h4, but
yeah,
it doesn't really lead to anything.
No, I don't see too much here for white. I mean, of course, it's white that has the chances of winning. I don't see black actually
So
forcing.
is this all totally forced? Let's go back.
It's not totally forced. It does look likely, though.
But maybe that other endgame, the exchange down one, leaves more potential. Let's look at that again.
Sure. After bishop takes c4, you mean?
Yes.
Queen takes c4 seems forced. I imagine that I should take on c4. Let's try taking on b7 first. Let's see. I have to take on.
So now after taking on e2 and throwing in a check on c1, we're also going to. Well, you have knight. You don't really have knight e1 because then we have this bishop d2, which is.
Bishop d2. I can play king f1.
Well, I was thinking I was going to win e4 back, but obviously this is under way better circumstances for you.
Right. So this
yeah,
is
that would
still
be pretty bad, actually.
a little bit of an issue here for
okay,
black.
so let's try again.
Right. So the question becomes after queen takes c4, rook takes b7 immediately. What is?
Rook takes b7 immediately. Before we were looking at queen c4, rook b7, and then knight e4, and it seems like black's doing pretty well. So it just goes to show that everybody is prone to this, like, looking at all the most forcing moves, right?
Yes.
So this one seems a bit better, but...
I don't see any way of recovering the pawn immediately. I mean, there is obviously some pressure in this position, but there might be some trick. I'm just missing it.
Well, maybe the problem is you just can't defend e4, because if we take on... We lose time, but if we just take on e2 and then play rook c4, how are you defending it?
Very cold-blooded, but it's possible, especially because the rook on e2 now doesn't guard the first rank, which might cost white a tempo. So after rook c4, I simply recover the pawn on the next move. Again,
which is very similar to the same variation we looked at.
Absolutely, and hey, if I get the e4 pawn, d5 is going to be weak. I think it might be also okay for Giri. Yeah, this looks okay.
And Maurice, your thoughts? Which line do you think Magnus will choose?
Well, I don't think Magnus has the real problem. I think Giri has the real problem here. Magnus is saying, I'm up a pawn. You're going to have to get it back or prove some kind of compensation. Actually, compensation now means sacrificing something, the queen or an exchange, something in the position. So it's all on Giri now to find all those variations. And Magnus can just sit back and say, so which one do I think I can win? Maybe he can't win any of them, but take a look at one that may be promising for him after this line, after the trade, b4 takes, and rook c3, knight c4. So we're looking at the move queen takes b4, and the engine whirring away. There's different ways to play here, but the one I think might be the best one is rook e to b1, and after the sacrifice, take on c4, trade down, and take on b7 this way. Now, that looks like it gives away the pawn immediately, but the problem is f7 in this line, in the other line when the rook was on e1, f7 wasn't a target at all. In this position, it is. If the rook gets down here to a7, suddenly the 7th rank is exposed. So h4 now, and the argument starts. The plan is to play double rooks, grab this pawn, and then it's going to be total harassment forever. So the line being given is knight back to f6, preparing to attack this pawn. Also some tricky mating ideas. So G3, very solid, keeping everything under control. And again, looking after rook A7. That's a real threat now. You can't touch this pawn because the rook's dropping down. So it looks like you have to hightail it back with rook to C8, the rook's double, and guard the pawn. That changed the whole activity of black's position in a second, but maybe it's not enough. Rook A6 is a line to look at here. Knight takes D5, rook takes D6, and now suddenly that G3 move becomes a big factor because the knight cannot go to F4. The knight, in fact, has to go into the position to C3. But even now, after knight takes E5, this looks very attractive for white, despite the pawns all being on one side. There seems to be some challenges here for black. Maybe he can still hold in some variation. This is not the only line, obviously, but that move, rook FB1, could be it. And it turns out that Giri did not play rook to C3. Instead, Giri backed up in the game and played the move rook to C7. That looks scary. It does allow B5 now, guys. B5 is playable without rook on C3 and those possible tactics. And that's what I had said when I said, that's what I meant when I said, it's not really Magnus's problem. It's more Giri's problem to prove that he has the compensation. But if he can't do anything after the move B5 right now, he's going to go down. Guys?
Right, it does seem like B5 is a very strong move because the blockade here is made by a queen and a notoriously bad blockader. And the reason is that it's so powerful that as soon as I attack it, it must move. And therefore, ripping apart the blockade is not difficult to do. It's going to be interesting to see what Giri has planned to play after B5. He has several choices. He could start trying to basically beg for a draw after bishop takes E3, trades off some pieces, and try to hold an endgame. He could maybe try to establish this knight into a better position by playing knight D7. But it doesn't matter what he does. I definitely think that Carlsen has the much better chances. Basically a riskless position in which he's pushing for a win.
Well, that's exciting news for Carlsen fans.
Well, that's true.
We haven't had much pleasant news so far.
It's been a difficult tournament for the Norwegian, but hey, it seems like he has a good position here, and he will definitely try to push against Anish Giri.
Let's check in on MVL.
All right.
Seems like we have a couple moves, MVL and Topalov.
All right, so in the MVL Topalov game, after the move bishop d2, queen c6 was played, which attacks the pawn on e4 right away. It doesn't give MVL any chance to take it slowly.
Well, it's right at b4, right?
I don't think b4 is a threat because if, well, is it? I was thinking that b4 wasn't possible because of bishop a4, but I might just be able to move back with my queen, and there's still some problems on the pawn anyway. It seems like MVL thought there was no issue. Rook d1 was played, and I guess b4 is just not a very desirable move. Sometimes you can even sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah, also now with the rook on d1, we have the knight d5 idea. It looks a lot more powerful.
Definitely, and after I take, queen takes d5, I can establish a discover here with bishop takes b4, or maybe even if I'm feeling really
frisky,
yes, bishop takes h6. We're going to take a look instead of after this, Topalov play knight b6. A move that's very nice in this position specifically because I do have chances of going to c4, and I'm covering the d5 square again. So now b4 seems to be a threat. It's going to be difficult for MVL to find a move that protects against everything.
Yes, this does look unpleasant indeed for MVL.
Yes, no doubt about it.
A struggle here for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as Veselin Topalov looks to
I think objectively,
create some distance from him and his opponent.
Right, I think objectively this position must have chances for both sides, and I think that if White's able to repeal some of the incoming threats,
and
that'll be okay. But I think from a practical point of view, Black is a little bit better.
I agree. It's very difficult to play for White. So let's go over to Norway with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, who has a special guest for us.
Hello, St. Louis. Back here in Norway, I'm with JJ, the tournament director of Norway Chess. JJ,
nice to meet
have
you
on the show.
Thank you.
We want to talk a little bit about how the tournament came into being. By the way, I'm taking your knight. And JJ, no crying, no tears. It's not permitted. In chess, there's no crying.
I actually planned this, yes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I will immediately recapture.
Now tell us a bit about the tournament. How did it come into your mind that you wanted to make an elite tournament?
It's not me who let's say, came up with this idea. It's a guy called Kjell Madland. He's not a chess player, actually, but his son is a promising chess player, and he thought, why don't we have a super tournament in Norway? And then I met him in Oslo sometime in December 2011, where he presented this idea to me. I was at that time also president of the Norwegian Chess Federation, so it was, let's say, relevant for him to talk to me. And I was very surprised to hear this, let's say, dream. And I must admit, I still considered it a dream after I've left the meeting. But I was very intrigued, and I said yes, I would be happy to help him with this, and so it started.
The rest is history, as they say.
More or less.
And of course, what was crucial to the success of the event, without question, is Magnus's participation.
That really helps, yes. I think without Magnus, this would have been fairly impossible.
Okay. One of the things for me, JJ, that I'm jealous about is the fact that here in Norway, you have Norwegian television for hours at a time, streaming the games live with incredible number of commentaries and all kinds of things. This is stunning. How did you do that?
Well, I didn't do that either. I think.
Well done.
I think Magnus deserves 99 point something for credit for that as well. I think it was during the first World Championship match, television decided to broadcast the whole every game and the whole time. And that was a remarkable success. More than 1 million Norwegian people watched this at the same time at one moment.
How many people live in Norway?
5 million.
So you're saying 20% of the population followed the television program. My goodness, in America that would mean 64 million people. It's incredible.
There's your potential.
Wow. And obviously with the success of that, it would lead me to my next question is Norway Chess 2015. You're missing a title sponsor.
Yes, but I hope that this sponsor will come for the Norway Chess 2016.
Of course, that would be very nice. And the television as well as the newspaper coverage here also, which is phenomenal. I mean, okay, Magnus starts with a loss, and it was front page news in the way he lost, and it was a shock. And then the second loss, and now everybody is talking here. The legend of Magnus can only grow if he makes a recovery. That would be incredible as well.
Yeah. Well, Magnus is very good in coming back or hitting.
Yes, true.
So I think that, of course, the interest now will be, it's like a race where one of the guys lagged behind from the start, but now he's starting to chase the others.
Right.
And so if he manages to win the tournament, people would be extremely happy, at least we Norwegians would be.
No question about it. And your overview of the Grand Chess Tour itself, what would you say is your vision that you share with the other organizers? Where are we evolving?
No, I think that all three of us has a dream to bring chess even higher up, both in status, among sponsorships, amongst television companies or internet companies, to bring out chess to the people as much and as good as possible.
Wonderful. By the way, since you didn't move, I'm making 2 moves in a row. No. As chess grandmasters, you take my pawn.
I'm not used to receiving gifts, you see.
And I'm not used to giving them. What do you do? I'm not here to embarrass JJ, so I'll let you guys get back to your show. Ah, look at this. You want to trade queens, huh?
Let's just take a look at the position and count the pawns.
Yes, but you know, I have a compensation. Ooh.
And you need that, don't you?
You're right. Yasser is going down.
I don't know, man. I have a bad record against Yasser. I wouldn't bet against him. So we have some interesting developments actually in some of the games. We're gonna first take a look at the longest thing of the round
Of the tournament,
so far.
probably.
Maybe the tournament. I don't really want to be keeping track of this one, but of course there is no doubt about who that honor, I guess, belongs to. It is definitely Alexander Grischuk, who took about 45 minutes to come up with the move Queen B6.
Who was it that called him slow in the one-word descriptions? I think that was Gary, right?
It was Geary, yeah.
And, you know, Magnus called him perfectionist.
A perfectionist.
Which
That
is
might
kind of
be-
like a euphemism for slow, right?
Well, yeah, you could take it that way. He's definitely a hard worker over the board. He might just be working a little too hard.
Well, yeah, I think that's what Magnus meant.
Queen b6 is an interesting move. The other idea we had mentioned was f4, g4, and f3 with crazy complications. It's not exactly a position where you shouldn't take your time. You should definitely analyze a lot of variations, but
over almost an hour.
Yeah, 45 minutes though. You should never, ever, ever do that. There's no reason to take that much time. Well, unless you're Grischuk. And then Queen b6 was played, and of course the move makes sense. It adds pressure on to the b5 pawn. This diagonal b6 to g1 will be annoying for white. Black's pressure will be annoying for the king. That's eventually going to land on g1. So the move makes a lot of sense. Just probably there wasn't any need to think about it for this long. It's probably an okay move. I would think that f4 is more forcing, and it's something that I would have preferred to play. But Queen b6 also looks like a powerful idea here in this position. Another strange move that I definitely did not foresee was that in the MVL game, we were mentioning how knight d5 really wasn't possible anymore. And well, guess what he played?
He did play knight d5.
He
but
did play knight d5.
Is it working out well?
It doesn't work. I think at all. The problems in this position are, well, first of all, he did take with knight takes d5 on the b side. He takes d5, and now I don't think I can take the pawn immediately. I think there's some issues. If I take with the knight, then bishop b4, perhaps the blockade here is a little annoying. The pin's a little annoying. Bishop a5 ideas are annoying.
Well, one of the biggest problems with making a sacrifice and calculating it accurately is that not only do you have to calculate all the lines with the sacrifice, but you also have to calculate what if they just reject your sacrifice?
And in this case, it's not so much that I'm rejecting the sacrifice. It's like, your pawn is weak. I'm going to take it later. Don't rush me. I got this. The problem is that after queen d7, there's no good follow-up here for MVL. There are some real threats here. e4, for example, is very powerful. When the pawn establishes itself on e4, the knight on f3 is kicked. I can even try to make progress by pushing it forward.
So bishop a5 leads to nothing because of just bishop c7.
Right, the bishop a5 move doesn't lead anywhere because bishop c7 blocks.
And now after bishop takes c7, you can simply take with the queen.
I think taking with the queen.
And everything is protected.
Everything's protected. e5 is protected. e4 is being threatened. This pawn is doomed. It seems like an extra pawn to me for Topalov. Some minor positional compensation, but I don't buy it. I think that after queen d7, MBL is in some problems, absolutely. And in speaking of people that are in problems, I think Giri will be giving us quite a long think here as he tore to b5.
That's right. So we're seeing some really dominant positions here as we get into the thick of the first time control. Will the pressers continue to, press the position and win their games, or will all sorts of craziness happen?
I think there's going to be a series of decisive games. We haven't even looked at the Nakamura game in a while simply because there's so much interest in 3 of them.
Right, because we thought that was dry from the get-go.
It is still dry, but I think that...
Livening up a bit?
It's livening it up in the other boards, at least.
That's right. All right, well, stay tuned. Round 3 of the Grand Chess Tour, Norway Chess 2015. We've got lots of rich positions today, and stay with us as we approach the second time control.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the World Chess Tour. We've got Norway Chess 2015 on tap, round 3. Magnus Carlsen, our World Chess Champion, against Anish Giri. Can he get on the scoreboard in the Grand Chess Tour? We are going to keep a close eye on this game, but first, a massive drama that's going on in Maxime Vachier-Lagrav's game against Topalov. Is White just going down?
Drama, that's very nice. This seems like a tragedy for the French player. This is very, very bad position, and it turned ugly in just a couple of moves. We left off the position after this knight d5 move, which we thought, well, this doesn't really make sense. I don't think that he has to take the pawn immediately. He's going to retreat to d7, and he did. And in this position, the pawn on d5 seems doomed. I expected Maxime to try to create some kind of positional bind, some kind of positional compensation, open up the queen side, do something in order to justify the fact that your pawn on d5 will fall sooner rather than later. And instead, he played this move, bishop a5. And not only was bishop c7 a good move here, but Topalov found this nice resource, e4. And the problem for white, you don't have time to take this rook on d8, because after I take your knight on f3, everything's hanging.
That's right. So we're going to get the bishop on d8 and the knight on f3.
Right, because there's a pressure on the queen on e1. Not to mention that even the positional compensation granted by pawn takes g2 would be tremendous.
This is over.
They would be just completely winning. Black would have the material and the compensation. So in this case, after e4, Maxime almost immediately just retreated the knight to g1, but this is the current position on the board.
With conviction. Knight g1.
Knight g1, that piece is absolutely terrible. White's pieces aren't doing anything, and this is the main problem. His only threatening piece is this bishop on a5, but after the simple bishop c7, preventing the bishop from taking the rook, I just don't see a move for black in this for white in this position. Black has very obvious ideas. You want to play e3. You want to capture this pawn on d5. There's pressure down this diagonal at some point. Where's White's plan? I don't see it. I don't get it. There is no way to open up the queen side successfully in the next few moves. If this knight was on e6, I would think that the position might be a little bit more interesting, but it's a little far away from there.
Well, great start for the Grand Chess Tour for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but perhaps coming crashing down today.
And also a very nice start from Topalov. I think that even though he got extremely lucky on the first round, he did play rather well yesterday. I liked his chances against Nakamura, putting a little bit of pressure here and there. But today, it's basically like he was gifted another point. I don't understand any of his moves.
Look at his posture here. You don't usually see him look like this. He's looking at the sky, wishing maybe there was another position he was playing up there.
I don't know. I think he's looking for a thunderbolt just to land on him and see he doesn't have to play this position anymore. It's that bad. You don't have any material deficit, but God, your pieces are awful and your structure is bad and your king is less safe than your opponent's.
Hey, be nice.
I am being nice. I mean, I haven't. Did I say that
we
he was
haven't got a
completely
Maurice
lost?
on it yet.
Man, Maurice can rip apart the position even further, but I don't see any hope here for Maxime.
No, a sad day for the Frenchman. Maurice, what else is blowing up today?
Well, yeah, we want to get out of this position because it looks completely ridiculous. Knight to d5 was a joke, and now he's just getting rolled, and he should be. I mean, what kind of move is that? Knight d5. But the game continues. Topalov, on the other hand, you know, you think about the game hit he won against Magnus, total gift. Like, oh my, it couldn't be a better gift, an easier gift. But here's another one. Just a straight gift like Knight d5 here. Take my pawn. Get a good position, open up the game in your favor. Everything is going his way so far in this tournament. That draw he had yesterday was also a game he was pressing, trying to win, but of course, Nakamura played very well. The other boards, not much is happening, in fact, and not much has transpired. This game with Magnus, he did play a little bit cool, calm with the move h3, stopping any knight from going to the g4 square. And then after this maneuver, queen c5 and bishop h6, he just puts queen on b2. He said, I'm going to get behind this pawn. Queen c5, queen b6 doesn't leave a good impression. So again, we think that Magnus should be able to press this home. But the one thing he does have in his favor as black is he has a dark square blockade, at least for the moment. It's not so easy to disrupt this defense. His queen sitting on b6. This knight can always be traded. That means you're going to need this knight to get to c4 and with some solidity in order to push this queen away. So there's some maneuvering he does have to do. There is some technique he needs to press this home. For the moment, it's clear he's up a pawn, but it's not obvious how to break the dark square blockade just yet. Another board that showed a nice move happened, but I'm not sure it's a big advantage, is this game between Aronian and Hammer. In this position, the queens were traded, and it's all about the pawn structure. Look at White's pawn structure, a picture of harmony. While if you look at the black pawn structure, you just want to gag. Well, if you see that, you understand why g4 was played. That was a nice move, making sure that black's pawn structure remains terrible for a long time. Now this king is thinking about going to g2, to f3, to e4 at some point. Will that be enough to win? I'm liking White's chances, although the engines are saying that the game's pretty close. I would have thought, no, busted. It's actually giving triple zeros here, that the position is exactly equal. I can't imagine that being the case here. I believe White is much better in this position, looking for a win. In this game between Grischuk and Anand, Grischuk spent some time to play queen b6. He didn't spend as much time to play this move, rook to d8, after Anand castled. It does look as though black has compensation because he's going to play f4 at some point, and it looks very flexible for him. It's one of those positions where, yes, you have a pawn, yes, your position's pretty good, but can you improve it in any way? And again, it's that dark square blockade. We saw this happen in the game with Giri. There's the queen on b6, pawn on b5. Well, we switched to the other game with Grischuk. There's that queen on b6, pawn on b5. And in both games, black has a bishop on h6. How curious is that? We can see it. We go back just to show you again. There's that bishop on h6, a dark square dominant piece. And in this game we're looking at now, if I can find it, there it is. Again, the bishop on h6. So curious coincidence here. Queen on b6, pawn on b5 pass, bishop on h6 in both cases, and dark square blockade, trying to make sure that the white pieces don't push that extra pawn home. So interesting games in all of these positions. We'll see how White proceeds to try to win in a couple of the contests. Guys?
Definitely very interesting situations that we have. And I like that dynamism with the blockades in different games. Even though the queen does different things, they both have this pawn on b5 under lock and some pressure down the diagonal a7, g1. So I like the symmetry between the games of Anand Grischuk and Carlsen Giri.
Yeah, let's take a look at Anand's game.
Okay, sure. This is one of the
Grischuk has finally moved.
He did play queen b6. Anand castled because, well, at some point he had to safeguard his king. And then the move rook bd8 came into play. A very logical move that targets the pawn on d5. It's a pawn that is only really defended by the knight on c3, because I'm always going to have the option of playing bishop e6, taking advantage of this spin in order to further pressure the pawn. The question is, of course, that how am I going to put or kick out the knight from c3? That doesn't seem possible at the moment. So the pawn on d5 feels pretty safe. What rook bd8 does challenge Anand to do is, as Maurice pointed out, try to come up with a way of improving your position. Some of your position I mean, it lacks harmony with the rest. For example, this rook on a4 isn't really playing well with the other rook on f1. You would like to coordinate them somehow, but it's not so obvious how you're going to do so. Where are you going to put your queen? What is your bishop on e2 going to be doing besides defending the pawn on b5? There's a lot of incognitos here about piece placement, I think. And it's something that Anand's going to have to be solving in the next few moves. And I think partially what Grischuk was thinking about for 45 minutes was not so much a specific moves, but which approach he wanted to take into the game, whether he wanted to force very tactical complications soon, or if he wanted to just establish a position in which white was up a pawn, but he had the compensation, and it was up to white to prove his advantage.
No, white just made the move king g2.
King g2 looks in some ways natural. It does allow him to not be pinned down the diagonal. On the other hand, I'm always worried to have a king on g2 when the light squared bishop is on d7. There's could be
when
some...
f4 is in the air as well.
Right, especially with f4 in the air. There are some tactical ideas in this position. I think that Grischuk still is okay. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how
But
he
this is going to
develops
be
his
very
initiative.
exciting as this continues. You know, Grischuk, we mentioned it again and again. Time pressure, but only 16 moves left to make here, 35 minutes.
Oh yeah, for him this is an eternity. So he'll be fine.
He might just think 25 minutes in this move, and then you're going to have to eat your words. Maurice, some news in Topalo's game.
Yes, it looks like the pawn is going to disappear pretty quickly. MVL did a variation that just doesn't look that impressive. The move bishop to c7, he played the move d6 in response. The pawn looks dead, right? It's going to die. Why not die this way? Well, the problem is after bishop takes, which happened in the game, queen takes on a5. We're now awaiting Topalov's move. But which move would anybody play in this position just with a flick of the wrist? E3. I mean, that's just beastie. And that move looks crushing. The threat of e2 in the position. And if you, it looks like you have to hightail it. A move like knight to e2, you might call it a blockading piece. It's just a terrible piece. And the move queen c6, threatening a one-move mate, and all your position is just falling apart. Rook to f3 to stop the mate, just runs into rook takes d6, pawn's gone, pawn on e3, mating attack, it's all over but the crying. MVL is going to lose this game if Topalov just plays some normal moves. And he did play it, and now knight e2 is on the board. This is just over, and Topalov is relaxed and looking there. He knows he's got this one. Not much to think about. In fact, he was ready to play the move. You could tell he was ready to play that killer move, queen c6, and he has played it again. MVL is very close to resigning this game. We're going to see a decisive result quite quickly here in this round. And he has resigned. And he has resigned, of course. Terrible position for him. Horrible game on his part, guys. Really, really bad game. He'll be disgusted at himself.
How can you not be? The way that he lost today was just without a fight. It was basically 17 moves of preparation. He got a position that we didn't think was that pleasant to begin with. He played a couple of bad moves after it, and he lost the game 10 moves after his preparation was done.
Poor Maxime. And Veselin Topalov, now guaranteed at least a tie for first going
With
into
two and a
round
half
4.
out of 3, that is not something I would have predicted after he
Based
got
on his first round position?
in his first round position. That's correct. I thought that Carlsen would take that game, at least get a draw, and then, okay, you have two tough opponents in the next couple of rounds. Scoring 2 out of 2 would not have been easy. But here he made it look like the simplest thing in the world to beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And good chances for him to be in the clear lead.
We'll see how that
As
proceeds.
Guri is suffering, and the only other people that can catch up with him are Nakamura Caruana.
Yeah, and a
Has
game
that
that
game gotten more
we've
exciting?
neglected for some time. Let's take a look. All right.
Our two American heroes here.
Okay, that was enough. Let's go to another game. There's really,
Hey, there's a rook on f4.
There's a rook
That's
on
more
f4.
exciting.
Indeed, if this bishop moves, Caruana gets checkmated. Of course, there's absolutely
Well,
no
not
reason
checkmated, but...
to move the bishop. This looks pretty dry. I don't see anything being
You
established.
don't see any chances here.
No, and you can tell from the last move, which was rook c2, and if you ask me what rook c2
No,
was,
they're just shuffling things around.
it probably looks like it. I don't see any way of making
Well,
progress.
can white play for b4 in this position?
If you get b4 in, good for you. You still haven't accomplished anything. The problem is that, unlike most English setups where b4 liberates your pieces, there are no pieces to liberate. You already traded them all off. So once you play b4, you don't have enough pieces remaining to actually do any kind of attack on the queen side.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. What if we play for g4?
Well, first of all, if you wanted to play for g4, you would have done it right away. Second, it's just a weakening move on the king side, because after you play g4, I mean, you have an idea of playing g5, which is not particularly subtle. I have the feeling Caruana would see it. And
This is a blitz move.
It's perhaps a bullet move, I would be more accurate. And after queen d5, queen trade, then g5 doesn't make any sense.
And now this is just a weakness. Yeah.
It's just a weakness, because you put a pawn on h4 that cannot be defended by another pawn, a pawn that's very advanced on g5, blocking your own bishop, so this seems more like hope chess than anything else. Although I would play it in a bullet game. You're right about that one. Rook c2 was played in order so that queen d5 takes. I don't have to worry about a bishop taking on b2, so perhaps here I can go b4. But as I said, even that position I'm not too scared of. There must be some way of equalizing here with black without too many problems.
But if anyone's pressing, it's white.
I mean, it's just equal in my opinion. I don't think anybody will be pressing this position.
And another game, Maurice Ashley. Got it?
Well, something is not quite right in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. You know, there's a principle in chess that when you have the two bishops against a bishop and a knight, one of the advantages is that more often than not, you can trade your bishop for a knight at some point, to trade away your two bishops' advantage for some initiative. It's usually easier for a bishop to take a knight than a knight to take a bishop, obviously because the bishop is a free-ranging piece. He can always run away from the knight, while the knight, when it's pinned down by a bishop, which often happens, sometimes just has to be traded and can't avoid being traded. And in this position, Giri has a very interesting sequence that might highlight that advantage. Remember, we talked about his bishop on the board. Well, it's been eyeballing this knight for some time now, and it's this moment where he might be able to play this move, bishop takes on e3. If rook takes, which seems the most logical, cohesive move, the engine's saying fe3 might be better, which of course looks really ugly to human eyes. But rook takes e3, knight to f4 now, and this knight is on a good square. You might wonder, well, why did he trade it off in this moment? Well, he's trying to eyeball this pawn, making it less, have less security because the bishop is hanging. What's the most natural move here? Bishop to f1, and now suddenly the move f5. Now remember, you couldn't play this move because a knight was sitting here a second ago, which is why you needed to trade it. But now after f5, suddenly the legs have been kicked out under this d-pawn, and it's not so easy to figure out how to defend it. For example, a move like knight g5, I just take, and this pawn is hanging after knight takes. Of course, there is knight takes on d5. Well, it's not really a fort because he can be pinned, and the king gets out of the pin, and you might say, well, is black worse here? I don't think black is much worse. The engines are saying, yeah, well, maybe after this move, it starts to get interesting, and now the tactics flare up with rook to c4, and all kind of craziness is breaking loose. Maybe this is still better for white, but this variation is really tricky, and he could take this moment to trade because otherwise he might just get sat on in the position. So you might see this happen. Bishop e3, knight f4, f5 in the position, and you can bet Giri is eyeballing this option very closely because otherwise he might, again, get ground down by this world champion. Guys?
And I like this idea with bishop e3 followed by f5 very much, and I think that's precisely the reason that f takes e3 makes so much sense. In essence, you have a secondary pawn on the e file that you can maybe push later to e4 if f5 ever happens in order to reinforce the center yet again. Even though the pawn on e3 looks very ugly visually, the idea is that after I move the king off the diagonal and put it on h2, this knight on h5 is going to suffer. It could go to f4 immediately, but in this line, after I play bishop f1, notice that I cannot take the knight because of the pin, and in the next move I simply move my king away, I'm kind of left wondering, well, where's this knight on f4 going to go? I think that f takes e3 would be the most powerful move in that position, and I can see why the engines want to take with the pawn. It does remind me of a pawn structure that we saw here in the US Championship between Sam Shankland and Wesley So. In that case, Wesley won a game based on this pawn structure and a blunder by Shankland late in the game. But of course, a big difference here is that this pawn on b5 is a big menace, giving a white advantage.
One game we haven't seen in a little while, Aronian versus Hammer.
Aronian hammer is quite interesting, and I was very surprised when Maurice mentioned that the engines think, yeah, black's okay. To me, visually, this looks horrible for black. His pawns are a mess, white controls the c-file. There's a very clear plan for white, that is to attack the d4 pawn, bring the king in. It seems a lot easier to play this position with white. So the question becomes, why engines? Why do you think this is okay for black? And the more you analyze it, the more you realize they're just cold-blooded defenders. What they want to do is solidify their position and say, I'm okay, you don't have any real targets. After f5, which I think was a very important move in this position, there's a couple of problems for Aronian in making progress. If I take on f5, then after king f6, I'm going to be able to recuperate this pawn without any real problems. And suddenly the activation of the king means that white's own king will have its difficulties entering the battlefield. The issue here is if I simply play h3, after king g2, king f3, again, my king is not going to go anywhere because this pawn has established itself as a barrier for the white king. It cannot pass, it cannot attack the d4 pawn, so Aronian is going to have to come up with something slightly clever in order to make progress. And yet another important point of the move f5 is that it allows the bishop to go to f6 in order to defend the pawn on d4 if it's ever necessary. It was mentioned a very, very long time ago that one weakness is not enough for a win. And it seems like besides the d4 pawn, Aronian is going to have to target something else. Just that something else isn't coming to my mind just yet.
So will Hammer's defensive skills be up to it today? What do you think?
I think that he's going to have to try to prove that he's a defensive caliber of these guys. And that's not something that's particularly easy to do.
Maurice.
Well, it turns out, actually, as you look at this position with Carlsen and Geary, that maybe bishop e3 is actually forced. Maybe there's no other move to play. The problem after queen b4 that Carlsen has basically stared his opponent in the face and said, guess where this knight is going? I'm going to c4. Once this happens, your position collapses completely. For one thing, after knight c4, let's make a random move, totally random, like bishop g7. After knight to c4, what are you going to do about your d6 pawn? Queen's under attack. It has nowhere to go. Queen c5 would be the only move to guard the pawn. Actually, just the only move for the queen, period. And now queen takes queen. This pawn is hanging. Are you going to play this position? This is over. This is over. Dominant knight, two pass pawns, up a pawn, rook a7, everybody coming. Forget it. You can't play this move at all. So that means after queen b4, Magnus has made a cold-blooded threat. Knight c4, you might have to sack the exchange in that position just to keep the game going, and that's going to be bad. So knight c4 is on tap. There is no other move. Bishop e3 must be played. We expect to see Geary play this move and go for that position you talked about, Alejandro. I like more and more what you're talking about with fe3, accept the bad pawn structure, but control some key squares, and then this other horsey is going to come around to the c4 square. So this idea by Magnus might actually be pressing Geary quite a bit to prove to him, hey, what you got, your pieces are scattered. The only thing you've got is these two rooks, but these minors are nothing. I'm up a pawn and my knight's headed to c4. This may be a significant advantage for white after all, and Geary looks like he's in a lot of trouble even after the trade on e3.
It certainly feels like Geary's failed to prove any real compensation, and he's going to be forced to defend a very uncomfortable position. He's down a pawn, and he has to just try to prevent white from making progress instead of putting pressure in the position as he was doing when he just sacrificed the pawn, when he had those major pieces on the queen side. Currently, it's white that's moving his pieces to the queen side, that he's using his pawn on b5 to establish a lot of space. So it seems like Geary's plan, whatever it was when he sacrificed the pawn, has clearly failed, and now he has to defend passively, which is not something that's going to be fun, being down a pawn.
No, not at all. So unpleasant position here for Geary. Meanwhile, Topalov already at the lead of the Grand Chess Tour and Norway Chess 2015, and has moved up to number 3 on the live chess rankings with this victory.
That means he passes Nakamura, I believe?
That's right, because Caruana jumped up to number 2 from yesterday's win.
Right, and I expect Caruana and Nakamura to retain their ratings. I believe they don't change with a draw against each other since they are so close. Therefore, Topalov would be in the life rating list, number 3 in the world. And I don't think anybody can catch him, right? Not in this game, at least.
Not in this game. If Anand wins.
Anand is currently at 2803.6,
So it
and
might
that
be-
would be insufficient
Yes,
to
okay.
catch
So
Topalov.
he would catch Naka, but not Topalov.
I believe so. And let's take a quick look at how that game is progressing, because even though Anand has an extra pawn, it's definitely not as clear as Carlsen's. And he has some weaknesses in this position. I really like Grischuk's last move. Played bishop to c8, and it's a move that allows him to reroute this bishop into a very threatening position, and it puts a question mark on the previous move that from Anand. He played the move king g2, and he's like, dude, I'm going to put my bishop in the same diagonal. What are you going to do about it? And suddenly this pin would become really uncomfortable. That bishop on d7 that maybe was not the best piece is coming to b7 to establish itself as a powerful attacker down this diagonal.
And meanwhile, again, the time pressure is an issue here for Grisha.
It's not so bad right now. We still have 16 moves to make, but at 34 minutes, I think Grischuk's going to be quite comfortable. And now needs to start putting some pressure over the board if he wants to create anything. It seems like even though Hammer might be slightly worse, and Giri is definitely under some pressure, everybody else seems to be in an okay position.
So we had some interesting rook maneuvers here by Nakamura in the game against Caruana. I know you keep saying how dry it is, but I have faith that something interesting is going to happen in this game.
Yes, misguided faith is dangerous. And in this case, after the move rook f3, which was the last move played in
what
the
is that
position,
move? Why rook f3?
why not?
Was there a threat? Well, bishop. Maybe he wants to just make space for his bishop so that he can play bishop g5. So that could be a little threat.
I guess bishop g5 could be a little bit of a threat. Even then, I'm not entirely sure that there would be much.
Because
but
you're saying you could just play king g7.
I could probably just play king g7 or defend the bishop in pretty much any manner. And even the double pawns in that position wouldn't be a big deal. Although
That would give us a little something to chew on. You know, we could play bishop takes f6 and h5 and claim that life is better for us than you.
well, the problem here is that it's not so easy for white to coordinate his rooks. He's not going to have any chance
Well, yeah,
to
once he
bring...
puts his rook to f3.
Right.
It's hard. That's one of the deficits of it, right?
Right, even though Caruana's not threatening anything, I mean, Nakamura isn't showing any plan to make his own position
So how
better.
else to defend against bishop g5?
Well, I was thinking maybe the move rook d5 was possible. I don't see why this would be a bad move. You could play bishop g5 and takes... If you take on g5, I cannot take immediately, but I could
You can play e6.
e6 simply, and this looks really good for black. This g5 pawn suddenly a little bit weak.
Yeah, so rook d5 looks like a good move.
Right, and if you get clever with e4, I'm sure that I have several alternatives in this position, but even the simple retreat the bishop, takes, and queen e5 seems to even give black a very pleasant position after I recover the pawn on d5. I don't see why I would be afraid of this even though I'm down the exchange. This pawn on d3 is just way too weak. This bishop is powerful on b2.
So you're writing off Nakamura's chances here. But what's going on in his head? Do you think he thinks he has some chances here? Or do you think he's frustrated?
No, he's not frustrated. He's a very practical player. I think he's right now seeing the position like it's about equal. I'm going to create some threats here and there. I probably expect Caruana to play well. If he plays well, great, we'll draw. If he doesn't play well, great, I'll put some pressure.
All right, so let's see how that materializes, and we are going to take a quick break.
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
And we do have a front runner at the Grand Chess Tour, and it's a surprise front runner, Vasilin Topalov.
Right, a player that established himself as an elite for years and years and years, and still shows that he can play at the top level of chess. A very aggressive player. He's taken a very different route to his games in every single round so far in the Grand Chess Tour. But hey, he has 2.5 out of 3. He's the leader, and he's done an amazing job. There are, of course, a lot of interesting games still going on, but it does seem like the other people that currently have 1.5 out of 2 and could potentially catch Vasilin Topalov, it doesn't seem likely that they will do so. First MVL, well, man, he had a tough loss against Topalov himself.
So yeah, he can't get to 2.5.
That'll be pretty difficult. That's how it works. That's how chess works. Nakamura and Caruana seem to be going towards a relatively dry position, and even though blunders do happen in chess, even at the top level, we expect this
is the
game.
very top level.
Right, we expect this to go into a draw, and the only other player would be Anish Giri, but he seems to be suffering rather than looking for a win as he plays Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces.
That's right. So it looks like our front runner will be Topalov after this round. Maurice?
Let's not speak too soon, guys. Something big has happened on the game between Nakamura and Caruana. In this position, we saw Nakamura play this weird move, rook to f3, kind of boxing his rook in. Well, he had a point. The move rook to d5 was played. Very strong, very solid by Fabiano. And now bishop g5 is on the board. Bishop to g5, really amping up the tension in the position. Bishop takes g5 is playable, has not yet been played. In fact, was not played. Bishop takes g5 was playable, followed by the move e4. As you mentioned, Alejandro, this was possible. The engines are saying in this line, instead of the simple bishop f6, take on h4. Rip that pawn off, and this move just makes the game wild. Of course, taking on h4 would be possible, allowing queen takes f7 check. That seems completely unnecessary in this position after king moves. The engines are saying this is an equal position, one of those, you got to be kidding, why do we play like this positions? Well, instead of going to that line at all after bishop to g5, Caruana quickly played queen to d6, allowing Nakamura in this position to trade on f6. And in this line, the engines are saying that black is the one who is better in this position. Interesting, allowing his pawn structure to be compromised on this side, but he does get an attack down the e file suddenly. His pawn might end up on the f5 square, and then everything can just exit stage right, well, my right, his left, for black, and then go down that e file and look for some play. So the game has changed complexion dramatically. We may indeed see a decisive result in this position after all. Guys?
I think that Caruana's position would be slightly preferable if he does take on f6, but again, he's not forced to do so. I wouldn't be completely surprised if he simply moves the bishop back and the status quo is there to retain. But okay, he put the bishop on g5. I guess he'll take because you put it on g5, right? That being said, after bishop takes f6, pawn takes f6, I would rather be black a little bit simply because you get some pressure down the file, and the rooks are much better coordinated for black than for white. But then Black has the same problem that white had recently, which is how to make progress in this position. Okay, so I throw in a couple of pawns here and there. He's going to defend them, and then what am I going to do? I still think this is going to go towards a drawish position, but I do agree that if I have to be given a choice, I would take the black pieces.
And bishop takes f6, e takes f6 has occurred.
Okay, so we do have that on the board, and I would rather be black, but not by very much. Speaking of moves that, well, it seems like they had to be played. In the Carlsen against Giri game, Giri did go ahead and take on e3, which we were talking about seemed forced to do so because of the threat of knight c4 coming into play. And we expect here that Carlsen takes actually with the unnatural looking f takes e3, crippling his own pawn structure in order to gain control over the f4 square and in order to not allow a knight to establish itself in such a powerful position.
So that's what we're expecting here, but has he played it yet?
He hasn't played it, he's thinking about it, but it seems like the variations that start with knight, rook e3, knight f4 are so bad for white compared to just doing
Taking
the
with
simple
the pawn,
taking with the pawn.
that he'll make that choice, yeah.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he takes with the rook. It would be based on some kind of miscalculation or misevaluation. It's definitely to me that taking with the pawn is superior.
Yeah, these types of moments are pretty important, though. Like, which piece do you recapture with?
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult situation for Carlsen, but I think that after a couple of minutes thought, he'll realize which was the best one. He'll just make sure that his analysis is correct, and he'll take with the pawn.
But what about for non-professionals? What do you think guidelines they need for situations like that? It seems that sometimes people just choose one based on emotion or based on like habit and don't give enough thought to situations like this because it's so relevant to the complexion of the game.
Well, I think that sometimes chess players are guided a little too much by instinct because your instinct here is to preserve your pawn structure. You are taught almost by muscle memory that you have to keep your pawn structure well intact.
Double
strong.
pawns are bad.
Double pawns are bad, especially the pawn on e3 is under pressure. But here you have to see the bigger picture and understand that chess is not just about a pawn here and a pawn there. It's about the activity of all the pieces, the safety of the king, the pawn structure, and all these elements that go together. And knowing positions, knowing ideas allows you to make more informed positions. In this case, well, he took with the rook, and everything that I was going to say just went out the window. But the knight on h5, I mean, I think had to be controlled. I really don't like taking with the rook.
Maurice.
Well, I have to tell you, I was looking at this position, and I'm the kind of guy who I'm always active first. And that's what I think about. In this position, I wondered, you know what, you're stopping me from playing f5, or aren't you? Now, the engines say, don't play this move. But then as soon as I play it, they help me out. And it turns out that the move may have been possible still. This move f5, take a look. If you take on f5, now knight to f4, and the position goes completely insane. This knight on f4 is suddenly creating some kind of compensation because it's hitting d5. A rook is thinking about coming into c3. This e3 pawn might become weak. Now, the engines are saying, yeah, right, whatever. We don't believe it. Bishop back to b1. Key move. You got to find this very special move. Being able to guard the pawn on f5. Also prepare to go to a2 just in case. Guarding everything. And now rook to c5. The b5 is hanging, d5 is hanging, this kind of funky structure, tactics, everything is exploding, but it's still supposed to be fine for white. We would expect the world champion to find this kind of variation, but it's messy. It's not like it's one of those easy ones to play, so maybe he noticed this line and it confused him a bit, and he said, I don't need to go there, why not stay solid? And instead he just decided to play this super solid move instead with rook takes on e3. Now, we do know that after rook takes, bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, he does have some compensation as black with knight f4, but instead he played the move rook to c3, allowing this move, rook to e1. Now, the engines don't like that one either. They preferred queen a5 in that position, but it seems as though white is still okay, and the moment may have just passed right by when black could have played really well for knight f4 and f5 again. So we'll have to ask the players after the game is over if they had considered these lines. But for now, at least, it looks like white is still in control, at least by a little bit. Guys?
I'm slightly baffled. Did he just quickly play rook a1 to e1? What is this?
Yeah,
rook?
that looks right.
That rook is simply defending the other rook, but it just all looks so awkward. How are you supposed to make progress with the rooks on the e file? I thought it was white that was trying to make something happen. Of course, queen a5 made so much sense. I understand that you're getting away from some of this knight f4 tricks, but putting, after rook c3, putting this rook behind the other looks so incredibly
Unnatural,
passive.
yeah?
Yeah, speaking of unnatural moves, this looks weird. I'm sure that Carlsen has some plan, and maybe he wants to later retreat the bishop to f1 and be able to take with the rook so as to not damage his pawn structure. But man, is that move rook a1 strange.
And we've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan with the leader of the Grand Chess Tour so far, Veselin Topalov.
Okay.
Do we start now?
We're about to. Hello, St. Louis, and we're with our tournament leader, Veselin Topalov. First of all, Veselin, congratulations on today's game.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasant surprise what my opponent did.
It felt too smooth. I mean, Maxine has a good reputation as a very well-prepared player, but it seemed that in his preparation, he really didn't have a feeling for the game, and you won incredibly smoothly.
Yeah, I believe he misplayed the idea to place the bishop and to try to put it on this diagonal A5, yeah. Which I believe was a mistake, and the whole concept was wrong. And of course, he also did it in a very unfortunate moment, and it was very quickly over, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was. I was a bit surprised at the win today, but you know, the way it's not about the win, but the way it happened.
Yeah.
So.
Well, when it's snowballing so very nicely, 2.5 points out of 3, you're feeling very good about the tournament situation.
Well, definitely. I'm not playing much in the last month, so first rounds was
a little bit worried about your form.
Magnus completely outplayed me in equal position, and then against Hikaru I missed fantastic chances to win, or almost to win, you know. And today, you know, of course, I played better, but it's also true that I didn't have to find many difficult moves.
Yeah. But all your moves were good moves too.
Well, there are theoretical moves and then just developing moves. So, and of course, I kind of only had to calculate a couple of not too difficult lines.
Right. Well, again, congratulations. Keep up your success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That is our tournament leader, Veselin Topalov, with 2.5 points out of 3, lamenting that maybe it might have been 3 out of 3, but nonetheless, he looks to be in great shape, and now all eyes are going to be turning to Magnus's game against Anish, because Magnus, if he's going to get out of the cellar, he's got to do it today, and to catch up to this guy, if Veselin gets hot, this tournament could be over in the first half. Back to you in St. Louis.
Unlikely that with these guys, the tournament's going to be over in the first half. But we said that at the Sinkfield Cup, didn't we?
Yeah, and that was very clearly over by the first half.
We were wrong about that. Maurice?
Yeah, I got my doubts about that. You know, we talked about Geary in round 1. He won the game, but it looked a little shaky. He didn't seem quite accurate with his moves. He had easier wins. And usually when you have that situation, you want to prove that you're on form. You want to play the crispiest moves. You want to say, look, I hit you the right way. I finished it off. I'm going home. When you don't do that, you wonder if the guy's really playing well. And now we see Geary was not playing that well and much worse against, well, at least was worse against Carlsen. Carlsen himself is not playing that well, so he's making life a little bit more difficult for himself with a couple of moves that we've seen so far. Other guy, though, we've got to look at is this one between Anand and Grischuk. This game is just categorically crazy. We saw the other game we said was wild. This one got even wilder. In this position, Grischuk played very patient chess and played bishop c8, didn't advance too soon, just put his pieces on the great squares. He's looking to put his bishop on the b7 square, and Anand suddenly decided, you know what, I'm going to play f4. F4? man, I would not have even conceived of that move with my king looking like this with a pawn already on h4. This looks suspicious to me, at least, to see this move. Clearly, he could actually take and shatter the structure, but maintaining the tension is Grischuk. He played the move cool, calm, rook f to e8, and now the engines are saying slightly better for white, but they're materialists. They like pawns. White is up a pawn, but slightly better for white is not one pawn at better. It's just slightly better. Look at this. This file could open a rook and land on e3. There could be some doubling. The bishop could still go to b7. I like black. I'd much rather be black, no matter what the engines say here. So I think that Anand is going to have to look real careful if he's going to avoid losing this game, which is the last thing he wants to do. And he has started to spend some time on the clock. He had a whole bunch of minutes that have now dissipated completely. And he has to study this and wonder, how do you play as white? There's no simple, natural way to improve the position. Guys?
Well, the last time we actually took a look at a game in which, well, the computer said white was okay, maybe a little bit better, but we liked playing with black from a practical point of view. Well, that was the MVL game against Topalov, and we saw how that worked out for white in that position. We're going to have to see if Anand is able to actually come up with something in a position that I think is actually quite unpleasant after the move f4.
So maybe you're going to have to go back to playing the Sveshnikov after this game.
Maybe it'll inspire me.
All right. We are going to take a break, and apparently it's pouring rain here in St. Louis, but we wouldn't know because we're in the basement enjoying Norway Chess 2015. Stay with us. We'll be back soon.
F5.
to the 2015 Grand Chess Tour. We got big news. Carlsen has just sacrificed a piece against Anish Giri, so let's go straight to that game.
We're still trying to figure out what's
about?
going on. We left the game before the break here in this position, and Anish Giri went ahead and ripped apart the center with the move f5, something we had established as a typical idea of the structure, but we didn't think it worked in this particular scenario. After pawn takes f5, knight f4, Magnus Carlsen had a strong choice between bishop b1, which we thought was the most accurate move in the position, and when he played bishop e4, also a very strong move. The problem here was that after rook 3 c5, Magnus Carlsen just destroyed the king side. Notice how d5 is hanging, b5 is hanging. It seems like there are some problems in the position here for for white in his weak pawns, but after pawn takes g6, h takes g6, Carlsen thought about it for a bit, and he did it with power. Bishop takes g6.
Okay, so let's take a look at the lines after knight takes g6.
Now, notice that Giri did take on b5, but let's look at at knight g6. And I guess I would be very scared about playing this because of queen g4.
And now the problem is any light square that you go to in order to protect the knight on g6, we have knight g5.
Right. If you play first king g7, then knight h4, I think is just completely winning immediately.
Yeah, no way to connect with that knight on g6.
There is no good way of defending that knight, but if you go to f7, I think knight g5 check looks absolutely decisive. In that case, after bishop takes g6, black has to ignore the threats, but I'm not so sure how to do that. The first things that jump to my mind are the moves either rook c4 to try to cut off the queen from the king side, or the move bishop takes d5, at least gaining a pawn back, maybe trying to take on b5 in the next move, keeping up the pressure, because the g6 bishop would be hanging at this point, and this knight does a very important job of not allowing the queen to go to the king side. After rook takes b5...
Instead, we had rook takes b5, followed by queen e4.
Well, queen e4 defends the bishop, so that seems to make sense to me. Is there any other move that looks good? Let's see. Maybe Maurice has some insights for us in this very crazy position.
Wow. Talk about a turn of events. Magnus's move, bishop g6, was absolutely brilliant, beautiful move. And then he missed a win that when I was looking at it, I mean, I didn't see it. Let me tell you straight. When the computer first suggested it, I was like, what are you doing? And it turns out he was completely crushing Giri, and his move now seems to have only equalized the position. It still is up in the air, but let's take a look at this. After the move rook takes b5, you wonder what Magnus had in mind, and queen e4 is the most natural move. That's the move that was on my mind. I was wondering about the tactics, beginning with bishop d5. Does it work? The engine immediately screams bishop f7 check. Bizarre move. It does defend this pawn and prepare to play queen e4, but the question is, what if I just take your bishop? And way too deep for human eyes, even for Magnus Carlsen's, the move queen e4, and now the threats of queen f5, knight g5, and simply mating the king are overwhelming. Just like that, it's over. The engines are trying to defend, nothing to do. It's already up at 4 points for those of you who know engine speak. 4 plus 4 is crushing. It's over. All variations leading to disaster because of simply this queen and this knight sneaking into the position with the black army on this side. Now it's up to 5. It's almost probably calculating mate soon. Okay, that's a bit much, but here come the pieces. The queen's coming in, the knight's coming in with check. It's too much to stomach, and this would be over. Magnus would simply win straight. But bishop f7 is paradoxical as ever. To see that move, you sack your bishop and then swing your queen into the act, crazy. But it turns out instead he played the move queen e4 in this position after rook takes b5. Instead he played queen e4. That kind of sets up the same threats, except there is a move, and Giri has found it, the move rook f8, stopping that check, controlling everything on this side, and now aiming for the d5 pawn, and it looks as though the engines are giving better for, no, just slightly better for white. Slightly better for white is the analysis. This is just crazy. White is up 2 pawns. You can count them, 2 pawns. d5 pawn looks like it's going to drop, but black's energy has consolidated itself. Instead of being shifted too much on this side, black has brought 2 pieces to bear on this side of the board. It still looks like maybe white can do something tricky, but I don't see it. The engines don't see it. It looks as though Magnus Carlsen has blown the wind and Giri is back in the game. Guys?
Bishop f7 blows my mind.
I mean, that's an amazing move to find. But you know what? I think Magnus will be upset.
No.
Yeah.
It's one of those. I think
I
even
think he'll
though
still be
you're
upset.
like
He's world champion.
2900, the computer says bishop f7. You throw your hands in the air. You say, well, I was never going to find that.
Well,
bishop f7
for
check
most
is something.
People, but I would just qualify that with Magnus. Obviously, when he played bishop g6 and queen e4, he had the idea of threatening bishop f7. So
Right, but playing it right away seems so crazy, especially because after bishop f7, I take on f7, queen e4. I don't even think you have an immediate checkmating threat. Like if I just take on d5, yes, your queen and knight, they look very powerful, but are you actually mating me? I don't see anything if we analyze that position, because this is just such a huge deal. Bishop takes g6, rook takes b5. He wants to play bishop f7 check. First of all, a check that it's very unclear what it does by itself. It's
a crazy move, no
doubt. It's a crazy move. It just doesn't come with any ideas. And after queen e4, I mean, if I take on d5 and I calculate,
well, queen f5 in that position, queen f5 check actually picks off the rook on c8. That's one very important point.
The problem. The rook on c8 is hanging. So, okay, so there are some issues, but still, I think that this would have been incredible to find. I think it would have been
absolutely incredible. But that's why he'll be upset. Because it could be like your magic coming back from O2 with that.
That would have been definitely a good boost to his self-confidence, but man, bishop f7, I think after Magnus celebrates finding that brilliancy, somebody's going to have to sweep the room for computers. Bishop f7, I just don't think I would have ever considered this move. And it was the only move to obtain a decisive advantage.
Of all the great players, past and present, which one do you think would be the most likely to find this move?
Tal, for sure. I mean, he's the player that's like, oh, how can I lose a piece on purpose here? Oh, bishop f7. That seems to be hanging something. And then he would calculate it out and figure out it works.
Maurice?
Yeah, Tal's my favorite player of all time, but boy, take a look at the variation that you would have to find to win this game. According to the engine so far, there's a lot you could keep looking and let them look, and maybe they find more wins. But look at the main line the engine's giving. King takes f7, queen e4. All right, now you got this queen f5 idea coming. So you can't just play bishop takes on d5. So the variation, king g7, stopping the queen from coming into the h7 square. Knight g5 doesn't come with check. All right, knight g5, I'm looking to play queen h7, right? Wrong. Bishop takes on d5. Queen h7 is apparently just a draw. How can that be right? Queen h7, king to f6, and the engine saying, I don't see the win. Like, I'm solid. Black is okay? What? Then why did you play knight g5? Well, the reason he played knight g5 after bishop takes on d5 is to play queen f5. What? Like, why there? Well, the point is now when the rook moves, you're threatening the rook, it moves. Now you play the beautiful knight e6 check, clearing the g file for the rook, and now the game is over. The rook is coming in. It's mate in 4 being yelled out instantly by the engines. Come on, that's ridiculous. I don't think Magnus is going to kick himself over not seeing this maneuver. Bishop f7, queen e4, knight g5, and then the cool calm queen f5 to calculate that, followed by knight e6. No, that's insane. That I don't suspect at all. This was a spectacular way to go. But now the reality is the game has turned around, and the position they're in is even more explosive as Magnus has sacrificed a knight on e5. Got to take a look at this, guys. I'll put it back in your hands, Alejandro.
What a crazy turn of events. But no, I have to agree with Maurice. Bishop f7 looks like a move that, even if you put it on a calculation book, I'd be like, no way. That's not something I'm going to find.
Maybe Dvoretsky's books.
Yeah, but Dvoretsky's book hurts my head and hurts everybody's head.
So knight takes e5 has just appeared on the board.
And quickly, Giri said, well, I cannot live down that many pawns. I'm going to go ahead and take the knight and ask where your compensation is.
Can't live with that knight on e5.
No, of course not. So pawn takes e5 was played, and I don't see the continuation. Let's see, rook g3 seems to be the normal idea here in this position, I would assume. However, I don't think that you have a particularly powerful discover attack here. Of course, a very tricky position for both players. But if I'm cheeky and I just grab the d5 pawn, is there anything going on?
So now...
Let's analyze. We have
bishop
e8 check would be possible, of course. I wanted to move my king over to h8, and I guess the rook's going to be hanging after queen e5 check. It seems very powerful. So that's going to be an issue. I cannot take on d5. I have to find some kind of way of moving out of this problematic discovered attack. We could be looking at the move king h8 immediately.
Or rook takes d5, perhaps.
Or rook takes d5, also a possibility. So much to consider here.
Just to keep the e5 pawn under attack.
Indeed. And Giri has 16 minutes to actually come up with something in this position. But it's not clear.
Well,
I'm also
wait, has to come up with something, right?
Is knight h3 work?
Ooh, when?
Now. There's knight h3 an idea in this position. The problem well, that just gets a little too crazy. Because
you don't have to take it.
You don't have to take it. You
can
must
play
just
king h2.
move the king, right? My idea was to do something along the lines of this and
try
check.
to.
And then the rook on g3 is hanging, but you can just move the king.
And you can play like bishop takes d5.
This is absolutely insane. We can spend hours calculating this variations.
Yeah, this one will give us plenty of fun for today, Maurice.
Well, yeah, you could spend hours, all right. The engines just break this down in seconds. It's incredible. This position, you thought the other positions were crazy? Take a look at this next one. This is absolutely, this goes in the way of, yeah, right, whatever, we don't even want to look because it's too insane to believe. After rook to g3, which we suspect will be Magnus's move, and he has played it, there's only one move to save himself. One move can Giri play right now. And that move, rook takes d5. That's it. Rook takes d5. Do your worst. You have nothing you could do here. The engines, by the way, are giving triple zeros. It's equal. Why do they say that? Now white has no real powerful moves here. The best move for white, there's no discoveries that work. They don't matter. There's no way to organize a mating idea. The move for white now is rook to b1. Rook to b1. And now black can play this discovery. Rook d1 check to the king, attacking the rook, attacking the queen, so therefore you can't touch the rook on d1. Cool, calm, no problem. Have my queen or rook, whatever you want, because I have this discovery still. Now, if you play bishop takes on e4, white is winning after bishop takes with check, and suddenly he's going to take this piece. He's going to be up 2 pawns when he wins the queen. So that line is out. You cannot touch the queen. So after king to h2, it's still black's move. Black now must play rook takes on b1. All other moves, according to the engines, lose. Rook takes b1. And now it's white's turn, and white has the move bishop to f5 with check. The king moves in the corner. And now queen takes e5 with check. I mean, craziness. Now you must block with the queen because your king is being encircled. Queen over. Now it looks like you're hitting the bishop, possibly the queen. And now queen c7. Is he down a rook and a knight for 3 pawns? Insanity. But apparently this position with the mate threat sitting here on this square forces black. Well, black has a couple of ways to draw now, but one of them is to play rook to f7, queen b8 check, rook f8, queen c7, and we get a perpetual. Nobody's calculating that, at least nobody without some silicon running through their veins. This is insane, amazing line, and the players are going to have to work this out. Just madness has erupted on the chessboard, and we have to see how these humans handle themselves as they try to calculate themselves through this morass. Guys?
Right, so will he find...
I think he's going for it.
That's right.
That's right, he played it. Rook takes d5 was played.
Rook takes d5, and he's made his 40th move. So.
Yep. Very importantly, he's actually also got into time control. So any further calculations that he needs to do, he will have more than enough time to do them. I was worried about him in this particular situation where, well, he only had 15 minutes to calculate everything, but bam, he actually played that really quickly. He took like, 4 minutes to take the pawn on d5. He still had another 12 to use up in this position to calculate different variations. I just think he did it by...
process of elimination.
Yeah, I think just everything else lost very quickly. Well, let's show some of the variations. First of all, I'm actually curious on why this king h8 move lost, but I have the feeling that it involves this idea of queen e5, queen c7 that Maurice was showing us. I just cannot figure out how to make it work exactly. perhaps... Oh, no, there's something a lot simpler. You just check, queen f6, takes, and you check on e8, right? And after king g7, I have this bishop d3 discover attack. And the bishop will defend the rook at the end.
Got it, right.
Right, I missed the bishop was defending the rook. Yeah, this is winning. Okay. So king h8 is not possible. The other move that we considered was bishop takes d5, which was refuted by bishop e8. So it seems like, yeah, rook takes d5 was just the only move that didn't lose instantly. I guess that's why he played it.
Another was your knight h3.
Yeah, the other one was knight h3, and we refuted that with the move king h2. So it seems like everything's covered, and rook takes d5 was, that was it. That was the only move I can come up with. That's not this. Now, the idea of playing rook b1, though, that's crazy. Because then you have to allow rook d1 check. It's funny because in this particular position, rook d1 is not a threat because it's not check. But it is when you move the rook from e1 to b1. So that looks extremely illogical. Is there something else in the position that I can try? It doesn't seem like it. Bishop f7 doesn't quite have the firepower needed to finish black off. And that will be just too much material loss. So it does seem like Giri is defending his position. He's currently up a piece for 2 pawns, though. And even though there is a lot of pressure on that king on g8, I cannot find anything that makes the king too worried at the moment. Even the move rook b1 is very difficult to find. And once you calculate it out, it's actually white that has a little bit of a miraculous perpetual in one of those positions to be able to hold on to the draw.
So despite some really inspiring play for Magnus, now that the dust is cleared, not so clear, you know, we've been getting some feedback on Twitter, and it was Lawrence Tread who said that the engine suggestion of bishop f7 is an out-of-this-world suggestion that could never occur to a sane human. Operating word sane.
Operating word sane. I think there's more than one chess player that might have found it, but sane would not be a description.
Any living player?
Maybe, but they're still alive, so I will not name names.
Come on, tell us. It's a compliment.
I think there's a couple of players that actually have the capacity to see moves like this. Instantly, you will think of Shirov, right?
Right,
you're
yeah.
Reminded,
somebody mentioned that, I think.
Yeah, you're reminded of his move bishop h3 that he played actually against Topalov.
In the endgame.
In that very, very famous endgame by many people think it's the best move ever played. Perhaps bishop f7 check would have surpassed it, but you know, this was a little bit more of concrete calculation. But still, I think it's very strange for somebody.
So Shirov Tal.
Shirov Tal. I'm going to stop there.
Oh, I think American?
Sorry?
American? Are you thinking of American?
I mean, Hikaru, once upon a time, I mean, I was always surprised by his consistent, amazing calculations. And of course, I'm reminded of his queen takes f2 check against Krasenkov, I believe, that sacrificed a queen, checkmated his opponent brilliantly. But, I mean, as a grandmaster, I would have never considered bishop f7 check to be playable.
But of the people in this tournament, you think Nakamura would be the most likely to find it?
Out of this tournament? Well, it wasn't Carlsen because he didn't play it. But
well, he could still be the most likely to play it and not have played it.
That's a good point. But perhaps either Nakamura or Topalov would be some of my favorites to be able to find such a move. It's just out of this world, completely out of this world position. And
then we had a funny comment from Roshan Patra who says, "Come on, you keep moving to the Magnus board and neglecting it on."
Anand's playing?
Well, I just thought it was a hilarious comment when
this point,
Magnus is like sacrificing all of his pieces. It's like, that's a diehard fan.
It's difficult for us to look at that game, though we do have to switch at it at some point.
Now we do, because we made time control. We have made time control, so.
Yes.
Maurice.
Actually, it's worth watching, guys. Remember, we said it was one of the interesting positions. We didn't expect Magnus's game to get that insane. That's going to be one of the more memorable games you'll ever see, that game with Magnus and Giri. This has really made Norway Chess 2015 one of the epic tournaments to watch. And it's just 3 rounds in after what's been going on, and particularly focus on that wonder boy, Magnus Carlsen, who is just having a topsy-turvy tournament. All the excitement going straight to this young man. Amazing chess, but other players are playing amazing chess as well. The game right here, we see Anand versus Grischuk. Take a look. After rook f8, we were at this point. F takes e5, rook takes e5, and a queen trade was offered. Grischuk said, "I'm not trading queens. Are you crazy?" And after rook to c4, look what he did. He put his bishop back on the d7 square. And Anand played rook to f3 and allowed a move, which, by the way, is not even the computer's first choice. Surprise, surprise, but still. Bishop takes on b5, snapping back a pawn, and now pawns are equal on the board. If you take on b5, rook takes e2 with check, and why should black feel like he's much worse here? Of course, this d pawn exists. This king looks a little funny. Maybe white has a slight edge here after a move like king to h3, but certainly this game has gone a bit crazy, and they're not anywhere near time control. This is only after knight takes b5, move 30. Grishuk has 7:26 left to play in the game. I believe he has moved. Yes, it did happen. Knight takes b5, rook takes e2, check is on the board. Grishuk with 7:26, Anand with 20:44, no increments at all, so lots of excitement going down to the wire, at least the first time control in this game. Guys?
Wow, what a crazy development here in the Grishuk game. It does seem like there might be a couple of trades in store for us, and that would make white's king feel a lot safer. I think that here Anand is calculating the difference between rook f2 or king f1, different king moves, but it does feel to me that king f1 should be the more forcing move in order to trade off stuff. Let's see, king f1. I'm worried just a little bit about queen e7. Perhaps I can't actually play king f1. There is some pressure on the e-file. I'm not entirely sure if it's decisive, but it feels a little bit uncomfortable for sure. On the other hand, how do you trade pieces? If rook f2, we have this situation where bishop e3 I thought was a move. I don't know if white would be worse after sacrificing the queen with rook takes e2. Notice that I cannot take on f6 because of this intermediate rook takes f2 check. So you have to, I believe, take the rook. And after takes, I might even take with the knight. I'm not even sure that white's necessarily that much worse in this position, but I would prefer black. And if not these moves, what exactly else is Bishop considering? Can he just put the king on h3 and say, well, so what? My king's on h3, but you can't get to it, and I'm going to trade off pieces, and you have some vulnerabilities on f5. This pawn will be passed in an endgame. Perhaps some problems with this position here for Grishuk. I don't know. Still a very complicated game, and Grishuk, as usual, has put himself in time trouble. So he has...
And not too bad.
Not too bad for Grishuk standards of a little bit over 7 minutes to make 9 moves.
But 9 hell moves.
Yes, those very important 9 moves. Crazy developments here in Norway 2015. Man, this game simply exploded out of nowhere.
Yeah, great games. And one decisive game already that happened so quickly.
So quickly and so unexpectedly. As Topalov mentioned to us, it was not so much that he didn't expect to win, because, well, Topalov, you want to play for a win every game. But the way that it happened, it was just so unexpected. MVL pretty much crumbled on his own. He didn't really have to do anything.
Topalov said he didn't have to make that many great moves.
No, he prep, development, win. Man, I wish I won games like that.
So maybe MVL a little bit tired.
Definitely tired. He's been playing a lot. He just came from Leon, where he had a tough tournament. That was a tournament that just happened after the French League. He's been playing a lot, not with the greatest of results. I think he may have overestimated his
And even playing
chances.
a Blitz tournament against all of these guys.
Oh, that's extremely tough. And
that
he
must
did
be really tired.
He did amazing. I mean, he actually won the Blitz tournament, which a lot of people did not predict, and he showed his strength. But that has to be taxing. Absolutely taxing on his body. Let's see, we'll take a quick look at the other games, see if they've actually developed into something interesting.
The Americans have gone for massive simplifications here, huh?
Right. I'm not sure what's happening structurally. It feels like white's better in this position.
Yeah, before you liked black a little bit, but now it looks like with the queens off the board, Hikaru just played rook to h1.
Right, it depends if I can just simplify everything here with the move f4 and try to trade everything off. If this works, then the game is still just a draw. For example, after takes, I can play rook d4. I don't see a good way of defending the pawn, because if you play rook h4, well, you're never going to really make progress in this position. I can just play a4.
Well, yeah, you can't move anything.
You can't move anything. You're up a pawn, but it's more symbolic than anything else. This should end in a draw. So unless there's a good idea...
So if Fabi just plays this move f4 now...
It does seem like this should be headed towards a draw, but I still think white's position is more pleasant.
Well, maybe instead of capturing twice, he can do something else here. Like play g4.
I think G4 is okay, but I'm liking taking, and playing E4 in order to try to wrap around this pawn and play specifically rook H5, F5. That to me seems like the most dangerous variation for black. If this happens, perhaps there are some chances for Nakamura to win. I don't know how this happened because that endgame seemed
But the other
pleasant.
thing is we don't even have to play this F4 move. Couldn't we just wait for you to play rook H5 and we can always meet that with F6?
Yeah, you could. There's actually no need for you to do much in this position, and it's possible that my over-eagerness to play F4 might land me in a difficult position.
Well, you just have to check it because it's the most forcey move. But then once you start showing me this takes in E4 line, I'm starting to say, well,
I absolutely
this wasn't
agree with
necessary.
you. I absolutely agree with you. I think that your approach of passive defense, just play F6, put the rook on D6 and ask, well, so what? Might be able to hold. I'm still going to be worried about the ideas of rook H5 and F4 trying to get to my F5 pawn. So I think it might still be a little bit unpleasant, and I'm actually not sure how we got to this position.
Yeah, let's go back and take a look.
Because so we left it off around this scenario, and after queen F4, a trade of queens occurred, and okay, I don't see why black should be worse in this position. The pawn structure is only slightly worse, but the rook's very active. We got some moves in, the rook was kicked back, king came in, and it seems like Fabiano himself gave him the problem on G5. I mean, he didn't have to play G5. Actually, I don't know why he played G5. Why didn't he just play H5 in this position on hold? If I play H5, I don't see how white makes any real progress. Maybe he was worried about D4 creating a passed pawn, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be any easy way to make progress in this position. I can probably just shuffle back and forth until you create a real threat. This looks okay for black, actually. G5 is a little strange to me, after which it not only weakens your position on the king side, it basically gives up the H-file. At least if the rook was already on the H-file, I would understand this move, but G5 looks very strange. Definitely not something that I expected. In another game that we haven't seen in a while, also an endgame, we have the battle between Levon Aronian and John Ludwig Hammer. And we have, again, a bad pawn structure for black side, but only one weakness. And it seems like I mentioned earlier, when there's only one weakness on the board, it's very difficult to make progress. In this case, that weakness is on D4. You can see that white has both of his remaining pieces attacking it. But the problem is, what else are you going to do? How are you going to bring your king in to try to create some threats? How are you going to do anything, basically, in this position? It almost seems like at some point Aronian is going to have to play E3 to break through, but that doesn't seem like an easy breakthrough to organize. And even if you do it, I don't think it leads to that much. So perhaps Hammer can show a good way of holding this position without too many problems. But Aronian's position is, of course, to be preferred.
For sure, and you've been saying that all game, and I agree.
Right, and in the game, Anand versus Grishuk, we have a couple of new moves. King H3 was indeed played, and Grishuk said, hey, look at that, that's a free pawn, so I took it. Rook takes B2, attacking the knight on B5, and it seems like, well, Anand has the choice of taking on F6, after which you have to recapture. And I'm a little scared about black's pawn structure in this position. There's the issue that the knight's hanging on B5, so I probably have to move it, and that this pawn on D5 is also under attack. But I'm not so sure that I have to go knight C3 or knight C7 to defend it. I'm kind of wondering if I can play knight D4, since after rook takes D5, check on C8, king G7, there are some ideas of playing knight E6 check or knight takes F5 check, and I think knight takes F5 specifically looks really, really strong, as the only move that defends the bishop without sacrificing the exchange would be king G6, but after rook G8 check, that's all she wrote. The move king F7 runs into knight takes H6, and the knight also...
No, but you gotta show us king H5.
And then, okay, I have to show, of course, king H5 with our first pawn checkmate of the tournament.
But not the last.
Well, let's hope not the last. Pawn G4, and that would be game over. So it doesn't seem like I have to worry about the pawn on D5, which means that after the queen trade, I can go knight D4 and follow up with knight takes f5. And this leaves me very worried about Grischuk's chances of holding on to this position. Material is currently in favor of black, actually. He's up a pawn, but after knight takes f5, I'm going to be able to recover it. Ideas of f4, I also can ignore. I can even play knight e6. Again, you cannot take on d5 because after rook c8, that's just checkmate next move. So I don't know. I feel like Anand's better. There might be chances to hold, but we're not going to see this endgame, as Anand might have thought that he had a better idea by actually forcing Grischuk to be the one to exchange the queens himself. And this is a very interesting idea. The point is that after queen takes d4, I take back, of course, with the knight, and instead of shattering your pawn structure on the king side, I'm making sure that you don't give your king a loft, which means that the rook on d8 is stuck to the 8th rank. And the problems here persist for Grischuk. He needs to find some clever way of getting out of everything. I'm imagining he wants to play g6 and try to stop the pawn somehow, but it doesn't seem easy to do. Again, the move knight e6 would be a huge problem. I cannot take on d5 because of rook c8 checkmate, but if I move the rook anywhere random, then the move d6 comes with full strength.
Crushing, yeah.
Crushing. Also possible rook c3 or rook d3 look very, very strong.
Even if Anand wins this game, he won't catch up with the leader, right?
No, he won't, but he will be in a really good position for sure.
Right. Well, we have a very special guest in the studio in St. Louis. We have the chess club founder, Rex Singfield. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we're with Rex Singfield, the visionary behind the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. Rex, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Rex, it's been crazy. This Grand Chess Tour has kicked off with a bang followed by another bang, and again in round 3. Just insane.
I know.
How do you feel about what has transpired so far?
You certainly don't want to wish ill will on anybody, but the fact is we all know when the presumed leader loses in the first round and then loses in the second round, you got nothing but heart attack chess from here on out. I mean, he's got to win. He's got to do anything to win. And even now in this game, it's not clear. You know, it's a very unbalanced position. It makes for exciting chess. And think what it does to the other players. They say, Carlsen's available, you know, he's disposable. Imagine how they get up for him. That's got to be tough for him every day, knowing that the guy that's going to play him is up for him more than anything else in the world.
Absolutely. They smell blood like sharks
in
the water the way these guys play. And the two Americans, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, they're doing quite well. How are your feelings about that?
I'm happy to see they're doing well. I notice in this game it's the essence of quietude. You know, you almost wonder if it's illegal to continue the game. You know.
Yeah, it is kind of boring. Are you as excited to watch this as you would be for your own Singfield Cup?
You know, I have to admit that this has made me as excited because of the way it's unfolded. Obviously, there's a huge home bias, as there is for anyone. But this is remarkable. And frankly, with our people over in Norway and with the best broadcast team in the world right here in St. Louis covering this tournament live, it's sort of like being at home. I think actually that Missouri and Norway should consider a merger. What do you think of that?
I'm not going to get into
You heard it here first.
your cockamamie ideas. I know you have quite a few of them.
I do.
So the triad of events, what's the vision behind this, to have these events be a grand chess tour? What's the purpose as you see this get kicked off?
I think to create the premier chess series throughout the year, analogous to what happens in tennis and what happens in golf. Everybody follows those major tournaments. And at the end of the year, who's the best? It's the one who's done the best over a series of events. You recall last year when these players were here in St. Louis and we were having dinner at my house, actually, and I asked Magnus, what's more important to you, being world champion or being considered the #1 player in the world? And he said, easy, being #1. He says, because that's you got to do every day. A championship just lasts a couple weeks. But #1, you got to do it every day. You got to, be ready to go every day. So it's much harder, and he likes it much more. And that makes enormous sense.
Now, we only have 3 tournaments right now. Are there intentions to expand it to even more events?
I believe there will be more. I think we can go to 4 next year. I'm not sure how many. My guess is ultimately we might get to 6. And then there'll be an option for the players not to have to play in 6, but just to play in 5, so they could opt out of 1. But nothing is cast in stone yet.
Yeah, that'd be quite a number of tournaments. Gary Kasparov's role in this, he's also a visionary chess player, certainly world champion, #1 for many, many years.
Right.
How are you working together with him to make these happen?
Well, you know, Gary's really providing the intellectual leadership on this. This was, as we started talking about this in Norway, the day after the FIDE elections. And, you know, quite honestly, Gary was understandably quite down from the election, but boy, did he bounce back fast. And we started talking about some event. And then after the Singfield Cup here, we really started talking about it, because when I got the feedback from the players that, yeah, success in a series of tournaments is more important than success in one event, that sort of just sealed, that tells you what the whole chess world is waiting for and what they think is important. But Gary's crucial. He's the sine qua non. This wouldn't be happening without him.
And the future of chess here in the United States, certainly, as you mentioned, there's a home bias, but we see some young players who are rising stars. It's incredible what Sam Sevian has done.
Right.
Jeffrey Zhang has now become a grandmaster at the tender age of 14. And we see A1 de Liang, who's also playing amazing chess. The future seems bright for young American stars.
It really does. It's really gratifying. Now, let me tell you a personal story in that regard about rising stars. About 2 or 3 years ago in the St. Louis Open, I happened to play in it, and I will confess, and I know that Jennifer's here, and I'm going to be excoriated because I haven't played enough over the board chess, and I haven't played enough 10-minute chess.
And Jennifer Shahade is your coach.
Jennifer Shahade is my coach, and she is my evil coach. She punishes me severely, but she's wonderful. But I hear from her when I don't do exactly what she wants. So I was playing in this tournament, and who do I play but Matt Lawson, who was rated all a 1450 in that event. Now you talk about playing a rising star when his true strength is way above his actual rating. I mean, it was brutal. I went down in flames. We played some queen pawn opening, and I have no idea what you'd call what I played. You know.
Well, the young players definitely are powerful.
They're really good.
I know they're in town for the Kasparov Chess School, is it?
The Kasparov Chess Foundation, the Rising Star School, and it's 2 floors above us in this very building, taking place right now.
Incredible events happening all the time here in St. Louis. Thanks, of course, in no small part to your generosity. We appreciate your coming and spending time with us.
Well, thank you. But, you know, let's give credit where credit is due. We have an amazing staff, Joy Bray, Tony Rich, all of you folks coming in, not just doing the broadcasting, but giving us your ideas. This is clearly a team. This is a corporate event. This is no one person here. If there's ever a team event, and let's face it, we've been blessed with good fortune. It looks like everything we've tried has turned out to be a good idea. I mean, that's just an incredible run of luck, and I hope it continues.
Well, luck goes to the prepared, and there's a lot of preparation and intellect that goes into forming such a wonderful event and club and series of events. Thank you so much, Rex, for joining us.
Pleasure indeed.
Rex Singfield, the founder, the brains behind all of this that has happened here. We appreciate his time. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Great things happening around the world with this chess tour. And I like that point that it's not just a 2-week event or a 2-week match that is the spear point where everything falls on it. No, it's just a tour, and it's a performance throughout the year that really determines who the best player in the world is. And I'm glad to hear that Magnus Carlsen also shares this opinion, that that's more important than the World Championship title. And
it's spaced out nicely too, right?
Oh, very nicely. Yes, absolutely. The fact that we have tournaments now in June, which is going to end in December. Players have enough time to rest between the events and prepare for each other. And rumors are we're going to have early next year another participant on the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, you're going to want to stay tuned to Grand Chess Tour's website and Twitter page to find more details on that. And of course, we'll probably also have a lot more details when the Singfield Cup rolls right down here to St. Louis in a couple months.
Absolutely. All right, let's get back into the action of what's going on in the games.
So Carlsen is still thinking.
Carlsen's
after rook takes d5, we've got 25 minutes.
Well, I'm not surprised. How funny would it be if he actually thought 25 minutes in that bishop f7 position? He might actually have found the move bishop f7.
Yeah, too bad that wasn't move 40.
That was not move 40. But unfortunately for Carlsen, this is a little bit too late. It doesn't matter how much he thinks, there is no forced win, but there's more than one way for him to push too hard in this position. There is a couple of variations in which he tries to checkmate his opponent, doesn't quite work. And well, he could overpress. And you might notice that despite the fact that this is a very sharp position, Geary's nowhere to be found. He hasn't been on the board for quite a while. And the reason is that he's currently resting. Playing chess is not easy, especially at this level. You're consistently calculating, you're consistently evaluating. There's so much that you need to look and think, and you need rest during games, and this is the perfect spot to do it. He just hit move 40. It's up to Carlsen to define the next move. There's no use for Geary to start calculating now. He's simply saying, I got an hour and 13 minutes. I'm going to wait for my opponent to make a move before I start calculating any variations. Don't let me fry my brain unnecessarily.
Maurice, news in another game.
Actually, I want to stay on this game, talk about frying your brain. There is so much to calculate here, and Magnus Carlsen is in the tank trying to figure out exactly what to do. Well, let's take a look at this position. He has a number of moves. It turns out that he shouldn't be afraid of actually losing the game. That's critical when you're in a position like this. Maybe he thought he was winning. Actually, maybe he knew he was winning when he first played Bishop G6, and he'll kick himself when he finds out that he was, in fact, winning, although I don't know he'd find that variation with Bishop F7 and Queen E4, Knight G5, Queen F5. That was all crazy. But in this position here, he has a couple of ways to go. Why do I say, let's reset everything? What is the material situation on the board? That's first. Crazy as it is, it's one knight against two pawns. This knight against these two pawns, all right? So it's a knight for two pawns. That means, as far as Magnus is concerned, he's okay. Because even if you traded some things off, it's going to be hard to prove any advantage for black. So that's the first thing. You can relax around that and now say, now do I have a way to win the game? And he's going to start looking at the board for quite some time. He could consolidate the position with this move. Bishop H5 check, King H8, Bishop F3. That's very solid. The engine's like black here, but the point is white's not going to just lose. Black's a little bit better because of the extra knight for the two pawns, but white is super solid now. Maybe black can try to mess around, but I don't think with this pressure on this diagonal that's going to happen. So he has that alternative. So let's not make Rook B1, spectacular Rook B1 out to be the only move. But if he's going to try to win, he will look at Rook B1, and now black has to find Rook D1 check. Black actually, after Rook B1, could play the move Queen to C7. This is legal. White could then play Queen E3, a very unusual move, threatening some idea of moving the bishop and keeping the pressure on this king. The bishop landing on E4 would be a very strong piece. So that's a line worth looking at. But certainly Geary's going to look at the move Rook to D1 check. King H2 must be found. The queen is under attack, and he needs all the pressure he can. And now Rook takes B1. Now again, Magnus has a moment to stop and think. He could play the move Bishop H7 check. Why is he playing this? Well, take a look at this line. King F7, Queen F5 check, Queen F6, Queen D7 check, and now Queen E7. Now you get to play this Rook check. All forced. King takes, Queen E7. Now Rook to F7. This looks like it might be curtains for white. But it turns out white has this wrinkle. Queen to E8, keeping an eye on this Rook, preparing all sorts of checks, possible Queen G8, Queen H8, Queen D8, all kinds of nonsense could happen here. And also the bishop is attacking the Rook on G8. On B1. Crazy line there. That could happen as well. So that's one line. Black is still okay in that line by moving the Rook away. So let's go back again. Rook takes B1. The line we looked at, Bishop F5 check. Magnus might go down this line. Geary will have to find the right move because King F7 in this position, King F7 looks potentially attractive, but the engines go crazy and say, Queen takes E5, it's over. White's winning suddenly. Rook to G7 mate is on tap, and you can't do anything about it. If you play the move Rook to G8, guarding against that mate, now bishop takes on B1, quite calm, threatening the knight with check as well. So suddenly black is without a move because this knight is under attack. This rook is still potentially hanging. Bishop A2 check is coming into the game. If rook takes G3, now queen takes F4 check, and with a series of checks, white will pick up this rook and guard the bishop. You got to calculate all of that. You still with me? It's crazy. Magnus is human. He might be almost 2,900, but to calculate through all these variations will be quite taxing. So he's spending his time now to make sure that he plays the logical line. And it seems he has played a move, and instead of playing rook to B1, he has played queen to B1, another alternative, extraordinarily logical move. well, let's not call it extraordinarily logical. The point is that he knows he can go into an endgame where he's slightly worse. He knows that because he'll have the 2 pawns against the knight, and it looks as though he's just decided that all those other variations don't work. Rook b1 is too crazy, and he's played queen b1, and that's really an admission that he's trying to draw the game more than anything else after this move. So Magnus realizes that he is no longer winning, and it's Giri who's starting to think, do I have any chances here, guys?
Well, I'm wondering, actually, after queen b1, how do you keep the extra pawn here on e5 for black? Because you have to be very careful still after queen b1, which was played. If you decide to just trade off the queens, and I put my king, I don't know, on f7, for example. Well, on f7, I wouldn't want to play it because this pin looks ugly. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on h8. And I was wondering, after bishop e4, what exactly you do to maintain that pawn on e5 alive. For example, after rook b5, I exchange and I take on e5, and this should be pretty much a dead draw. I don't think that the 3 pawns can possibly beat the knight, so this should be extremely drawish. I don't know. It feels like, I don't think Carlsen has any real chances of being worse, unless I'm missing a way of keeping the pawn here for black. It seems like queen b1 is a safer approach to some other things that could have been played. Queen b1 looks more logical, and I think that from a human point of view, I can explain and understand queen b1. There are some things in this this round, that I haven't been able to understand. First of all, how badly MVL played his game, and second, how badly Caruana has played his game. I mean,
yeah, so it looks like Nakamura actually has a big edge now, huh?
Well, what's strange to me is that Nakamura didn't do anything. Nakamura didn't put pressure. It's just Caruana didn't like his structure, so he played g5, destroying his structure and giving a free file to his opponent's rook. What was he thinking? I don't understand g5 whatsoever. I understand it was the 40th move, but he had plenty of time to make it. g5 is just so strange and so committal to making the 40th move. After pawn takes g5, rook h1, it's all white. White's the only one that has chances of winning. Rook a7 was played, and I wouldn't be surprised that this is close to losing for the black pieces. There's ideas of simply penetrating on h5, and look at this delicious line on the 5th rank that I can just start munching pawns on. How do you defend everything here? If I play f6, suddenly f4 is very annoying. I'm not so sure how you keep everything intact. No, something clearly went wrong here for Caruana, and what bothers me...
He's just trying to generate some play with rook a7 so that he can play a4.
Right, but I mean, even if you play a4, I don't know what you're doing with that move. I just take it, and you're way too slow to do anything on that side of the board. You don't have any real threats.
Yeah, I know. It's just strange because at least that rook was able to protect the pawns on d7.
Well, to me, it's completely baffling, why he went for something like this. His position was completely safe, and then he decided to, I don't know, play g5. It's just, this move, g5, is, to me, completely incomprehensible.
Yeah, you're right. h5 looks so natural.
Even if you don't play h5, just don't play anything. Why are you giving up the h-file for free to your opponent? This looks, I mean, to use Maurice's word, ridiculous. g5 is a ridiculous move in this position. Let's see. Let's take a look at Grischuk's game. Let's see if we missed this time. Yeah, he's not in time pressure anymore. Okay, we have actually a result in this game. We can see that Anand and Grischuk have agreed to a draw. Very interesting game for sure. Sveshnikov at its maximum expression. And we left off the position here after rook c6, after queen takes d4, knight takes d4. Rook d2 was played. I like this clever idea of making sure the rook controls the squares behind the pawn in order to prevent it from moving forward. After knight f5, rook e8 was played. Rook takes f5, regained material parity. But after that, g6 was played, and that allowed Grischuk just about enough time to consolidate his position. He doesn't have that much to be worried about here because the only testing move for black, which is the move d6, runs into bishop g7. Black's pieces are okay. These ones are awkward. d7 cannot be played because of the beautiful positioning of the rook. And since this knight on e6 is hanging, this rook cannot move from its defense. Knight takes g7 was played, king takes g7, rook f4, and now after king g8, there's simply no way of making progress in this position. I believe the threat is also to play rook e6, and rook c7 was met with rook takes d6, rook f7, and despite the powerful rooks on the 7th rank, all they're really going to get is a perpetual check. There's not going to be anything else besides that. So an interesting and quite fascinating draw in my opinion. There was a lot of attacking chances for both sides, but at the end it kind of fizzled out into a fighting draw.
Yeah, fun game for sure.
It was a very fun game. I think that even though this was a draw that ended in a rook endgame, the way that they got there was really, really interesting. I thought it was a lot of fun.
So Magnus still in the tank at, well, after queen b1.
Well, it's Giri that's
No, it's
thinking
Giri
at the moment,
thinking,
right?
yeah.
And as I said, Giri probably will spend some time here because he wasn't calculating before Magnus moved. There wouldn't make any sense to calculate before Magnus played. So now that queen b1 is on the board, we're going to try to see if Giri calculates something that's not the queen trade. However, it does seem pretty risky to do anything that's not that. I don't see any good moves. Common tricks, for example, include playing rook b5. And any time you put something on a light square, you have to be really careful. This would instantly lose to bishop d3 check, or even taking on b5 first. I don't see either knight takes h3 or crazy ideas like queen takes f2 immediately coming close to working, so that's not going to happen. It becomes the question, what can black do that is not simply exchanging the queens and going to what seems to be a pretty drawish endgame? I think this position, if I was Giri, I would probably just snap that queen and say, okay, I have a knight, your 3 pawns are not going to beat me. I should be okay. And the only remaining game that we haven't seen in some time is the Aronian game against Hammer, and I will remind the viewers that this king that's currently sitting on b3 was actually on g3 only a few moves ago, and Aronian decided to move it all the way across the board. And he went from g3. This is actually the exact same position, which is funny. Bishop e5 checked, and then he simply moved the king around to the queen side. The question is, what did he gain from that? The answer, I'm not sure. Obviously, the king doesn't have any penetration squares on this side of the position because of the b5 pawn holding onto the c4 square. So Aronian's going to have to prove why exactly he maneuvered his king all the way there.
That's right, so some solid defensive efforts here by Hammer.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything to be worried about immediately. I'm sure Aronian will try to create further threats, but for the time being, it seems like Hammer's holding on without that many problems. This should end in a draw with good play. We're going to see if he continues his defensive efforts.
That's right, so what might end up being the longest game today is Nakamura-Caruana.
Well, I expect this game to go rather long, and whereas the Nakamura-Caruana, I mean, if Caruana keeps playing the way he's playing, this is not going to last long. Nakamura's just going to take all the pawns and win, which to me is incredibly surprising. The way that Caruana played so brilliantly yesterday with effortless technique, fantastic piece placement, and then he plays like g5. Is this the same guy?
And then good preparation in rounds 1 and 3 is black.
Yeah, he had no problems in the opening today either. It's not like he got what I feel outplayed or he had a difficult position. He just committed suicide. And I don't understand how this happened. He's not completely lost yet. There's still a lot of chances for Hikaru to go wrong and for Caruana to create counterplay. So it's definitely not a dead position. But I mean, White's advantage is huge.
And White just played rook to h7, so instead of rook h5, kind of tickling those pawns right away, he started with rook h7.
And this move makes sense,
He does have
course.
the direct threat of rook g7.
Absolutely, the direct threat of rook g7, which would target the g pawn. And if it moves forward, I'm going to invade on g5 anyway, and then suddenly the pawn on f5 will be completely defenseless. So already we're seeing a couple of variations in which Caruana can simply not hold on to his pawn. So what's this all about? I mean, the structure is so weak.
I don't really understand rook a7 that much. That's strange.
I don't understand. I mean, what is Caruana doing? g5? Rook a7? I don't know. He's headed towards just a loss.
Yikes.
Right.
Well, if Nakamura were to win this game, he would join Topalov at the top of the standings.
Yeah, absolutely, and he has everything served. to take this game, which is not something I expected, considering the opening. But to be fair, I also didn't expect Caruana to just say, I don't care about my structure, I'm going to make it as bad as possible and just allow a free file for my opponent's rook. Yeah, it's much easier to play this with white as well. There's something that has to happen for Caruana to actually create counterplay, but I don't see it. He's slowed down tremendously. He's down on the clock by so much. I mean, I don't know what's happening. What happened to this guy in the last hour?
Let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds and think about how they may shake up after 3. So yes, we had a 5-way tie for first, and it looks like Nakamura has got the edge in his game, while Topalov is already won. So 2.5 points for Veselin, and perhaps Nakamura will join him. Vashir Legrab definitely not joining him. Caruana looks like he's just playing for a draw. Giri also unlikely to join. So Nakamura might end up being in the sole lead after this round with Topalov.
Right, they will be sharing the lead at the top with 2.5 out of 3, which is a fantastic score for both of them. Although both of them got there in kind of a strange fashion. I mean, Topalov winning one game completely out of luck. I mean, you can't call it anything but that. Another game was simply gifted to him today by MVL in a series of mistakes by the Frenchman, from opening preparation to just bad piece placement. While Nakamura, it seemed like today he didn't try anything special. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He shuffled pieces around for a little bit, and the Caruana is the one that decided, hey, here, have a point.
Maurice has some news for us in a game.
Well, I'm still studying that game between Carlsen and Giri. That position that, you know, if you think about this position, you mentioned this, Alejandro, give this position to someone and say, solve white to move and win. It wouldn't even be fair, because after bishop f7 check, king takes queen e4, you don't even know what to suggest for black. There's so many moves that you're going to say, so what should I say black should do now? Just take a look at this sacrifice. Rook takes b5, the queen is hanging. Instead of playing queen e4, you hope to play queen e4 and play bishop f7 on the next move, but instead the right way is to play bishop f7 first, king takes, and this is the position I'm talking about. You say, okay, so what are black's defenses? Black could play the queen back to d8 to stop a knight from going to g5. Black will play rook g8. Black can move the king to g7. And all these lines you have to calculate, and all of them are just crazy. Well, not all of them, but most of them are crazy. Let's take a look at one. Queen d8, bringing the queen back to stop the knight from going to this square. You want to know what the immediate response is? The knight goes another square, sacrifice. Give me this guy, and then I don't touch this one. I check you here on h7. And now suddenly your king is being encircled by just these 3 pieces alone, and the rest of the army has to watch. This knight is not going to affect the action in any way. After king to f8, you can play this check. And now the king has to go to e7 because it can't go to g5 because of rook g3. And of course, this is just going to be a crush. The queen and pieces are going to attack so quickly. We'll start just with queen f4 and threaten some discoveries. You got 4 pawns for the bishop, but this discovery check is menacing. This one, the king is just caught in a crossfire. That's lights out. So if we go back to this position here after the check and king f7 and queen to e4, other defenses for black, knight takes d5 as a defense. That's not going to work for a number of reasons. Well, knight takes e5 is still in the position as a winning move. That's a killer. Other moves as well will work, like queen h7 is too much to bear after king up. Again, knight takes e5. We see this sacrifice because the rook and queens are going to just crush the king. Again, look at these 5 pieces, excuse me, a cluster, meaningless cluster on this side, while all you need is a naked king and 3 hungry pieces chasing it. Beautiful, beautiful finish. If Magnus had found this move, he would have won in fantastic style. Yasser Seirawan talks about the legend of Magnus Carlsen growing. That would have been the start of a legend. Bishop f7. But let me tell you, you can forgive even a world champion for missing such a spectacular line as bishop f7. Guys?
Although it's funny because the reason I think Magnus might be a little bit upset is only because in that game with Singfield Cup against Aronian, that complicated endgame where he could have won, and Levon put up a brilliant defense. Magnus was so upset at himself, and it didn't seem like to mortals that it was obvious by any respect.
Well, yeah,
and also that Levon really played well to earn that draw.
Right, but then again, the win wasn't something brilliant. It was just like technique here, technique there. He missed a couple of defensive resources, and it was well within reach. Whereas I don't think anybody would have said give Carlsen an infinite amount of time to figure this position out, and yeah, he should have done it. But he was under time pressure. He missed his chances a couple of times, and
Levon played quite well.
And Levon played really, really well to draw that with a Vancouver type of idea. But this position, man, I don't know. I think he's just gonna laugh about it. Like, how can that be?
He might laugh.
How can that be a move?
Laughter,
somebody's gonna show it.
Laughter seems like you can never be wrong. I mean, you always have a good chance of being right if you predict that Magnus is just gonna laugh at something. Because he applies his dark humor to everything, even his first round loss.
That's true. Well, we do have a couple of moves. Giri decided to swap queens, and after king h8, which seemed forced, the move bishop e4 was what we see on the board. Giri's currently thinking where he's going to hide the rook, or if he's going to hide the rook at all. He actually doesn't have to. He could play down what would be considered 2 rooks against 2 pieces and a rook, but a bunch of pawns for the side with the 2 rooks. For example, he could play something like rook d1, which is probably not the best, but just as an example, rook d1 here and take on e4. It's a way of defending the position. I don't think that most rook endgames are going to be winning anyway if I sacrifice my bishop on g2 at some point. To be fair, this is more pleasant for white. On the other hand, he might just play rook b5, allow takes, and takes on e5. After which, again, I expect that there must be more than one way of making a draw here for black. You have a full knight here, and even though the 3 pawns seem to be dangerous, they should be able to be controlled with certain precision.
Some news on Nakamura Caruana.
Some really big news, actually, in that game, and the engines are saying that it's only a little bit better for white, not enough to win, but I think the rest of us looking at this position can say, you've got to be kidding. This looks like black is getting steamrolled. He played the move, did Caruana f4 after rook to h7, and now g takes f4, g takes f4 is possible for Nakamura, and now this is the key move right now. Instead of taking back and shattering the structure, what about the move e4? And all of a sudden, this f-pawn is simply dead. Just dead. The rook's going to h4. It's going to take the pawn. It's going to keep pressure on this line. And then he's going to try to work the guy over. This looks like a really bad position. The line, the engine's giving a4, b takes a4, rook takes a4, giving away the f7 pawn. That looks like Indians just not knowing their end games. That just looks stupid to have to play. Rook a3 check, king d2, rook a2, king e1. Yeah, and now I've consolidated. And even if you go after my pawn with rook to a3, even this pawn, I might give you this pawn in some cases and just take here and have 2 connected pass pawns. But he could also play this move if he likes. This looks like technique time. And Nakamura, I think, smells blood. Caruana has really blown it. You were right, Alejandro. The move g5 earlier is like, what? You just intentionally open up the h file for the other guy, and now you suffer. Crazy development from a player who's a really strong player at that. For him to play g5 is just hard to believe. And we see there these 2 players playing, Magnus and Giri. They're seemingly going towards a draw, one of the more exciting draws we've seen in a while.
Right, definitely a very exciting draw and a very strange position in the Nakamura-Caruana game. And even the engines believe that it's only a little bit better. It does seem like sometimes they still tend to misevaluate rook endgames. We're going to have to see if they manage to find a way to defend here for black. And in that scenario, we do go back to this idea of pawn takes f4, pawn takes f4, e4, which was what we had considered, Jen and I, in this position, bringing back the rook in order to take the pawn for free in order to not have to shatter my own pawn structure. After the move, which seems forced to me, a4 takes and rook takes a4, how else can I justify putting the rook on the a file? Rook takes f7, check, here, check. I don't want to give up the f2 pawn. I must go back to e1. I mean, it does seem like in most scenarios this is pretty much lost. I don't know if king c3 gives me enough chances to create counterplay, but to be fair, I would sincerely doubt it in this position. It doesn't seem to be enough after, for example, rook takes and the simple rook f3 holding everything together. I don't know. I'm very baffled at this position. I expect Nakamura to at least test Caruana for a while. The continuation is very obviously going to be pawn takes f4, and e4. I can't see Nakamura taking on f4 because at this point, why would you? Why would you shatter your structure like this and make your winning chances so much more difficult when you have the chance of going simply e4 and putting the pressure on the pawn with the rook? This looks really, really bad for black. There might be some miraculous save. Caruana, I would usually say, plays very well and has great technique and might find some resources, but the way that he's playing this endgame just completely baffles me. We have a couple of moves on the board, as we can see, and yes, they actually did follow the variation that we were considering. Well, I don't think I expected anything else. We have people thinking in different games. We have 3 remaining games without results. The game that we just saw between Nakamura and Caruana. We also have Levon Aronian playing against John Ludwig Hammer, trying to press for a position that seems very drawish. I don't see how Aronian can really try to penetrate this fortress that the Norwegian has set up. There's plenty of ways to try too hard, especially with the king on b3. If you try to break open the structure at any point, you have to be worried that when this pawn exchanges itself for this pawn on e3, that this pawn is going to be rolling down the board. I'll be worried about that in certain variations. So, and that's going to be completely out of the picture since Aronian did play the move f3. But after the move f3, it's almost like giving up. There's no way to break through anywhere. And it just seems like a draw. I don't see how he's going to take advantage of the fact that these pawns are superfluous, since b7 is not really participating in the position. But I don't see anything to do at all after f3. I think that Hammer exhibited good defense, and it's going to end in a draw after a couple of moves. I just don't think that Aronian can really try for that long. He already took his king all the way down to the queen side from the king side. What else is there to do?
Yeah, once you try that. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri seem to be moving pretty quickly.
Well, yeah, this is the obvious ideas of rook d7 or rook b5. They didn't really matter. Takes on b7, takes on b7, and of course rook takes e5. This is all something that we already had considered. And there's several options here for black. There's no checkmate threat on h5 because my knight's covering it, so I don't have to worry about it for the time being. That being said, why not go ahead and trade off a couple of rooks with the move rook g7. And I think that, 3 pawns should not beat a knight in this position. Jen, would you be worried here with black, even if you're playing Magnus Carlsen?
No.
No, not so much. Looks pretty drawish. We'll see how the players proceed. Of course, this is not a complete draw. Perhaps white can try some tricks. If I had to choose a side, I would be white, but I wouldn't expect to beat anybody in this position.
Not unless they made a lot of mistakes. As these games wind down, let's take a look at tomorrow's pairings. Well, we got Alexander Grishuk versus Jan Ludwig Hammer. We've got Topala versus Aronian. Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Anish Giri versus Hikaru Nakamura. And Viswanathan Anand versus Magnus Carlsen. So
the rematch again of the World Championship cycle of the past 2 years. That's going to be an interesting game to watch. We're going to have to see some of the leaders if they can defend their strength. And definitely Topalov with the tough choice of going for the kill against Aronian or trying to solidify his advantage by playing it safe against a Aronian who's just incredibly strong when he's on shape. The question is he right now?
Well, I think we're actually going to see a lot more play today, though.
From Aronian?
No, in general.
Yes.
In general, I think this is going to go quite a while.
No, this will go for quite a while, absolutely. Even Aronian, I think, will try to press for some time. And
but the big one is Caruana versus Nakamura.
Right.
That one will go on.
The big question will be if Nakamura can break Caruana in this position. And he, as I said, he didn't have to do anything. Caruana already gifted him most of the tools that he needs to create some kind of decisive endgame. It's up to Corona to see if he can dig himself out of this bad situation.
This one will go the distance, I think. Nakamura is going to try to squeeze every drop he can out of this position.
Right, and as we mentioned earlier, this was completely unnecessary for Caruana. If he manages to save this by some miracle or another, he will still be kicking himself for playing so badly in this position.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And for having to suffer.
Right, and I'm not saying that he's going to achieve it. I mean, he might just as well lose. I don't think he can draw if White plays absolutely perfectly.
You think it's more likely to be a win here than a draw?
I think it's 50-50. I'm not sure. There's so many variations in which the c-pawn can become good, even if White obtains this, for example, this pawn on b3 disappears for this one. This pawns on f7 and f4 are taken, and all we have remaining is somehow this pawn going forward once I eliminate d3, trying to create counterplay. So for example, in the line that Maurice was showing us, takes, check here, and maybe something like, not this move. Rook a3 and taking on d3. Perhaps you can try to make this into a draw. It's very similar to the ideas in the Giri versus Anand game from yesterday, where Anand had two connected pass pawns, but his king was very weak, and this pawn just created a lot of counterplay. But this obviously seems a lot worse than that position where Giri had the one pawn. Here, Caruana's king is not nearly as active. His rook's not as well placed. This pawn is very, very speedy. I think that here, Nakamura definitely has much better chances than Anand did. So I don't know if this is something that Caruana really wants to go for. But on the other hand, I don't see anything else.
Well, as these games start to shape up into the second time control, we're going to take a break and be back and see if Caruana can survive here.
Absolutely. That's going to be a big question for the standings.
Hello, St. Louis. We're here in Norway with five-time world chess champion Vishy Anand. Vishy, how are you feeling?
Fine. I mean, today was a game where I think both of us were scared at some point, and but just very complicated. I mean, I'm really dying to get back up and figure out what exactly happened. But sure, I'm fine.
Yeah, seriously, it was a great pleasure watching the game. I mean, for me personally, I thought it was a tremendous battle, and as usual, he gets into his time trouble, but he finds all the moves he needed to hold the game. You were putting pressure on him, I felt, through most of the game.
Yes, but he's very resilient. I mean, the thing is, time pressure doesn't particularly faze him. So he's kind of cool, and I've learned to ignore, also him and Vasily, I've learned to just ignore their time pressure because you're the one most likely to blunder if you try to take advantage of that. But I felt we both stepped up when we needed to. I mean, there was a moment when I felt I was getting into trouble. I mean, King G2 and F4 looked good, and then I suddenly wasn't so sure. Mm-hmm. But FE5 I didn't like. And I think later on he also played some very good moves.
Just switching to another note for a moment. The next event, of course, is in St. Louis, in Coca. And I'm sitting there thinking in my history, when was the last time you played in a tournament in the United States?
That would be New York, 1995.
That's what you have to, well, that was the match. That was the match. But I meant a tournament, actual tournament.
Well, it could have been one of the Grand Prix. Oh, but you want a classical tournament?
As opposed to the Intel.
Maybe I've never played a classical tournament in the U.S.
That's what was going through my mind. I was really having a hard time placing you in the United States in a classical tournament.
Yeah, but we haven't had Rex for a long time. I mean, we have had Rex only since recently. Otherwise, I would have probably played before.
We're looking forward to your visiting the United States in St. Louis. Vishy, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That was five-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand sharing with us what I found to be an absolutely superb battle here in round 3 of the Norway 2015 Chess Tour. Back to you in St. Louis.
And Chess Fanatic at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame. St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Grand Chess Tour. We've got 3 games still going, and, you know, it seems that Caruana is in trouble against Nakamura. The other 2 seem steered towards a draw, but when? Hard to say.
Well, it is difficult to say, absolutely. Aronian, I don't see him finding any way of penetrating the solid position that John Ludwig Hammer has come up with. The Norwegian doesn't even have any problems with his queenside structure anymore. It's not like he can play for a win either, but I don't know how they're going to agree to a draw or how it's going to work out, but they just can't push beyond their boundaries. They can't penetrate their opponent's position, so this does seem like it's going to go towards equality. In the game between Carlsen and Geary, we finally have an unusual endgame between the world champion and Geary, where White has 3 pawns for a piece, and obviously because even if the 3 pawns disappeared, this is still a draw, a very basic one at that. Rook cannot beat, will not lose against Rook and Knight under most circumstances. Well, it's very unlikely that White can do anything either, because actually there are many scenarios which, even if Black loses the Knight for just the G-pawn, some of those endgames are still drawn, and it's very hard to believe.
That's not going to happen.
And
no.
it's almost impossible to believe that's going to happen. So yeah, this is pretty basic draw. They probably just have to figure out a way to do it. In the rules, you have to either do a 3-fold repetition or ask permission from the arbiter, who determines that it's a completely drawn position. And in this case, it's not completely drawn, so I could see the arbiters making them play a few more moves, but I have no doubt that this will end in a draw.
That's right. So Carlsen will get on the scoreboard.
Well, that leaves nobody with 0 points. I don't think we expected anybody with 0 points.
Well, we didn't expect Magnus to have half out of 3 either.
Definitely not. He still would be at the bottom of the standings since Christian drew his game. So, and Hammer, I don't think, will lose against Aronian.
That's right. So he'll still be in this whole...
He'll still be in the basement, where he will hope to maybe bounce back with a win with Black against Anand tomorrow.
Well, we definitely won't be betting him on the basement in the final of the tournament.
Definitely not betting for that, but still, it looks like the position here is hopeless, but they have to go through the motions. And the only game that is of interest still, at least in my opinion, is the Nakamura versus Caruana game, in which we have all the moves that we had predicted would be played. The F4 break happened, and then E4, A4 in order to bring the rook back to life. Nakamura captures on F7, also threatening this idea of rook takes F4, which is very powerful. Check King D2, check King E1. And we had analyzed all of this before we went for a commercial break. And I still think that even though Caruana has some slim chances for drawing, this seems closer to a win than it is to a draw. That being said, rook endgames are always very, very tricky. So I'm not entirely sure if there are some resources here for Fabiano to hold on to the position.
I agree with you, though. I'd put it at 60-40.
Yeah, I don't see how Caruana can force...
60-39 won.
I guess there's always a chance that White can lose this.
We learned.
We learned that weird things happen. Maybe Nakamura will also forget that he doesn't have additional time after 60 moves, and he wastes his remaining 1 hour, 13 minutes, and some seconds that he has left.
Yeah, well, Nakamura didn't show a ton of sympathy for his nemesis in that game.
It's hard to, of course, and it's a difficult
I don't
position
think many
here.
of the players felt a lot of sympathy.
Well,
Because Magnus, he's the guy to beat. He's a hometown hero. I think it was a bit of a maybe schadenfreude.
right. I just think that not knowing the rules doesn't really inspire a lot of sympathy among anybody. So, in this case, I can't say that.
I don't know, because I feel like if it was one of the lower rated players in the tournament, like if it was Hammer or something, people would feel sympathetic.
Perhaps, I can see that. But even then, I think Hammer being so excited to he's playing the Grand Chess Tour. I think he knows the rules. I think he knows the rules pretty well. I don't think that.
We should have told his buddy.
Well, again, this is one of those things that you just assume the world champion knows. But alas, this is where we are, and Magnus Carlsen finds himself with 0 points, but will probably draw the game today.
And I can't, my Spanish is a little rusty, but somehow Paco Vallejo is saying G5, double question mark, by Fabiano Caruana. He was not impressed by that move.
Paco Vallejo, the strongest player from Spain, tweeted at us in Spanish, actually, saying the technique of Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is much better than what people seem to think. But that being said, Mamma Mia, B5 and G5 from Fabiano, OMG.
I got that.
Well, this is basically the reaction that I had upon seeing those moves. It's how can you make your position so bad in the quickest amount of time possible? And he found them. He found the way. He's going to be suffering here for a while, and he's actually also running out of time. He only has 18 minutes for the remaining 11 moves. Wait, psych, just kidding. He doesn't have any more time at 60. So he actually is dropping very rapidly in time, and he has to play chess. I mean, he needs to start making moves. I know his position is difficult, but there are certain variations where he'll need to calculate very accurately. If he doesn't have the time to do it in a complicated rook endgame, he's just going to lose.
And Maurice, your thoughts on this battle? Will Caruana go down?
Well, it looks awful. And if you look at the position when he played this move G5, this rook on C1, it's doing nothing. It's just a random piece sitting there. It's move 40 in a Grandmaster game. These two players, if they were playing without the rules, and by the way, it's very specific drawing rules in effect in this tournament that would actually prevent them from accepting a draw in this position. So apparently the rules are that, first of all, it's got to be a dead draw, a dead draw, or else you cannot take a draw. Or it's got to be a 3-4 repetition of some kind, perpetual, they can find. The players can certainly repeat moves in a position like this, but if it was just a plain, let's get to 40 moves and you accept a draw, if he had made his 40th move, any sort of rook move, nondescript move, Nakamura, and offered a draw, Nakamura would have said, of course, this has been drawn forever. What did he do on move 40? The dreaded move 40, by the way, since it's the move that makes time control. Often mistakes happen there. He decided to activate White's rook on purpose. Why don't we just play G5 and give White an open file after capture, and rook to H1? Why would you? It's even hard to conceive that he would make such a move. It's incredible that he would just gift White an open H file, regardless of even if that was a draw. Doesn't make any sense at all that he played that move. Again at move 40, he's going to have to explain himself. Certainly one of the worst moves he's played in a couple of years. No question about it. Maybe even longer than that. So he's suffering for sure. Will he make a draw in that position? I really don't know. But it looks like he's going to suffer, and I would bet he's going to lose the game. We'll see if he can come up with a miraculous way of saving himself. Now, that said, when we started this tournament, we often look to see who's on form in the event. Who's the guy you should be watching? Who's the guy you think is playing the best of everyone? After the first two rounds, without question, you'd point to Fabi. I mean, after all, he had that beautiful draw, well, solid draw at least against Anand, and then he crushed, no other way of putting it, crushed Magnus Carlsen. You'd have thought he was the one to look at after the first round as the key guy playing well. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would be running a close second, as a matter of fact, although he had a little bit of trouble against against Hammer in his game. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that first game he played, looked wonderful. It wouldn't have been Topalov. Geary was a little shaky on this list, and Nakamura himself was playing okay, although he suffered yesterday against Topalov. What do you say now about round 3? After 3 rounds, Topalov is sitting pretty. The guy who should have lost round 1 is sitting pretty. Caruana, who looked like he was doing great, now he looks like he might even lose. Geary, who didn't play well in round 1, should have lost. Well, let's not overstate that, but yeah, he was much worse against Carlsen. It's hard to point at a player and say, that's the guy. He's running away with it right now. They're going to have to solidify their play, these players. But I think of everyone, Nakamura probably feels the best. Maybe Topalov feels a bit lucky. He was basically given 2 games. But Nakamura probably feels more like, I'm playing okay. I may not be playing brilliantly, but I'm not losing, and I'm holding down the fort. And I'll see if I can win these games. So still no clear favorite emerging after 3 rounds of the Norway Chess 2015 event. Guys?
That's right, Maurice. And I like a comment that ECM just made on Twitter. He said that Caruana is scared of Nakamura, Nakamura is scared of Carlsen, and Carlsen is scared of Caruana. Now, I'm not sure I agree with that, but that makes me think that chess players should now use rock, paper, scissors with Carlsen, Caruana, and Nakamura.
I'm very sure that that's not the case at all, but yeah, it's interesting how
in terms of like the differential in ratings and performance, at least, you could say that Caruana's done pretty poorly versus Nakamura, especially if he loses this game.
Well, again, it depends on your definition of very poorly, but I see in the same sentence that you're comparing Caruana's bad performance against Nakamura to Nakamura's bad performance to Carlsen.
You can't compare that. I mean, that would be a very...
What kind of comparison is that?
That would be an unfair game of rock, paper, scissors now.
Yes, life is unfair.
But I like that. It's a good way to settle things. What would you throw?
What would I throw here? Okay.
No, would you throw Nakamura, Carlsen, Caruana?
No, of course. I mean, Carlsen is the strongest player in the world, and even though he has bad tournaments, he has bad games, Caruana beats him once in a while. I mean, he has a positive score against the other 2, right? So what is there to talk about?
Well, no, I'm not asking you who the strongest player is.
Oh, in this case? No. Carlsen.
Of course. Yes. I mean, the ratings don't lie.
No, they do not lie. And in
but
this
I feel
case,
like you wouldn't be very good at rock, paper, scissors.
Me? No, horrible at rock, paper, scissors.
I can tell, because that's what we're playing here, and you don't get it.
You can understand. Rock beats everything. Then I'll choose the rock. That's the rock, paper, scissors I'm playing here.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Maurice.
Well, I don't know about rock, paper, scissors, but Caruana is getting his head bashed in right now. You take a look. He just played the move rook to d2. Let's just start here. Rook a2 check, king to f3, and now rook to d2. And simply Nakamura has to find the move rook to d7. And this is going to be painful. Why? Because after king c6, rook to d5, black doesn't have anything to do. If rook moves down to d1, then just simply king takes f4. And after rook to d5, if the rook moves away, well, let's say a move like rook to a2, then now white can just trade this guy off, and the game starts to just simplify itself, where white simply has a big edge, is going to bring his rook over and pick off the f-pawn. That's an easy win. And another line after rook to d5 is if you move your king away to the b6 square, well, guess who's going to start marching down the board? This e-pawn, and the game is just about done. This is over. Rook d2 does nothing at all. Nakamura just has to find rook to d7, and he's still sitting on the move right now. Let's go back to this position after rook to d2. Rook d7, and if he finds this, it's going to be simple, easy way to win the game. He'll just be about 4 moves away from proving that he has an overwhelming advantage if he didn't believe it already. If the rest of us didn't believe it and was wondering what was going on, we all can see very clearly after that move, and Nakamura looks trained on the position. I think he's going to find it, and he's going to move into the leadership board, onto the leadership board with Topalov at 2.5 points. A great performance for him, a great result anyway. And for Fabiano, he's going to remember that move, G5, for a long time. He's going to have nightmares about that tonight, for sure. Guys?
Absolutely. It does seem like rook d7 is a very strong idea, just keeping the pressure on the position. I don't think that Caruana would play king c6 in that case. I think he would at least try to go forward, even if it doesn't work. But I guess here in this position, just the advance of the pawn is too strong after e5. Yeah, this looms completely...
Such a strong pawn position awkwardly placed rook for Caruana.
Right, exactly. There's just no tricks here. Unfortunately for him, the move c4 doesn't work, trying to at least get some counterplay based on the pin. But, I mean, rook b7 check seems to just be completely decisive in this case. Yeah, this is just really easy. So I don't expect any of this to happen. But, yeah, rook d7, as Maurice seems to point out, would be the final nail on the coffin for Caruana, who played just a horrible...
How do you play so well one game and so badly the next?
Well, we're going to have to ask Caruana that one because I really don't know.
Let's not ask him like that.
And then I think a brutal commentary.
You know,
I personally think he's going to say it himself. I think that's what he's going to say. That he'll come out. You won't have to ask him. He'll say, how could I play so well yesterday and play like such garbage today? How is that possible? That's exactly how these guys talk about themselves. So I don't think it's a question of us being brutal. You look at Nakamura, when he wins games, he talks like that himself. He said, I play like garbage. I won the game, but I play like crap. So they're very objective about their play, and you know, you don't become a strong chess player like them without being able to take criticism and being able to criticize yourself and bouncing back from it.
Well, I would say that Fabiano looks like he's turning red, but I feel like he's that color when he's winning also. Like I saw him kind of like, he actually kind of has a poker face. He looks almost the same as he did against yesterday when he was crushing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, but I think he knows he's busted here.
Yeah, of course he knows, but unlike Nakamura, you couldn't really tell by his body language.
Right.
And his face.
Nakamura just making some quick calculations about what's going on. I think he's as surprised as anybody that Caruana got himself into this. I think...
But what's he going to say after the game, I wonder?
He's going to say pretty much the same thing, that he thought it was equal and then suddenly I was winning. Along the lines of Topalov. Topalov said, well, today I did a little prep, I developed my pieces, and somehow I won. And this is exactly what Nakamura did. Somehow he won. It's very unclear how, because he didn't do anything. His position was okay, but his opponent was the one that just gifted him the point.
So Nakamura on move, but actually looking away from the board.
Right, he's probably just calculating.
Over an hour on his clock, you know, just goes to show that Fabiano exhausted the possibilities.
He knows he's winning. He doesn't want to let go of the win. He doesn't want to make some kind of silly blunder that allows counterplay. He just wants to make sure that he finishes this game well. And think about it this way. I mean, if Caruana managed to blunder like that so greatly, why not, you know, why not be a little careful and finish this up in the correct way? Meanwhile, in the other games, Anish Giri still has the knight against Carlsen. This game's not going anywhere.
And we have another draw. Aronian and Hammer have officially drawn their game.
Aronian and Hammer, after a series of moves.
And here we see them signing their score sheets.
Happened. Well, there was about 30 solid moves of chess where nothing happened in this game. So it was also not the most interesting.
But you really liked Aronian's chances to win, but Hammer played some good defense.
Hammer played excellent defense. He bunkered down in the best way possible, and it was impossible for Aronian to find a way to break through the defenses. The d4 pawn, which was Black's only weakness, held on strong. There was simply no way for him to make progress, and Aronian had to admit at the end, hey, this is not going anywhere. I tried for 57 moves, and let's go home. Let's rest up for tomorrow.
Did you say bunkered? Yeah. Bunkered down?
Bunkered down? Can you say that?
Hunkered, and then there's a bunker.
Yeah,
but maybe you can say both. Yeah. Maurice?
He could hunker down in the bunker. Something like that. Okay. Anyway, the reality is that for Norwegian fans, Hammer is actually not doing so badly. After all, he is on only -1. He lost his first round against Nakamura. But for the players, when they see him, you could guarantee, especially the ones who have white, they're thinking this guy's like 110, 120 in some cases rating points below me. Actually, in some cases, 140 rating points. They're thinking, I'm supposed to beat this guy no matter what. And if you don't win, there's a feeling inside like, I must not be playing well because the guy I'm supposed to beat, the easiest player in the field, I did not defeat. Who gets to say that? Well, Aronian today for sure, and he knows he's not playing well. But the other guy, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who, guess what, was up against it against Hammer, goes now against Topalov and loses like a child. There's something psychological. People just kind of fake themselves out when they think they're supposed to win because of rating, and you still have to play the player. You've got to play the game. And Hammer is showing that he's nobody easy to just walk all over despite his first-round loss. 2 draws to follow it up, and he's probably at his expected result right now, if not even a little bit better, to get those couple of draws against absolute world beaters, some of the elite players on the planet. So representing Norway quite well is Hammer so far in the competition. Guys?
Yeah, I think the Norwegians can be quite proud of his success, not only qualifying to this event, but the way that he's played so far. I mean, he did have that opportunity against MVL to put pressure, and it's not something that a lot of players can do, where they can grab a 2700 player with the white pieces and put pressure and try to destabilize him. That's what Hammer did. Was he successful at the end? Not quite, but still it was a very good showing. And today he had no problems defending the position against Aronian, even though optically it seemed like he was slightly worse. He's had a good showing so far. We'll see if he can continue. He has a lot of tough rounds ahead of him, but I think that the Norwegians can be quite happy that Hammer's representing them well in Stavanger.
That's right. I think that he gives off the feeling that he belongs.
Yes, absolutely. Nobody can say, like, this guy doesn't belong at all. And it seems like the local Norwegians have been doing a good job. I remember that Agdestein last year did a fantastic job in the same tournament.
Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, speaking of the top Norwegian, Magnus Carlsen himself, we would have taken this position as a draw a long time ago, just stop the game. But because of the rules of the tournament, which I personally love, the players have to keep playing and prove the draws, and it's the arbiter who has to step in and say, okay, I agree, this is a draw, or if there's a threefold repetition. But for the fans who want to see the games, the fans who don't understand this Grandmaster level, they want to see you play it out. Look at this one. That's starting to be a little bit more interesting, even though players wouldn't have continued. We got to this end game that looks fairly even. King H2, King H7. It's a knight for 3 pawns. They made a couple of moves here and now. Knight H5, offering a trade of pieces, trade of rooks. Now rook E2, and after a couple more moves, the knight just dropped back. You know, easy enough for Magnus to say, let's take the draw. Just put the rook back on E2, knight on F4, rook D2. That would have been a draw. It's pure and simple. Magnus said, no, I'm not losing. Why bother doing that? So instead, after knight to H5, he played G3. That's a clear sign to his opponent, I'm not playing for a draw anymore. Maybe it is a draw, but we're going to keep playing. Let's make moves. So Magnus trying, even though he knows it's a draw, to win the game potentially, at least to keep the competition going, keep the game going. So now after knight F6, he played King G2, rook D7, offering a trade of rooks. Again, trying to get toward a more simple position where there would be a draw. Magnus said, we're still playing. We're going to see what happens in this game. Rook moved to D5, rook went up to A4, and after rook to E5, G4. Now, I'm not mailing the win in or anything. I'm not going to jump up and down and start saying, hurrah, we're going to see a victory. But it's clear that Magnus is saying, I can't lose, so why not just keep trying? And I'm sure his fans, who were really happy to see him get a great position, then dejected when they found out he was no longer winning, and they're thinking, keep trying, Magnus. You could do it. You could do it. And so he's sitting there trying to make some moves. Meantime, Geary's just making moves and saying, really? Seriously? No. I'm going to make this draw here. And we'll just play a few more moves, but it's not going to happen. Guys?
We actually have a trade here, a massive change here. Geary decided to force a trade of rooks and played rook e4. Magnus quickly captured on e4, and now knight takes e4.
Right, of course. So the question is, what can you do here in this position? And it doesn't seem like it's much for Carlsen. The 3 pawns are dangerous, but if I remember correctly, the 3 pawns should not beat the knight in this kind of positions. So we'll see if Geary's able to hold that.
Well, he certainly seems confident.
Technique. Yeah, why wouldn't he be? He's a grandmaster after all. You would expect him to hold on to this endgame, but...
Well, he confidently played rook e4. He without a lot of thought. So he's clearly pretty comfortable that this
we also have a
draw.
lot of moves in the game between Nakamura and Caruana. And
Right, we're down to our final two games.
And Nakamura actually did play the winning continuation, Rook d7, Rook d5, as Maurice had pointed out. Fabiano has just played the move King b6, but I think even e5 here in this position is winning, I believe, because after e5, King c6, e6, this rook cannot be taken because the pawn would promote. Therefore, e5 should be completely winning, and Nakamura will be joining Topalov with 2.5 out of 3.
Well, this will be a big day for Nakamura, and he's going to be jumping back up on the live rankings list. We do have a special guest with our Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. He is with Grandmaster Levon Aronian.
Hello, St. Louis. Once again, greetings from Norway. I'm here with Levon Aronian. Levon, what has happened in your game today?
I thought I had an advantage, and I definitely had a very, very nice looking position, and I thought I would convert, but then I've played the wrong idea, putting the rook on e4. I mean, it looks nice, but probably black is not getting in the Zugzwang. I've actually, what I've missed, that he can just play king g6 at any moment, and rook entering to e6 doesn't lead anywhere. So this is what I forgot. And I mean, when I was going for this position on a move 20-something, so very early on.
So from a long distance away, you thought you had a winning idea, only to realize that when you got to the position, in fact, he can hold by just moving his king back and forth.
Yeah, although it's not so easy, because I always have this e3 move, takes and rook to e6, but somehow in the variations it just didn't work. So it was a kind of a mirage, and I should have played something more natural than rook g1 and bishop c1, I guess.
Did you see any of the other games? For example, for me, the game that Veselin Topalov won today, you don't see Maxine after 24 moves almost being in a lost position with white pieces. He won a game I would describe as too smooth.
Yeah, somehow it doesn't feel natural when your opponent puts the rook on e8 and then you kind of play knight d5. So I think that's where Maxim overestimated his position.
And we have to talk about Magnus because he's lost his 2 games, and today it looks, let's say, that it will be a draw. Of course, there's some practical problems for Black still to hold, but it seemed that this was a game that Magnus had to win to get back into the tournament, and it looks like he's not doing it. Any thoughts as to what's afflicting Magnus at the moment?
I think there are many rounds, but certainly a loss instead of a win in the first round can actually upset anybody.
Oh, well, that goes without question. And now you know the time control, right?
Yes.
Very good. Levon, thank you for sharing. Thank you. That was Levon Aronian here in Norway for round 3. Back to you in the studios in St. Louis.
Thank you, Levon and Yasser. What a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like Hikaru didn't find the move e6, which I think would have sealed the deal, but he should still be winning somehow, I'm assuming. After the move king c7, instead of playing rook d5 to repeat moves, forcing king c6, then e6 we already analyzed. So this pawn is unstoppable in case that the king takes the rook.
So cute.
Yeah, so very nice.
That's like something that Naka would see in a blitz game.
He perhaps simply found a different approach, and after rook d6, I'm sure that white's still winning. It's also difficult to find a move here for black.
Indeed. So, watching and waiting in this game, Nakamura Caruana, the future of American chess, the present of American chess, and the future. But we've got some more future of American chess in this very chess club.
That's right.
With a Young Stars program going on right now.
Lots of rating points up there and a couple of floors above us.
That's right. You remember Jeffrey Chang? Not only did he earn his Grandmaster title, but he also won the Chicago Open.
Right.
That was remarkable.
Yeah, that's not easy. It's a very, very strong tournament full of 2,600 Grandmasters, and it was I am from the Dallas-Fort Worth area that's only 14 years old that managed to outplay everybody.
Okay, Jeffrey, JX.
JX. We don't seem to have a move here from Nakamura from Fabiano just yet after rook d6. Meanwhile, Carlsen will be pushing with the 3 pawns against a knight, although I expect that should be a draw at some point. Gary could still lose. I wouldn't put it completely past him, but okay, it should be a draw.
Now, which of these youngsters do you think is most likely to be an elite player?
Well,
American youngsters.
I think they're all going to become elite players.
But when I say elite, I mean like top 5, top 10. They can't all become that, right? That would be hard for all of them to me.
Well, there's 3 of
5
them.
definitely.
They all get into the top 5.
Okay.
They have something to say. No, perhaps. I mean, it's not something that I will venture to say now. I think they're all very, very talented. And I think it's the coming years that's really going to decide which one becomes part of the elite. It's not going to be so much.
And you're thinking Sevian,
Caden, Jeffrey, a wonder.
Okay.
Less a wonder, not so much because of his talent, but because he's younger than the others.
So it's too early to say.
It's a little bit too early to say. But the others are in a position where they need to start traveling a lot. They need to make sacrifices in order to just play chess. And they need to really, really dedicate their lives to it if they want to reach the elite. And we're going to have to see if they're willing to commit those sacrifices in the next few years. It's difficult to be part of the chess elite and, well, go to college or something like that.
Right. And Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, Sam Sevian is just amazing. Obviously, youngest grandmaster in U.S. history. He is showing that he is extremely talented. You got to watch out, whoever you are, the way he's coming up a couple of years from now. I think we're certainly going to see him emerge 2,600 player, maybe even start to be a 2,700 player. And Jeffrey Zhang, last year, he was miraculous in the Millionaire Chess Open, the way he started off that competition, beating Dreyev. Okay, was on time, but then he beat Chinese Grandmaster in that game, in that tournament. He did trailed off a little bit at the end, but he had put everybody on notice that he is a baller and he's coming to play. So I wasn't totally shocked to hear that he had gotten his Grandmaster title, especially the way he played last year in the Millionaire Chess Open. And A1 De Leon, I mean, he's a wonder. That's what he is. Extremely talented player, very gifted, no question about it. I believe he's world under 10 champ, but that usually doesn't mean much, except the way he's starting to play now. He has tremendous potential, great upside. So those three, it's hard to say which one of the three. I would say Sam Sevian is almost a given, and the question is whether or not the other two will join him as they get more experience as time passes along. And we know it's easy to be a prodigy. I know that sounds like a bit of a oxymoron, but to actually sustain it in later years and be among the elite, now that's where you separate the prodigies from the hard workers. So we'll see how time goes, but hey, you're getting tutored by Garry Kasparov? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. You expect them to go far with that kind of tutelage.
That's right. And on a regular basis, thanks to the Young Stars program,
it definitely
which is
doesn't
a partnership
hurt.
between the St. Louis Chess Club and the Kasparov Chess Foundation.
It definitely doesn't hurt. So we'll see if Kasparov can really work with them. It's not only just Kasparov, they have a whole team of coaches basically behind them that are making them stronger and stronger every day. So we'll see if they can use all the resources that is given to them that, well, very few players actually get to increase their level to the elite as we would like to see them.
But I still don't think you can say it's a given that anyone is going to be in the top 10.
No, of course. I mean, there's a lot of competition around the world.
Closer.
Yes, of course. There's a lot of competition around the world. And when you think about it, you're talking about the top 5, right? How many spots? 5. That's not a lot. And there's a lot of competition. I mean, Sevian, Jeffrey, Caden, they're between the ages, I believe, 13 to 15. Who's their competition? Wei Yi. And Wei Yi, we're now wondering if he's going to be an elite. He's basically elite. Give him a couple other tournaments. What is the guy up to? 2730, 2740? That's their competition, and they need to, well, catch up with him in, what, 1 or 2 years? We'll see if they can do it.
I think they get more than 1 or 2. Alejandro, that guy is insane. He's a kid. Wei Yi is unbelievable, and many people are talking about maybe he's going to be challenging Magnus. A little too early to talk about that, but actually maybe not. I mean, you're that young and you're already 27, 30. That's pretty insane. He just just came like a shooting star out of nowhere to show how much of a dominant player he is. But I think that the question of whether or not a player will be top 5, you can never answer that question, ever. That's just no way you know that's going to happen. Some people might not even thought Fabi was going to get there years ago, and it seems as though the game has actually concluded. Talking about Fabiano, the game has concluded in Nakamura's favor. He has won the game, a shocking development after you saw 39 moves but move 40. Certainly one of the worst moves Caruana has ever played. And Nakamura now tied for first here after 3 rounds in the Norway Chess 2015.
Wow. What to say about this game? You know, we're going to see these two play more and more over the next few years because we imagine the U.S. Championship, the Sinquefield Cup, the Grand Chess Tour, and...
Right, there's going to be a lot more opportunities for Caruana to face against Nakamura.
Not a good game by Caruana.
This is just about the worst move I've ever seen in such an elite tournament.
And by Fabi.
And by Fabi, yeah. I just don't understand it. There are miscalculations, there are hallucinations, there are a lot of bad moves I've seen. I've seen people blunder pieces, but I'm like...
strategically...
But this is the strategic, basic, let's open a book on endgames and understand what an open file is type of mistake. So for me, it's more incomprehensible than anything I have seen in these kind of events.
So these are like the 2 poles of today's round, Bishop F7 and G5.
Yeah.
The stratospheric move that even the super grandmasters can't find. And then the move that you would expect them not to want to play.
To be fair, I wouldn't have found
G5.
I would have never found G5 either. I would have thought it was illegal. It's just that bad of a
He
move.
wouldn't find Bishop E7, he would have found G5. Which one would you be more likely to find?
Oh, Bishop F7. Definitely Bishop F7 over G5.
Humble brag. Maurice?
Yeah, nobody's going to play the move G5. G5 is madness. It's just madness. Like, why would you make that move? It does nothing to Black's position. It doesn't help Black's position at all. We go back to that position in the game. We'll see it and see it again. I would argue, by the way, guys, that this was not a bad game by Fabi. It wasn't a bad game. It was a bad move. Everything about the game was normal. Everything just going along. It was a good game, actually. But you know, the famous, I believe it was Tarish who said, it often takes 40 good moves to win a chess game and only 1 bad move to lose it. That's what happened here. He played just fine throughout the entire game. Everything about it was cool. He played well, played solidly. There was even a point we thought he might be slightly better, but okay, not enough. What is he doing? And then in one moment, this move appeared on the board, gave White the H file, and now it's like, what did I do? Like, what happened here? So again, not a bad game, just a howler of a move that he will be kicking himself about. His coach must just like, can't believe it. Who is this guy? How did you make that move? Please explain. I think it will be inexplicable for him to have made such a move and allowed his opponent to so easily win the game. Maybe he wasn't even losing after that, but it looks horrible. So no explanation, really none.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Chuchilov will be very happy today with Fabi. He's going to be saying, oh, incredible, incredible. How can this happen?
I'm sure that wasn't part of the preparation.
Something tells me it wasn't part of the preparation, but Chuchilov doesn't only prepare his openings. I know that they work together in basically every aspect of chess. And well, if these are his endgames, I think that Fabi is in for a deep preparation camp in that part of the game.
Oh, poor Fabi. You can just imagine him studying endgames for 8 hours a day.
Well, as long as he stops playing moves like this.
That's what it takes.
That's not an endgame. I'm sorry. That's not an endgame. That's not a middle game. That's not an opening. That's just dumb. That's it. You just don't give up an open file. Why would you do that? I mean, that's what he's going to say. There's not an endgame. Why would you play G5 and give the guy an open file? It just doesn't make any sense. And he's going to have to explain himself because he knows it. There's no question. We all know it. He knows it. Why did you play this move? He's gonna have to be the one to answer that because it's just he probably, like I said, it's probably the worst move he's played in I don't know how long. Can you think of a worse move Fabiano Caruana has played than this move where he just donates a free file and a huge edge to his opponent for no reason? It's got to be one of the worst moves he's ever played.
Well, how would you explain it then? Psychology. If it's not a chess error, then obviously it's some kind of psychological error.
I think he just forgot how to play chess for a moment, and then he played a move, and then he's like, wait, why did I play that? That's the only explanation I have.
I mean, most blunders are moves that people are way too good to play, but they happen anyway. So the explanation is very complex. And we do have Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan standing by for a special guest. I bet you might be able to guess who it is.
Well, it's definitely not going to be Fabiano.
Well, I don't know. Fabi is a really good sport.
That's true. He's a very, very good sport.
Especially in the Sinkfield Cup.
Well,
he was winning every game. But you know, sometimes being a good sport is about winning gracefully too.
He was a very graceful winner as well. He was very honest about what he thought went right, what he thought went wrong, even when he was winning all his games. And he said at some point, well, it's true that I'm in good form, but it's also partially luck. I got lucky in certain games.
And people would compare his result to Fischer, and he would joke and say, I don't deserve that yet. He was very humble.
He was very humble, and, well, even he makes mistakes as well.
And here they are. We've got Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura leading the Grand Chess Tour along with Topalov. He's with Yasser Seirawan.
Hello, St. Louis, and welcome back to Norway, where we're the American champion, America's #1, Hikaru Nakamura, now leading the event. Hikaru, congratulations for your win today.
Thanks, Yasser. It was, I mean, not the way I would have expected to win, but, you know, I just kept playing the position. I think in many ways, having the Sophia rules helped me. I'm pretty sure somewhere around move 30, I would have offered a draw if not for that. So it worked in my favor. I mean, the position throughout was pretty equal. I think up until the point when Fabiano exchanged these rooks on d4, I felt if he kept 2 sets of rooks on the board, there was almost no way for me to do anything. But once we got down to 1 set, I mean, I saw this idea of just like putting this pawn in a4, bringing the king to c3, and I saw that he had no entry squares, so I knew that it was, I mean, a little bit better. I don't think it was much better, but there are some rather serious practical problems for black, so things, I mean, seem to work out at least.
In your game today, I recalled your conversation that you had with Jennifer Shahade in St. Louis a long time ago, where she was talking about your style, and you said that you really enjoyed endings, and she was like shocked. And it seemed to me today you basically completely outplayed him in a drawn ending, and just pressure, made some slips, and you won pretty impressively.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, it's easy to play endgames when you're on the right side.
Precisely.
That's much easier when you're better as opposed to being worse. But I mean, I just felt that Fabiano didn't sense the danger, and then kind of, like, he didn't sense it when we got to the rook ending, and then he, like, panicked with this b5, which after that, I mean, it's very hard, I think. I think it's losing objectively, but it's just, I mean, sometimes people, I mean, there's pressure and it happens.
Right. There was a sharp intake of breath when we saw both b5 and g5, and when I said Hikaru is going to win this game. I mean, that was really, you said it very well yourself. Once you got rook on h1, you were feeling really, really good. 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah.
Very nice. You're sharing the lead. I thought the game today with Topalov was too smooth. I mean, you don't see Maxine, who's known as pretty well prepared, to be lost with white in 24 moves.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, Maxime lost, I think, 4 in a row in Hanti just a month ago, so hopefully it's not a sign of things to come for him. But, okay, Veselin seems to be getting all the luck in the tournament so far. And, okay, it'll turn at some point. I'm pretty confident of that.
Absolutely. Hikaru, keep up the good work and much success for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Yasser.
All right, well, there we are. America's Hikaru Nakamura, #1, leading the tournament with Veselin Topalov here in Norway. And wow, big surprises in the 3rd round. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Yeah, gotta love Nakamura's interviews.
Gotta love, yes. So we have a couple of more moves in the Carlsen-Geary game. It's the final game of the round.
That's right. So Magnus, the only one who has a chance to win this game.
Of course, considering that.
Otherwise, can't we make some kind of mate?
We can, I guess. If Carlsen does forfeit in time, it still does count as a loss, as you can set up a helpmate.
Exactly.
But Well, we have a couple moves. This endgame, as I was mentioning with Maurice...
Too soon to make jokes about Magnus losing on time.
Is it? No, it's not.
Too soon.
So here, actually, black has to find the move king f6 to retain the draw. And the reason is that you can't allow white's king to go into e5 and then into e6, so you have to play something. Also, the king doesn't want to move backwards and allow more space. King f6 was played almost instantly, so it seems like Anish, even though he might have given white more chances than he deserves, still has the draw on hand. We'll see if he's able to not mess this one up. But considering what Caruana did with b5 and g5,
What, you think it's like osmosis? Like it's a cold or something? It just like is contagious?
maybe there's
one
something.
person makes a blunder, the other one does too?
Maybe there's something going on in Norway. I don't know. It's very hard to say, but man, Caruana playing b5, g5 is just very strange. Of course, I don't agree with Nakamura's evaluation of the position that after b5, Caruana was lost. I think that still the position was probably okay, but definitely after g5, it seemed like everything just went downhill.
Well, Topalo said that, I mean, Naka said that Topalo's getting all the luck in the tournament so far.
Perhaps not.
Is that an insult or a compliment?
I'm not so sure coming from Nakamura, but I mean, he also suffered quite a bit against Topalov, and he survived. So I mean, it's not like Topalov hasn't played his share of good moves in these positions and put pressure himself.
Yeah, that's right.
So
and it seems like, okay, so we do have a couple of moves in the game.
right, we have the moves
King f6,
f4, knight d6 check, which still should be okay.
King d5.
King d5, and I'm assuming you have to retreat with the knight to f7, perhaps. I think knight e8 might also be okay. Maurice, any analysis from this position?
Yes, what I find fascinating about this position, I have an exercise I do with my beginning students. I put 3 pawns and I put a bishop on the other side. Just 3 pawns, just like this, I put a bishop and I say, okay, see if your bishop can fight against the 3 pawns. And then after they work with that, I say, okay, now let's try 3 pawns against a knight. Now the bishop's usually able to fight against 3 pawns, but a knight just loses immediately. A knight cannot deal with pawns marching down the board by itself. Of course, now you can drop kings on the board, and the kings have a big say in what can happen next because, of course, if a knight sacrifices itself for a pawn and then a pawn takes back, well, the king can take, and that's 2 pawns. And now the question is whether or not the king and pawn ending is actually a draw or a win. Incredibly, Giri has given white more than he deserves by a long way after that rook trade. And he's in a situation where actually he has to find only moves. And fortunately for him, he found the move king f6. Natural move to be sure, but a move like knight d6, the engine's already saying, it's over. Bye, you're dead. This position, now after king to d5, the king penetrates, knight to f7. And here, because this king is just so active, white is able to march down the board. He can play king to e6. And even if you start checking white, it's very easy to get out of these checks. King here, and now this move. And now he can just relax. The knight has done nothing. And here come the pawns coming down the board. And this knight just looks like a flaky piece. So there are maneuvers you have to be careful for. But, of course, Giri's a very strong player. He played the move king to f6. And now after f4, he played knight d6, king to d5. And now natural was king f7. He's still in the drawing zone, though, with the move he played, knight to b5. But he's going to have to be a little bit careful. Magnus is probably looking at him and thinking, is there a blunder in you just waiting? I'm gonna just make some moves and see, you know, who knows what could happen now. We've seen very strange things happen already in Norway at this event. Seeing how Magnus lost on time, seeing how badly Fabi played this endgame. Who knows what could happen here? But it doesn't seem as though Giri thinks he's in any trouble at all. And he's just kind of relaxing. Well, there he goes, starting to think again, getting into the position. Magnus definitely will try to win here, but it looks for all rights like this should be a draw.
Well, I really like the approach that he did with putting the knight on b5, and it looks illogical at start. But the idea is that you want to swing the knight around so that you attack the pawns from behind, and it forces this king on d5 to make a choice. Either I come and help my pawns, or I try to go forward and penetrate with them. But it can't do both at the same time, and the knight's going to make him choose what he wants to do. The idea is that you're going to go knight c3 check, and white is in no position yet to advance his pawns that it would create pockets for the king to hide in and blockade them. For example, g5, the simple king f5 already blockades pretty much all of the pawns. It's not something you exactly want to do. And if f5, you no longer have the possibility of pushing your g4 pawn. So it's not a very pleasant choice here, and that's why the game should be a draw in this position. Still a little bit of work for Giri, but I think he's figured out more or less how to handle the situation.
That's right. It looks like Magnus Carlsen's going to try to squeeze something out here.
Well, there's nothing to
or just
fear.
He's gonna just yeah. There's no reason for him not to play.
Right, of course. I mean, in this position, I think that why not play until black only has, nothing left. Here, there's 3 pawns. Maybe a mistake from Giri will give him a win. He's risking nothing, so we're going to see him sit here for a while and push this position, even if it doesn't actually lead to anything.
Now we've got a few interesting pairings tomorrow. Grishik versus Hammer, Topala versus Ronyan, Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So both players coming off a tough loss, going to be playing each other. That's kind of interesting. Anish Giri versus Hikaru Nakamura, huge game. And Viswanathan Anand versus Magnus Carlsen. So our 2 tournament leaders,
right.
Obviously I'm interested in those games. Topala versus Ronyan and Giri versus Nakamura.
Interesting, the game between Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen. 2 of the people that actually haven't won a game, right? Playing each other, and you would think that they're probably at the top of the leaderboard if you saw the games from the beginning of the tournament. But here we are, and it's going to be Topalov and Nakamura leading the event. They play against very tough opponents, and
well, every opponent is tough, but
I think playing Aronian, such a solid player. Giri with the white pieces can always be quite dangerous. He has some very specific preparations that he likes to throw around. So it's going to be a tough task for Nakamura with the black pieces, while Topalov, if he wants to increase his lead, he might as well try to prey on Levon Aronian, who's not in the best of shapes when it comes to his chess career, but we're going to see what he can do with it.
Meanwhile, Caruana might try to reassert his form from early in the tournament against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because MDL is also down. Fabi has the white pieces.
Right, not only losing today's game in such a bad manner, but as Nakamura pointed out in his interview, he lost 4 games in a row in the Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansi, something that is very rare at the top level of chess.
One of the reasons he's fallen so much from the top 10.
Exactly, so we're going to see if he actually recuperates mentally and see if he can, try to get on the scoreboard again. It will be important for him psychologically, but man, playing Caruana with black, it's not an easy spot to do so.
So we got some interesting tweets from some of our viewers. Jonathan Tisdale said that he's impressed by Hikaru Nakamura. You can see him getting stronger in every phase of the game recently, and that he actually played a bit Carlsen-y today. I think we call it Carlsen-esque.
Carlsen-esque.
That's the word.
Well, I don't know. I don't really feel like his position was the type where you put small pressure here and there, then almost equal position, your opponent collapsed. I mean, he was just simply given the point. But to be fair, he did set up the position so that Caruana made mistakes, and we have to give him credit for that.
Nah, you don't have to give him credit. He got lucky. I'm just kidding. No, obviously you pointed this out before that Nakamura has lately really been showing his class in all sorts of different types of positions.
Absolutely. It's not the old Nakamura that just went crazy, played King's Indians all the time, tried to kill his opponents from the get-go. He's played a lot more patient chess, a lot more, I'm not going to lose chess, I'm going to play solid, and it's really paying off.
So at some point we have to stop being surprised by this, or can we continually be surprised every time
it's
he
difficult.
wins like an endgame grind? Or I think it's also his personality and his attitude at the board. Even if he wins a positional grind, he still comes off as this kind of swashbuckling character.
That's very true. And also it's just history, right? He's been doing this for so many years that his sudden change, it takes some time to get used to.
Now we've got a very important comment from Maria Emiliana, who says that she really likes our matching glasses, ties, shirts, outfit combined with the colors of the commentary today.
Well, of course, that was the highlight of the day.
Yeah, of course. We have a group Skype chat where we talk about what we're going to wear the next day.
Man, I wasn't invited.
It's not much of a Skype chat then, is it?
No.
No, we just get lucky. We run really well with outfits.
That's one way of putting it. We have a move from Carlsen. He just pushed the pawn from h4 to h5, and I'm going to assume that there is more than one way to draw against this. Immediately, the move knight c7 to remaneuver back to e6 jumps to mind. As Maurice had pointed out, there are certain variations in which if you give up a knight for a pawn or two pawns, it depends on the remaining positions if the pawn endgame is winning, but very clearly this one is not, as I'm able to capture the pawn on h5 immediately. And if I force the blockade here on f5, I highly doubt that there are winning chances in this position. Of course, I may be blundering something, but I don't know. This looks pretty drawish. There's also the way of playing knight c3 check, which might be perhaps even more exact to go back towards e2. I don't know. I think Giri has a couple of choices to draw, and he did choose knight c3, which looks logical enough to me. And as I said earlier here, Carlsen has to make the decision between going forward or retreating to defend the pawns, neither of which should grant him a win. He played king d4 actually pretty quickly.
So, Maurice, your thoughts on whether Magnus is going to get anything going here?
This game is drawn for sure. It would be like a bolt of lightning coming and just smashing the chessboard in half, maybe, to make anything interesting happen out of this position. It is clearly drawn. Interesting, though, I was thinking about the round, and I'm thinking, what's the move of the round, right? You like to do, I like Sports Center, they do top 10 plays. What's the move of the round? And from a positive side, it's very difficult to figure out exactly what that move is because, in fact, in this round, there's just so many mistakes. The move of the round is probably a move that was not played. Bishop f7 check, that move, that would have been amazing. Unfortunately, it was not played, and we see in multiple games that move of the round were just bad moves. MVL playing the move knight to d5. What was he thinking? From that position, he's not winning, but he's not much worse, or maybe even not even worse. Then he just puts his knight on d5, and he's dead. Like one move, dead. Which one's worse, his knight d5 or Fabiano's g5? Both moves, horrible moves, clearly big-time mistakes. And, of course, we go back and we say, again, Magnus Carlsen missing the move, bishop f7. So it really was a round of bad moves and misses. Not to take anything away from the players who won their games, but still, it was players feeling the nerves and playing uncharacteristically bad moves that caused this round to be what it was. Guys?
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the best move of the tournament, of maybe even history, which was missed today. Bishop f7, I think, would have gone down as just a fantastic opportunity.
That's why I think Magnus would be sad, even though it's ridiculous, just because it would be so historic.
Yes, absolutely. But here's where we are, with Nakamura winning his game against Caruana due to a terrible move, Topalov winning his game against MVL due to a terrible game overall from the Frenchman. And we have actually now Carlsen, after a very entertaining and moved game against Giri, probably having to concede the draw at the end.
And that's the way chess is, though, that a lot of the most beautiful variations are not actually played.
Yeah, that's actually very unfortunate in this case. Sometimes the misses are just as important as the executions.
Right, but I mean, everything's like that, right? It's true in life as well.
But a lot of times, though, in chess, when we say the beautiful variations are the ones that are not played, it's usually like, well, we're playing the good lines. Unfortunately, you won't play the crazy variation that loses, or the so-called best variation that loses. I remember getting this quote from from Alexander Yekin, right? He used to say, or he did say once, he hates the fact that his opponents plays stupid defenses. Because it's like, gee, that one's so easy. I'll just beat you in that one. Why don't you play that other one so I could show how much of a genius I am, right? So, yes, even though those variations don't get played and they're only in the notes, at least it's only because the player was winning anyway and his opponent didn't allow those pretty variations to show up, those great queen sacrifices and the like. In this case, it wasn't like that. In this case, it was only one move wins. He was clearly winning, and he didn't play the winning move. So this is just a case of just missing a move completely, unlike those variations where the player did see it, but it just doesn't get played on the board. So that move, bishop f7, though, it's hard to even categorize it. When you think about it, what category do you put it in? Bishop f7 check. Like, if you really study that game, that move, let's get to the move, where was it, right here. What do you call it? Is it a clearance? Really? No. I mean, for what? Is it a decoy, bringing the king to f7? What is it? It's just a move. It's just awesome is what it is, and it just wins. And computers look at forcing moves all the time. They look at this forcing one. I mean, if you thought about it, you might be inclined to think here that bishop h7 makes more sense, right? I mean, that one, at least when the king takes, your queen ends up on this square with check. Matter of fact, that's hilarious. I didn't even think about that. I didn't know that this was the case. But king h7 is actually a blunder. Bishop h7 works if you take it. The computer is saying, don't touch this piece. Play the move king to h8. Because if you play king to h7, queen e4 does happen with check, and all the things are the same. Well, bishop h7 makes more sense, but king h8, great defense. Wow, who knew that? But bishop f7 doesn't allow for that. Bishop f7, now if you play king to h8, you're in deep trouble, because guess who's going to show up? The queen's going to show up around here, and the attack is going to be monstrous. So bishop h7, that's human. If you're going to even find it, bishop h7 makes more sense. Bishop f7, that's just mystical. Fantastic move, and will be remembered for a long time.
I think if you had to categorize it, I think it's a combination, like many tactics are combinations between two things. I'd say clearance and move order.
Move order?
I mean, that's not really a tactic, but there should be a word for a tactic that just exploits a different move order. Because, once you play queen e4, now it's more obvious that you might be threatening bishop f7, but there's rook f8, right?
I guess that's true, yes.
So it's like a tactic that exploits move order and clearance.
Yeah, for me it's always difficult to categorize tactics, because it seems to just make them so, into a box.
Into a box?
Right.
But actually, I think it makes, maybe for somebody as strong as you, it doesn't help.
Right.
And I think for a lot of players, having names for things helps them.
No, I appreciate when it's somebody's learning about tactics, maybe to give them names and see the different examples. But I've never thought that solving positions that were inside a chapter was a good idea, because you're instantly biased towards looking for a certain type of tactic.
I would agree with that, but I'd also say that even for pretty strong players, I think that having names for things could be helpful. Because
so what are we calling this one at the end? Did we make a consensus?
We don't have a proper name for it.
No.
We still don't have a good name. Awesome.
Awesome. What kind of tactic was this? Awesome, that's what it was. All right, we're going to go with that.
But just having names for things, I think, often makes people better, because like even if you have a name for something like the Vancouver, it's just like easier to find it because you have that categorized in your brain.
I see what you're saying.
And you can like pull it out more quickly.
That makes sense, yeah. Like a reminder of exactly what the situation is and associate it with something that you can remember more easily.
Yeah, kind of like mnemonics or chunking, that kind of thing, the memory tricks.
And that's a good point. I don't think any memory trick would have helped Magnus, unfortunately,
no, because
bishop f7.
Because this is so out of the world.
Exactly.
It's not typical to anything else, and there's really no name for it.
That's
true. We're grasping at it.
All right, we're going to continue to see...
We're grasping at it so that the next time it
For the
comes
next
up.
time this happens, I don't think that we're going to see anything like this. For quite a while, this was very unique I don't think we're going to see it in this Grand Chess Tour. In the next Grand Chess Tour, a move like Bishop F7.
Wow, look at that posture by Magnus.
Well, he's thinking.
He's like a bishop right now. He's on a perfect diagonal.
Strong bishop indeed.
Maurice?
I'm actually impressed. This guy, there's no question this position is a draw. I say there's no question. There are some losing possibilities. But look how hard he's working. You know, he could just give up the pawns. Like, okay, I'll just give it up and just leave now instead of pressing and pressing and pressing, using energy that could be saved for tomorrow's game and then for the next 6 rounds. Instead, he is really focused. And this is typical Magnus. He takes positions that everybody else says, this is just a draw, dude. Why are you still playing? And time after time after time, he finds a way to impose his will. His opponent helps a little bit by making a mistake, and then he wins the game. And he's showing it right now. Look how hard and intense he's looking at the board intensely. He is just in it like, maybe there's something. What is the thing? Where's the trick? How can I keep this going? How can I somehow create the conditions even for a mistake by my opponent? Just really impressive. And in order to do that, you got to be super determined. You've got to be focused and alert for any possibility, and you've got to be in tremendous shape because you can't do this round after round. We're on move right now. We're on move 66 in the game, and he looks about as fresh and alert as if it was move 26. Very impressive characteristic of this player. Again, even if he only draws the game, he can say he gave it his best effort. And I think that's a good sign for him. You know, play a little bit, calculate a few variations so that he can start to get back into his flow and possibly try to make a comeback, being 2 points down after this draw here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting how he tries to find moves here, even though his choices are so limited. If he goes to d4, it's immediately a draw because that's a 3-fold repetition after knight b5 check. So I think the only move that he has to try to press is king d5. I don't think king c5 is a particularly good idea. It allows knight e4 check followed by knight f2, but perhaps he's looking at those variations. So it's interesting how he tries so hard, no matter what the position is. Definitely not king d4, I think, in this game, but anything else is still up in the air.
Yeah, gotta love Magnus's fighting spirit.
Right.
And in terms of athletics, I mean, he just loves every sport.
Yeah, it's definitely something that helps him in chess, is that he never runs out of energy somehow or another. We're well in the, 5th hour of the games today? And I'm not going to say he's fresh as he started, but he definitely doesn't seem to be afraid of calculating variations and expending energy.
We actually passed 5 hours already, right? We're in the 6th hour of play. And again, he seems quite fresh. I'm sure Gary's thinking, dude, gee whiz. I mean, we know it's a draw. We'll just finish up so we can go rest. It's still a big game tomorrow before the rest day. But no rest for the weary. Certainly, Magnus is going to keep trying, and it will be a draw in due time when he says it is.
Right, so we have the move king c5 being played. Now, I suggested a knight e4 check, but Maurice has, of course, the answers with the table base I believe you're using to see if this is a correct move or not.
Well, pretty much everything draws. So
okay.
It's still very easy for Giri to play this game and make a draw. The white king is just too far away, and the black king is standing perfectly guarding everything. So nothing, it seems, is going to win here for Magnus. He's making moves, but he knows it's a draw.
Fair enough. So we're still going to have to see how Giri exactly does this. There are a couple of tricks I'm assuming that Magnus Carlsen is going to try to set up against the Dutch player, but I think he should easily avoid them.
What kind of tricks do you see?
Well, I don't know, putting his pawns in some kind of formation that's going to be complicated for the knight to get to. I mean, I'm trying to create something that Giri might fall into, but even doing that, I'm having trouble doing. After king c5, I wanted to play knight e4 check. Then I'm assuming, I don't know, king d5.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't know. Here, knight g3 is probably a draw. I'm guessing knight f2 should be a draw. Knight c3 check looks like the most obvious move, though, just to keep harassing the king. Again, king d4 is just a draw. King c5 transposes to what we were just seeing. The king, if it goes to d6, might be too far away. And we have a couple of moves. After king c5 action, king e6 was played instead, which also makes a lot of sense, as the king on c5 is further away from the action. Why bring him back in? If, for example, h6, then probably black's going to go back with the knight to f7. If that concretely draws the game, then that will be the end of the struggle.
The strong Grandmaster David Howell said that there's non-stop excitement in Norway chess, and it makes him impatient to start playing again.
That's right. I haven't seen him play in a super tournament in a while, actually. David Howell, one of the strongest players from England, and a very active player from his very young years. I've had the pleasure of knowing him for a very long time. I think I met him in the World Juniors in 2008.
Yeah, fun guy as well, right?
Yes, yes. Very fun guy, very...
Where so many of the Brits are, though.
Yeah, that's true. They're a fun bunch sometimes.
And we've also got Claudia Munoz, who is the first U.S. junior girls champion, and a great promoter of chess here in America. She says that she loves the thousands of GMs chatting about how Giri missed this move or Carlsen missed that move. I mean, of course, she's referring to the fact that people use their engines to critique these super grandmasters.
Right, and of course, any engine that you use will beat the grandmasters, but that doesn't mean you understand why these moves are being played. And for you, as somebody that wants to be increasing their level, it's not so important to use your engines and try to use your brain to understand what's going on in the position.
Yeah, that's what Magnus does. And it worked out pretty well for him.
Well, so far so good.
Not this tournament, though.
Not this tournament.
Maurice?
Well, personally, my opinion about engines is not that you use them to show what the GMs missed. Actually, I think most often you use engines to show just how great these players are. I mean, the fact is, we would not see half the moves these guys come up with. I mean, you know, okay, as grandmasters, myself, Alejandro, we're going to see quite a few of the moves, but there's some moves that they see and they avoid that you don't realize at all if you don't use an engine. You're thinking, oh, let me just use my mind, and there's stuff that comes up and you go, wow, they saw that? That's amazing. And the engines are able to reveal to us the real genius of the players. Of course, the players make mistakes also, and that's why we also use engines to infuse the game with that drama. We say, wow, they could have played that move, and they themselves are keen to use engines to learn how to play better chess. The reason why chess has risen so dramatically, the level has risen in the last 15 years, is, in my opinion, because of engines, because of databases, because of the internet making all these games accessible instantaneously in commentary so that these things can be explained quickly for people who are fans or the young prodigies out there who might live somewhere in the boonies but can just flick on a computer and get right all the great data that they want to get. So engines are absolutely useful. It's not a way of showing how bad the players are because they miss moves like bishop f7, which nobody would see, frankly, or people would rarely see. Instead, you use the engines in order to illuminate what's going on in a better way, and that's why we think it's an important part of any broadcast. Guys?
Yep. I think
it's a balance, yeah.
Yeah, you have to strike a balance. As with anything, if you use engines too much, you're just gonna not understand chess. If you don't use them at all, well, then your chess is not gonna make any progress compared to people that know how to balance their study.
Yeah, the stronger the player, the more they know how to wisely use it.
Exactly. It's like a conversation that you're having with the engine about what's going on in the position. And we have the concrete king c7. We have a couple of moves. King c7, the concrete knight h6, g5, knight here, and I think that Giri's torture is close to being over. Notice how this king cannot actually go towards the king side right now, so he has to make some kind of pawn move, I'm assuming. g6 simply does not work, as I can park my knight on h6, then go ahead and take this guy, and that should be the end of the game. And if you play h6, I think that I can go king f5, knight h8, knight g6. That should be okay. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with actually going king f5 here.
Just going for a blockade, yeah.
Just playing for the blockade. Well, you cannot play h7 because I go and capture it. But otherwise, what are you going to do? I'm threatening to capture.
Yeah, you don't want to lose.
I'm capturing on f4. Well, it's not going to happen. But yeah, I think this just pretty much seals the draw. King f5 is incoming. Yeah, I don't think this is going to last too much longer. I think it's already
Magnus
concrete.
Can't squeeze anything out of this.
Well, I think it's concretely a draw, not something like it should be a draw somehow.
Tactics.
Right.
The tactics are there.
The tactics are there. The calculations possible to make this into an insta draw. So I think that, yeah, this will not last too much
Still,
longer.
the intensity. Look at that. I mean, we could be seeing a future world championship match here. Now, personally, I love Magnus, and he seems like a great guy, but I'd like to see an American involved in that match. But still, these two are potential contenders as well.
Absolutely. Anish Giri, as you have mentioned, the youngest participant of the Grand Chess Tour. And he's one that's going to make his mark in the elite of chess even more in the coming years.
For sure. And very, it kind of reminds me of Magnus, and he's very funny in his interviews. As we saw today in the one-word descriptions where he was giving some of the most colorful answers.
He is a pretty funny guy. Giri is very sharp, a very sharp mind, not only on the chessboard, but outside of it as well.
And that's rare for chess players to be sharp outside, common sense, wit.
Sarcasm. But okay, we have g6. I'm expecting knight h6 to be played almost instantly because, I mean, that move seems to draw easily, right? The only other move I can think of is knight d6, but that doesn't make sense. Knight d6, king d8 was played, king f5 was played, and as I said, this is just going to
And
be...
now they're moving so quickly.
They're just going to munch the pawns.
Finally, the intensity has gone, and it looks like Magnus is actually even a tiny bit bored. Look at that.
Well, I mean, this is obviously just a draw. I don't know why they're taking so long, but finally we can say that this will end in the next couple of... I would say in the next minute. So king e7 was played, king takes f4. I'm expecting something like king f6 or whatever. Then king g4, and I get to take your final pawn, and that'll be it.
King versus king.
Well, I think there's going to be a knight. Yeah, well, king versus king is going to happen. So
I was
knight
right.
takes,
There we
king
go.
takes, and we're done.
Hard-fought draw.
Very hard-fought draw. Could have gone to Carlsen's way had he found one of the most brilliant moves that I have ever seen in any analysis or anything.
I don't think Anish is benching it now because, of course, he didn't see it either.
I don't think Anish has any idea that this move existed.
No. Final thought from Maurice on today's action.
Well, I think that the game was certainly this game was certainly a game that would be one of misses, and the round will be one of mistakes as well. The two critical mistakes in the game with Fabiano, where he just played a move that we could not imagine that he would play. The game against with Topalov, just getting a gift from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after the move knight to d5 and just falling apart so quickly was the Frenchman there. And then Magnus Carlsen, as great a player as he is, of course, missing the move. So this round, despite having a couple of games that were really exciting, the game with Anand and Grischuk, certainly quite a game to take a look at, just insane chess, and the solid game with Hammer and Aronian. But I think it was really marred by mistakes by the top players. But still, it's a thrill to watch mistakes as well. They're only human. And after 3 rounds, we see a lot of victories, more than we could hope for. Well, we could hope for a lot more victories. But certainly in this kind of level of competition, often you see 5 draws happen in rounds. So far, we've seen a lot of excitement. I expect to see more excitement tomorrow in round 4, it being the round before the rest day. Definitely the players are going to come for blood, especially one Magnus Carlsen, who can be happy he's sitting on half a point. So I'm thrilled to see how this is going, and let's hope for the best tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. And tomorrow we see 2 guys headed into round 4 with the lead, Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura.
It'll be interesting to see their games. They have very different matchups, but we're going to have to see who is able to retain the lead or if they have mistakes tomorrow.
And don't count anyone out, and you're going to want to join us for more action of the Grand Chess Tour. We're in Studio St. Louis. I'm Jen Shahade signing off for Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez, Maurice Ashley, and Yasser Seirawan over in Norway.
Thank you for watching.